Yuka would always come charging in to break things up. Arato looked around and wondered why she hadn't shown up yet. Ms. Yuka is currently taking a bath, Lacia said. Arato gulped some air. Are you interested? Lacia asked. In baths, yes. Arato said quickly. You take baths too, right? HIEs absorb the water they needed directly through their skin. Apparently, aside from filling their water supply, it also helped prevent deterioration of their skin. So, despite not having any worries of sweat or wrinkles, Lacia still took baths regularly. Yes, I frequently bathe with Ms. Yuka. Oh, what the hell, Yuka? Arato grumbled. It may have just been his imagination, but he thought he heard happy humming coming from the bathroom. Setting Yuka aside for a moment, Arato imagined what Lacia might look like in the bath. It seemed like it would be a happy, bubbly fantasy. Hey, he asked. Do you want to try using that bath stuff the company gave us tonight? As soon as it was out of his mouth, he recognized how much he had probably ruined the mood, and tried to think of a way to get the conversation back on track. So you want me to take a bath today, she confirmed, sounding oddly like he was pressuring her into it. Not like a real bath, he said. I just can't figure out what they mean by this whole lifestyle thing. From the beginning, Arato hadn't really thought they'd stay together forever. He had agreed to be her owner on the assumption that it was a temporary thing. But the thought that he could lose her any day now, even tomorrow, made Arato rethink how he felt about Lacia. She wasn't a real human, just an empty machine with a human shell, but he wanted to protect her all the same. She had asked him to be her owner, and that had to mean something. Just like there had to be some reason a red box like Lacia had been created, he believed there was a reason for the two of them to stay together. You have trouble imagining what a long-term relationship with me might be like? She asked, her face still less than 10 centimeters from his. Even though she didn't breathe, Arato thought she smelled good, like a woman. When he was an adult, she could still be there by his side. That thought sent his heart hammering. So, do you want to take a bath? He asked, then firmed up his resolution. No, scratch that. Let's take a bath. He felt like his entire body was blushing as his imagination was filled with wonderful images. It was as if every nerve in his body was focused on feeling the hand Lacia had rested on his knee. You'd like to join Ms. Yuka? Lacia asked innocently. Of course not. Why would you even say that? Arato yelled. Seeing the teasing look on her face, he suddenly pictured what the skin below her collarbone might look like. Realizing that, if he wanted, he could reach out his arms and hold a model like her tight made him want to scream. Why the heck would I want to bathe with my sister? He muttered. Then you want to bathe with me? She asked. With the last of his rational thoughts, Arato leaped to his feet. For an instant, looking at her face, he really had been about to reach out and hold Lacia, this unknown robot who could easily swing around a 100 kilograms metal coffin. Stop backing me into a corner, he said. When you say nice things to me like that, it's like I can't think straight anymore. That's how I feel, anyway. My heart starts beating, and I start thinking that things are getting dangerous. Seriously. Lacia bit her lips and looked down, as if to forgive the stupidity of a 17-year-old boy. Arato thought his heart was going to stop. The only thing he could think of, as his brain ran around in frantic little circles, was the sample of he and human use shampoo they had gotten after the meeting that day. Are you interested in seeing how that shampoo they gave us feels? He asked hesitantly. It really wasn't the time to be doing things like that, but at that moment, he felt like his happiness hinged on seeing as much of Lacia's skin as possible. Would you like to take a bath? She asked. His brain felt like a fluffy sponge. Yes. He knew she didn't have a heart, but thought he saw a little expectation in her eyes. Or, at least, he believed strongly that there was some expectation there. He was desperate. We've got to try out the lifestyle, Arato said. I mean, they can talk about it all they want, but until I've at least tried out this lifestyle, I don't think I can sign their paperwork. His face felt like it was boiling, but it wasn't a bad feeling. He was suddenly keenly aware of how all the other guys living with HIEs must feel. If they kept living together, it wouldn't be about just him and Lacia anymore. It was difficult to permanently maintain a relationship that was rejected by society. That was why, like Asuna had said, they needed to make this a lifestyle accepted by the world. There were tons of people in the same spot as Arato, and if he helped them out, their dreams could become a reality. And Fabian MG wanted Lacia to be the icon of that movement. Arato was just about to open his mouth and say something cool about the whole thing when Lacia interrupted his thoughts. I will withdraw my previous statement. I cannot approve of you using me in that way until you are at least 18 years old, Arato, she said. What? He protested. Why? You just said you take baths with Yuka. Arato clung to the door to an unknown world, which was swinging itself shut. And like a starving fish gobbling down food, his brain wasn't particularly engaged in it. Ms. Yuka is not quite as intense about it, Lacia responded dryly. Can we even afford to wait until I'm 18? Arato asked. He was hoping that Lacia, who had already clearly declared herself an object, rather than a person, would give him a favorable answer. Instead, with a faint blush, she pushed the question right back at him. If, at that time, this is still your desire, I will reconsider my response then, she said. Arato felt like time had stopped. Are we really still going to be together? Then? He asked. Is it so strange for a person to have a long-term relationship with a machine? Lacia shot back. It was a strange feeling, thinking of their future and considering how much their relationship had already changed since they met. Are we really going to be together 10 years from now? He asked. Lacia didn't answer. She couldn't, he realized, since the answer to that question hinged on whether or not he would wait that long. So it'll happen if I decide to keep you by my side for 10 years, huh, he murmured. As he said it, Arato realized, with a sudden stab of fear, that he couldn't figure out when or why the thought had popped into his head. The blood pumping to his brain felt so hot that it felt as though he was about to be boiled alive. Everything seemed to be zooming away from him, going to a place where he couldn't reach it, including his almost obsessive feelings toward Lacia. When he thought about them, they seemed so real that his thoughts would slam into them like a wall. Arato, do you believe these special feelings you have for me, a machine, are being caused by analog hacking? Lacia asked. Her clear, soulless voice pierced mercilessly through his heart. At that moment, Arato was using her as a tool. Nothing more than a receptacle for his affection. But, when pushed onto an inhuman machine such as herself, there was nothing romantic about it. She was just pornography, one-sided satisfaction for his libido. His admittedly juvenile sense of ethics was yelling at him that an owner telling a girl who couldn't refuse that he liked her was the height of cowardice. He could probably power through it if he just allowed himself to accept a little immorality, but he just couldn't. Regret and shame that his 17-year-old mind couldn't quite understand had him tearing up before he even realized what was happening. A storm had brewed in his heart, and it didn't show any sign of letting up. Even after Arato went to bed, he couldn't get to sleep. So, when he awoke, his head still felt heavy, and he decided to down an anti-drowsiness medicine that they kept around. If you drank too much, it had the nasty side effect of backing up your intestines, but a normal dose would free you from sleepiness for about 3 hours. This was the day that Arato would go to the number 1 landfill island at noon for the show they had met about the day before. In the world of he models, as soon as it was decided something would happen, it happened quick. After taking the Urayasu line to Shin Urayasu, he transferred to the Keio line, then the Rinkai line, which finally took him to Tokyo Teleport Station, near where they were doing the shoot. Lacia had gone in an automatic car, sent by Fabian MG to pick her up. Arato was still feeling weird about her from the night before, though, and couldn't bear to ride with her. They talk about this whole boy meets girl thing like it's easy, he grumbled without thinking, and then quickly looked around to see if anyone had heard him. After all, the only people there with him were Fabian MG staff involved with the show. He was standing on the inside of a metal fence around one piece of the number 1 landfill island, on the site of the old National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology. Debris could be seen scattered here and there, under the grass around the building. During the hazard, the nearby International Exhibition Center had exploded and sent fragments flying all the way there. The set for the shoot was taking advantage of the places where the building was missing its roof to create an open-air scene. The heliport that used to be on the roof had fallen down sometime during the last century, apparently. The 6 chairs from the previous day's display were there. Old decor and new were mixed together, as though special attention had been paid to the feeling of time on the set. 4 candle chandeliers had been attached to the ceiling of the set. The bare concrete floor was spider-webbed with cracks, showing its decades of neglect. 3D projectors had been integrated with the material of the walls, so they did not unnaturally catch the eye. Shafts of sun shone down through the open skylight in the ceiling, onto the high-backed chair where Lacia would sit. The closest of the chairs was already filled. HRP-4C Mimu, who couldn't walk well on uneven ground, was already on standby. The other 5 humanoid robots would enter through one of 3 doors in the room and approach the set from the front of the stage. Arato was watching the preparations from an open space on the set. "Man, this is fancy," he said. "We actually got a spatial artist specialist to do it," Asuna said, clearly excited. "We're thinking of opening it up to the public after we're done. This place has been off limits for over 40 years since the hazard, but obviously they're going to want to reclaim it and turn it into empty lots that people can use again. So, before that happens, I thought it would be nice to make this a place where folks could come to experience the history of humanoid robots for a bit." "Wait, they're going to tear this place down?" Arato asked. A woman with her long hair held back by a clip that caught the light turned to him and gave a light, nasal laugh. "Haven't you heard? They're going to redevelop the whole Odaiba area," she said. The woman had a choker at her neck, under which the elastic neckline of her shirt dove quite low. A smartly fastened mini skirt finished the look. Her legs were so long, and her body so sleek, that Arato knew at first glance that she was a model. Seeing his confusion and inability to ask who she was with her right there by him, Asuna sighed and gave him a hand. "Oh, come on, Arato, you don't know Oriza Iyabe?" she asked. "There's going to be human models in today's show?" Arato asked, surprised. Oriza looked at him, narrowing her wide, bright eyes. "At next year's International Inter-Fashion Biennale they're going to allow human and he models to appear together," she said. "By the way, who are you?" She inspected his clothes from head to toe. "For a model, your casual clothes sure need some work," she commented. He was about to introduce himself, but Asuna silenced him with a finger to her lips. The fact that he was Lacia's owner wasn't public knowledge. "Whatever, doesn't matter," Oriza dismissed him, biting the paper cup in her hand. "Seriously, I don't get how these HIEs get to be models just because they've got some good looks. All they know how to do is copy. Monkey see, monkey do," she muttered. Lacia, whose own wardrobe preparations had been completed, was performing a test run on the stage. Wrapped in a thin spring dress, she was practicing her walking, over and over. As if to avoid any further communication with Oriza, Asuna spoke to Arato. "The stuff she has on now looks pretty different from the summer clothes she was wearing in Shibuya, right? Were you surprised?" she asked. "The spring outfit she's in now won't come into real demand for another 3 to 6 months after the show, but this is just an image shoot, so it's not a problem. You've got to prepare properly in the fashion world if you want to get folks to spend big money on clothes that will only last one season." Arato opened his mouth to interject that he still wasn't sure about this whole boy meets girl thing, but Oriza beat him to the punch. "You guys shouldn't be worrying about this," she said dismissively. "I'm sure you'll do something for next year's event. I know you're in a big rush to promote HIEs, but everyone in the industry knows that clothes go in seasons. The stuff you're pitching now won't be selling until next year." For an instant, Asuna lost her composure and showed how annoyed she was with Oriza. The reason behind her annoyance was clear the next time Oriza opened her mouth. "Why do people buy expensive clothes for HIEs anyway?" she asked. "It's not like it makes them happy. You'd be better off giving them to a normal human girl." Obviously, it wasn't the kind of thing an he model manager could let slide. There are users who are happier living with HIEs, so why shouldn't they have nice clothes for them? Asuna snapped. "They can't even wear silk or anything thin without tearing it up from the inside. What a waste. They should all just wear jerseys," Oriza said. It was clear to Arato that she was only pretending to talk to him so she could badmouth HIEs in front of Asuna, and he was impressed by how nasty her personality was. She wasn't wrong about the silk, though. After the kidnapping, he had to throw away the outfit the guy had put on Lacia. It had burns and some tears from the fight with Coca, of course, but Lacia herself had also unintentionally pulled apart the stitches from the inside. HIEs were programmed to execute the chosen behavior no matter what, and didn't interrupt their movements for things like their clothing getting caught. Clothing meant for HIEs usually had sturdy stitching and materials, and was also usually a step behind human fashion. That day, Lacia was wearing out a prototype of thin material for HE clothing. Your name was Arato, right? Oriza asked. How about you? Are you the kind of person who wants to put machines in those kinds of clothes? Arato had been staring at the hem of Lacia's mini-length dress, so he panicked a little when she dragged him back to reality. Hey, even machines can be cute, so why not? He said. It's sad to see a high schooler with no dreams. Listen, if you put some effort into it, I'm sure you can find an actual girl to fall in love with, Oriza said. Hearing that, rather than thinking of any of the girls in his class at high school, Arato thought immediately of his conversation with Lacia the night before. She had asked him if the love he felt for her was real or just an analog hack. But here Fabian MG was, trying to pitch romance with the machines as human boy meets he girl. And not only that, they were trying to set up this form of love as something a person could pour their whole life into. This is heavy stuff, Arato muttered with a sigh. Oriza shot him a shocked glance like he'd just slapped her. Heavy? Me? Her clear, wide eyes met his. They looked to be the same height. Aren't you younger than me? She asked. You're a rude little punk. Could you two zip it? Asuna broke in. Lacia's about to do a full rehearsal here. On that awkward note, the lights dimmed and Lacia's rehearsal began. For the first time since the Oi Industry Promotion Center terrorism incident, Lacia took to the stage as a model. Aside from Mimu, who stood by her chair since she wouldn't be able to walk fast enough, all the other robots walked on set. But, as they headed for their designated chairs, an oddity on the stage caused them all to awkwardly halt their steps. Hey, that's not the chair layout we discussed. The director shouted. There should have been 5 chairs with identical designs but different materials, with a different chair for Lacia at the back that would draw attention to her. Instead, at some point someone had switched the chairs on the set so that there were now 4 of the identical, ordinary chairs and 2 of the long-backed chairs intended for Lacia. The 2 special chairs were side by side, as if to demonstrate equality. A girl Arato didn't recognize was seated in one of the 2 special chairs. She had her legs crossed lightly and was wearing a shiny black tuxedo jacket with a long skirt. Her hair was long and orange, and her eyes were almond-shaped, her gaze strong. Is Lacia really the best one to talk about the future of HIEs? She asked. Despite sitting so far back on the set, the girl's voice carried strangely well. She was different from a model. To Arato, she seemed more like an actress. The film crew stepped onto the set, and Arato had an extremely bad feeling. Her feet, which looked like they were in big, hard boots, looked very much like those of a robot. Everybody, run! He yelled before his thoughts could fully form. Arato could just see the place they were at turning into another site of carnage, just like the Oi Industry Promotion Center, but he was the only one who knew what was coming. He looked for Lacia, but she wasn't on the set. For a moment he hoped she had gone invisible, but then remembered her infinitely useful coffin had been left behind since it stood out too much. Everyone turned to look at Arato after his sudden shout and, as they all faced him, the girl vanished from her seat. The ground shook as if from an explosion, and dirt rained down from the ceiling. A cloud of dust puffed up from the ground. Arato's mind couldn't keep up with the strangeness of it. His body froze, and he forgot to breathe. From all around, he heard heavy sounds of destruction. Here and there the cameras for the shoot were exploding in midair. They were all under attack. It wasn't that the girl had vanished, she was just moving too quickly for Arato's eyes to follow her in the darkness. This wasn't just an accident, like the time in Shibuya. Someone was deliberately attacking them with superhuman power. This area is dangerous. Everyone, please evacuate as quickly as possible. The first he, Marie, was helping the staff evacuate from the set, where chunks were falling from the ceiling. Marie was known for being good at coordinating in locations with many people. However, she was an old machine, and her internal AI had trouble processing complicated situations, so her movements and speech were awkward. The newer machines were able to act and speak in more complex and optimal ways. I have contacted the police and fire department with the current situation, one of them said. Please prioritize evacuation. Please leave your valuables for later retrieval, said another. There is no need to run. Based on the stability of this building, and the current level of shaking, you will have plenty of time to make a straight exit while walking. Nadia, a unit made mainly for nursing care, was picking up pieces of the broken cameras. Apparently her internal AI had decided that was the top priority at the moment, among all the other problems with the scene. It was difficult to have any frame of reference in order to make optimal choices at the sight of a problem like this one. Panicked footsteps echoed throughout the building. Marie spun to face whatever the threat was, her apron dress flapping as she turned. She stood between the humans and unknown danger. Like a finger plunging into a lump of jelly, something easily ruptured her metal frame, and the two halves of her body went flying in different directions. One of the women on the Fabian staff screamed as Marie's head bounced hard off of one of the walls and rolled away. The humanized W, perfectly human in appearance, was trying to lead the human staff to safety. It was kicked from behind hard enough to snap its spine. Still, it tried to push itself up, only for its arms to be cut away completely. Screaming from some of the staff made the scene even more horrific. One after another, the robots who had crossed history with humanity were blown apart. HRP-4C Mimu watched with empty, soulless eyes as arms and legs that looked completely human flew around her. Arato saw Lacia on the other side of the set, which was starting to collapse. Lacia. He screamed. He hadn't looked for her in hopes she would protect the other people there, he was just terrified of losing her. What the hell is going on? A woman standing nearby murmured numbly. Arato saw that it was Oriza. There was a back and forth creaking sound from above that reminded Arato of a squeaky swings movement. Looking up, he saw that one of the old chandeliers hanging from the ceiling was swinging wildly, and looked ready to fall at any moment. The ceiling had noticeably slanted. Arato tugged on Oriza's hand. An instant later, the chandelier and the entire ceiling of the set came down with an echoing crash. Think, Arato. Use your he. Someone shouted. It was Ryo. Arato didn't know when his friend had arrived, but the shout snapped him back to reality. He had been so worried about Lacia that he hadn't even thought of trying to protect the people around him. But what am I supposed to do? Arato muttered to himself. The enemy was so fast, he couldn't even see her in the darkness. Even if he used Lacia. He didn't know how she would solve this situation. Lacia, do something about her, he said, hoping she would figure it out. But Lacia responded, the responsibility and details of that order are unclear, while sweeping her gaze around the area. A chair went flying, faster than Arato could react. Luckily, it was made of wood. It slammed into Ryo's back as he shielded Oriza, snapping one of his legs with the force. His friend groaned. Arato acted, prioritizing getting the hell out of there over heroics. Lacia, get her outside somehow. As long as it doesn't hurt any humans, I don't care how you do it, he ordered. Understood. Lacia scooped up some of the robot debris littering the floor and threw it as easily as if she was slinging a small stone. The debris collided with something in midair. At the same time, the lights of the set flickered on. With the lights on and her speed decreased, Arato could finally see the enemy. Lacia had taken out a telescoping rod he didn't know she had for protection. The enemy he's feet blurred again, and suddenly Arato was looking at an afterimage. Lacia could still apparently keep up with her movements, though, and attacked with her rod. With a loud metallic clang, the afterimage, clothes fluttering, melted into the shadows. The last light shining onto the set had been destroyed, leaving only the sunlight leaking through the skylight. In the darkness, the enemy he's orange braces and Lacia's blue hair accessory traced lines of light through the air. It was a fight that froze every human watching it with crushing terror and tension. Massive holes opened in the walls, accompanied by loud explosions as the entire building shook. Ripples ran through the floor and ceiling, as if from a huge earthquake. Everything shook, filling the air with rattles and clatters. Among it all, Arato watched in disbelief as Lacia ran across the ceiling on 2 legs as easily as she might the floor. But, even as she appeared to ignore the laws of gravity, an orange light plunged straight into her at extreme speed. Lacia flew off the roof of the set and slammed into the top of a wall, and the force of the impact sent a shock throughout the entire building. Dirt and chunks of concrete started to rain from the ceiling with a roar. Arato screamed out a warning before his brain could fully process what he was seeing. "Everyone get out of here. The whole place is coming down." The next few moments were probably blurry in the memories of anyone there. Arato grabbed the arm of a staff member he didn't remember the name or face of, and tugged them toward the corridor. He guessed that Ryo was probably doing the same. Once he had the last person heading out, Arato leaped out along with them. Light poured into the room with the rush and roar of a waterfall as the already unstable roof of the building came crashing down, taking the ceiling of the set. With it, a billowing cloud of dust swallowed Arato whole, and he couldn't see a thing. He couldn't draw a breath, either, and coughed violently. Someone opened one of the windows in the hall, and a sea breeze flowed in. Arato looked back into the room, as tears cleared the dust from his eyes. The orange-haired he was smirking, as motes of dust danced and shimmered in the light. "Well, look at you, switching off your energy-saving mode. How many minutes will you last like that?" She sneered, adjusting her necktie which had been thrown askew by her extreme movements. Concrete dust puffed up in a cloud around her feet. "I believe 3 minutes should be enough," Lacia said. She herself was all right, but her spring dress had lost one of its shoulder straps and most of its buttons. It was too fragile to handle her aggressive movements. The mini-length hem was still intact, but her tights were shredded around her knees and thighs. Across a small mountain made of broken he parts and the remains of the ceiling, Lacia and her opponent faced each other. The orange-haired he's skirt was also in a sorry state. Her speed, fast enough that humans could only see afterimages when she moved, was far too much for any ordinary fabric to handle. "Don't you think these toys made for humans to play with are just a little too frail?" she asked. As if to punctuate her words, Nadia's white plastic body, which had been caught in the ceiling, fell and shattered on the floor. "Our value as machines is decided by the form and purpose the humans give us," Lacia murmured in response, her light purple hair wild. Her opponent's beautiful face, framed by orange hair, distorted. "Pretty words for a defective piece of trash," she snarled, and casually walked until she was standing under the giant hole in the ceiling. Above her the sky stretched high and wide and free, unbound, unlimited. Arato huddled, unable to move. The enemy he had been dreading had appeared, and now he was easily within her reach. Worse, there was no way for him to protect the most precious thing in his life. The need to move, to act, was so strong it was suffocating him. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. Bathing in the sunlight from the almost frighteningly wide blue sky above her, she responded to Arato in an almost pitying tone. "I am Type 004, Method. The one and only completed Lacia class." She was the 4th Lacia class he. Arato thought, as his eyes were drawn to the complicated-looking apparatus on each of her legs. He figured she must have been a red box, just like the others. There were police sirens coming from outside, and it finally dawned on him that they weren't any more than 100 meters away from the Bayside station. "I'll bid you all a good day," Method said. "But I'm sure we'll all meet again. I could come when your owner is eating, or when he's sleeping. I could come for him whenever I please." She bobbed a mocking curtsy of a farewell with her destroyed skirt. "After all, I know exactly where you live," she said, and then vanished. From the way a cloud of dust rose from the mountain of wreckage, Arato was able to grasp that the invading he had easily jumped out through the hole in the ceiling, 3 meters above them, and escaped. Obviously, no one could have stopped her. Arato started trembling, as if his body temperature had suddenly plummeted. Method had unleashed destruction for no other reason than to let him know he was no longer safe, that she could show up anytime, anywhere. At that moment, he felt like something very fundamental had probably just changed in his life. He had spent some time wondering about whether he could really treat Lacia like a tool or not. But, when it came to protecting what was dear to him, the time for hesitation was over. The real battle had just begun. The first of the emergency vehicles to arrive at the site of the shoot was an ambulance. After its siren had faded off into the distance, the police began an inspection of the area, sealing the set off with yellow warning tape. Arato walked out of the ruins of the Institute building and slumped into one of the benches that sat here and there on the number 1 landfill island. Method had purposefully destroyed all of the camera equipment to ensure she didn't leave behind any data. Thanks to that, though, Lacia's fight had also not been filmed. Where the hell did that he go? Ryo growled, with more heat than Arato was used to hearing from him. Arato understood his friend's anger. Right in front of their eyes, they had watched people be injured. If things had gone a little more poorly, people may have died. Yet they hadn't been able to do a single thing to help. The cops are taking Lacia's data to see if any crimes were committed, Arato said. Class 1 HIEs, who were capable of doing human jobs, always recorded data about what was going on while they were in operation. When an accident or crime occurred, they would provide the data, along with information on the movements and actions of everyone around them, to the police for examination. It would probably be a few hours before Arato got Lacia back. Thanks for saving me, Arato said. I owe you one. If Ryo hadn't been there to bring him to his senses, he wouldn't have been able to do the little he had done. Besides, the whole attack had only happened because Lacia was there. I didn't actually save you, Arato. You know that, right? Ryo said. He drained the cola from a paper pack, leaning back in his chair. His face looked pained. Hey, you're a yabe, right? That was pretty dangerous, huh? Ryo asked, deflecting the conversation. The shoot was postponed. Each of the staff had jobs they needed to do, so everyone naturally drifted away. That was why Arato was left alone, sitting on a bench by the main road leading to the institute, when Ryo caught him. What's the matter with you, Arato? Ryo asked. I messed up. I made a huge mistake, Arato murmured. The sky above him seemed so distant. He remembered the time that he and Lacia had looked up at the night sky from the school roof. At that time, he had felt like his world was expanding. As if, through Lacia, he could go anywhere he wanted. I didn't use Lacia like I should have, he said. There were all kinds of things I could have had her do to help. That's just the analog hack talking, Ryo said. I still think that Redbox is dragging you around by the nose. Arato remembered how happy he had been to get Lacia. He had believed in her. So you're saying I've been hacked, manipulated to feel these things? He asked numbly. Even if he had been hacked, though, he was embarrassed at having upset his friend this much. These HIEs are too dangerous, Arato, Ryo said. Don't you get what she's doing? She's twisting your control, weakening it. She can't be held back by human rules. Ryo made it sound like everything was Lacia's fault, but he himself should have known that wasn't the case. I wanted to control her. That's why everything turned out like this, Arato said. Is that why you went for this crazy, boy meets girl, plan? Ryo scoffed. I thought you had at least a little more sense than that, Arato. You're painting a target on your back for the antibody network, or anyone else like them. Why don't you just come out and say that I'm going to get Yuka caught up in all this too? Arato growled. I'm scared too, you know. He stood with a violent movement, shoving away from the bench. Even with everything that was going on, though, his heart still soared when he thought of spending his whole life with Lacia. She's got her hooks into every single decision you're making, Ryo said. This is life and death we're talking about. If you pitch the illusion of a happy lifestyle with an he, there will be people who follow in your footsteps. Humanity and human society itself would be hit with an analog hack, all according to the plan of whoever is behind this all. I'm sure this isn't going to impact all of humankind, Arato said. Still, he couldn't quite laugh at Ryo's pessimistic prediction. During the attack on the Industry Promotion Center, his heart had been moved by the fight of Kengo and his comrades against automation. If things kept going on the way they were, those same kinds of people, the people who loved the human world, would feel hatred toward Fabian MG. And, honestly, Arato didn't think their anger would be misplaced. Ryo gritted his teeth. He was looking in the direction the sea breeze was blowing from, out at an old artificial island with a ferry dock that had been destroyed during the hazard. The place had been blocked off since the disaster, and there were rumors there had been a factory for killer robots there. Arato, don't you feel like you're being pushed to take all this responsibility you can't actually handle? Ryo asked. Ryo was smart, almost too smart, and his words hit right at the heart of Arato's uncertainty. I'm pissed because whoever's behind this is taking advantage of your good points, Arato. Do you think this red box, Lacia, is going to hold back when it comes to the methods she uses to manipulate people? Arato felt like he had been led astray by relying on Ryo's mental capabilities at a time like that. If he didn't stand up for what he loved, it would be the same as running away. I know it's easy to say I'm an idiot who doesn't think about my own future, Arato said. But the fact is, no one can say exactly what's going to happen down the road. We'll never get anything done if we just keep focusing on the worst-case scenario. Getting caught up in a fight between Lacia-class HIEs was suicidal for a human, but if he just asked Lacia to take care of everything while he watched from a safe distance, he felt like he could no longer call himself a man. We can't keep trusting in your instincts to guide you to the right choice, Ryo said. Who do you think will be responsible when humanity gets sold to the machines? So you're saying all of humanity is in trouble because I'm so easy to fool? Arato asked. Ryo let out a deep sigh. Arato, every once in a while, you're actually pretty good at summing things up, he said. Is that seriously what you're trying to tell me? Arato asked, rubbing a hand through his hair in chagrin. Come on, man. I know you think I'm pretty dumb, but I'm not that out of it. But Ryo didn't budge. You can't take responsibility for the things the machine does. No one can. Put it back where you found it, he said. Wait, so you're not even telling me to use her properly? You want me to throw away my only means of defense, right when things are getting dangerous? Arato asked, slightly incredulous. He was even more surprised by how easy it had become for him to talk about using Lacia. I couldn't face myself if I tried to pin the blame for this on Lacia, he said. This is my fault. I screwed up. Ryo seemed to not have the strength to stand up from the bench. He was wearing a distorted, pained expression that seemed too old for his young face. It was a mix of anger, compassion, and pain so intense that he squeezed his eyes shut. Pressing both hands to his face, he took a deep breath as if to calm and compose himself. Then, he opened his eyes and stared at Arato. In the end, whose side are you on? Humans? Or machines? He asked. The vague anxiety his friend had been holding in his heart was finally solidified into a single question, but Arato just felt like the ground had suddenly fallen out from beneath him. He had always believed that he could bring Ryo around to his way of thinking, but at that moment, he had to come to terms with the gap between his hopes and reality. A raw, gritty uncertainty twisted up Arato's spine. If things continued the way they were going, he would lose his best friend of over 10 years. No one noticed when she came home. There was no one to see her black-suited form as she walked in. In the feeble light, she threw off her tuxedo suit and shirt. The body underneath was not covered by human skin, but that of a machine. She unhooked her skirt and dropped it to her feet with a thud. Methode had returned to the place she belonged of her own volition. It was the underground of the meme-frame Tokyo Research Lab. The same place she had returned to after escaping on the night of the explosion. She wasn't too far underground. There had been some cleanup of the rubble from the explosion where she was, but the equipment hadn't yet been returned there. Methode was a red box. The reason machines like her, those created using technology beyond human comprehension, were known as red boxes, was due to a certain property of light. When it travels great distances from its source, a light's waveform will be stretched, causing it to be perceived as being more red than it really is. This is known as the redshift phenomenon. In other words, a red box was the product of an eye far removed from human capabilities, just as the redshift was the sign of a light far from its origin. If humans didn't chase down that distant light with everything they had, the difference in speed between them and the origin of light would increase. As the distance stretched, the wavelength of the light would shift further until it passed out of human visual range and became indistinguishable from blackness. Someday the red boxes would become black boxes, completely beyond any human capacity to understand. Even if they could not hope to actually overtake the capabilities of the ultra-high-performance ash they had created, humanity could not stop chasing after them. A man with his white hair swept back was standing in the open space that Method had returned to. It was Ginger Watarai. I had to cut things off when the president's son himself showed up, Method said. Watarai did not turn to look as she reported to him. Considering the reason he decided to get close to us in the first place, it was an obvious development, Watari said. It's impressive that these siblings have managed to warrant my personal attention, Method said. But I wonder if they really understand how much things are about to change. Her words had the inflection of someone acting in a drama. She was good at faking emotions, but there was no actual pity in her heartless chest. I believe that, with everything that just happened, they've all started to realize what's actually important in their lives, Watarai said, seeming to compete with the machine for emotionlessness in his stiff stance. I wonder how many things there are left in the human world that can truly be called important, Method mused coldly. Method was the only one of the Lacia class HIEs that was clearly more machine than human in form, and she folded her arms as if to proudly display her mechanical limbs. Watarai quirked one corner of his lips at Method's brash statement. Once mankind saw everything as an adventure, a quest to solve all of life's puzzles and challenge the unknown world around them. Now, human life has become an endless marathon as we run desperately so as not to be left in the dust by our own high-powered ash, he said. The very act of Watarai saying those words to Method seemed to hammer home his point. If that's all it takes to stop us, then we might as well give up now, he said. But if we still seek success, even now, when machines can do anything better than we can, then there is still something we can live for. Modern HIEs had elevated automation to a level of variability and quality that earlier eras couldn't have dreamed of. At the same time, that sophistication had left owners who used these HIEs to satisfy their own goals and appetites with no excuses and nowhere to hide. Is that why you destroyed this place? There was a hint of testing in Method's accusation. It's too late to fear artificial intelligence, he said. It's already been over 50 years since the singularity when the intelligence of computers finally surpassed our own. All the innovations in those days were being created by ultra-high-performance ash and their red boxes. 30 years ago, the smart cells and automatic charging systems that now supported the global power grid had been red boxes. The basic technology behind the HE behavioral control program that was currently in use had been created by the AI Higgins. No longer were the basics of new technology discovered by humans, they were all hand-me-downs from the red boxes that humans eventually managed to utilize. In the epicenter of the explosion, Method, a machine at the apex of the red boxes, quietly closed her eyes. True, she agreed. And when you humans do stop running, the twilight years of your race will be over, and night will fall. Phase 6 My whereabouts. To Shiori Kaidai, her home was a place full of light. In the home of the Kaidace, the family responsible for founding Meme Frame, she and her brother, Ryo, were raised with love by caring parents. Both of them had also been used to constantly being in the eyes of the public since their earliest memories. They had been told since they were very young that they would someday inherit the massive international corporation just as their father, Tsuyoshi Kaidai, had inherited it from their grandfather, Yuzui Kaidai. It was the company's ultra-high-performance AI, Higgins, that allowed it to be so. Higgins was the actual power behind the innovations of the company. No matter who sat as the president of Meme Frame, Higgins would continue to provide them with powerful products to dominate the market. Once, right after Shiori entered elementary school, her brother had said, "I don't want to work with something that doesn't belong in our world." At the time, she had found it impossible to understand. Shiori had always been putting in her best effort to keep up with her brother, who was always ahead of her no matter what she did. Yet, after that moment, he had given up, walking away from his effortless success. There were pictures all over the walls of Shiori's massive room. They followed a timeline showing Shiori's entrances and graduations from elementary and middle school, her holding prizes and trophies from various concours and tournaments, and memories of the few family trips they had been on. In her younger pictures, Ryo was always there, holding a bigger trophy than hers. Piano, foreign languages, athletics or school tests, it didn't matter the subject. Even with only a single year between them, Shiori could never compete with her brother. In the pictures, her younger self, with longer black hair, was always shooting sour looks at her brother. Somewhere along the way, he vanished from the competition photos, leaving her alone holding the trophies. At the same time, a friendly-looking new boy started to show up in the family photos. It was Arato Endo, her brother's best friend, who often came to play at the Kaidai house during those years. It's so mysterious, the way people's lives can be connected, she murmured to herself. When she focused her gaze on one of the pictures, it activated and played a video. It was from a piano concert when she was in middle school. Her family couldn't make it, but Arato and his sister had come in their place. Standing beside him, Shiori had a natural smile. Yuka Endo had been frightened of the he taking the picture, and was hiding behind Arato's back. It was strange to think about how much his fate had changed recently. Shiori's terminal vibrated quietly. She threw a coat on over her dressing gown before ordering her home system to display the call on a screen. A 3D image of a man appeared near her door. "Good evening, Ms. Shiori. Is now a good time?" the man asked. Despite being somewhere in his 50s, the man looked unkempt. His name was Shunji Suzuhara, and he was the general manager of the Meme Frame Strategic Planning Office. "It's good to see you," Shiori said, her tone polite. "How are you?" Shunji, a person of some standing in the company, wouldn't normally be calling on a high schooler like Shiori directly. But she and her brother were both quite important figures for Meme Frame. "We're making good progress on the original body. We should be able to produce some real results soon," Suzuhara said. While scratching at his sideburns with one hand, he flicked the finger of his free hand in the air. Whatever machine he was using understood the gesture, and began to transfer data to Shiori's terminal. Shiori tore the top sheet from a bundle of authentication film that was connected to her terminal. The film confirmed her identity through DNA, fingerprint, and the impression of her bone structure, all of which were taken when she pressed upon the film. Once her identity had been confirmed, the film automatically unscrambled the encoded file. "I know this isn't something I should be sticking my nose into, but thank you," Shiori said, as small mechanical noises echoed in the late-night stillness of her room. Her terminal, which was reserved for classified transmissions, flicked its LEDs to let her know that she was receiving the file. "You've got a kind heart, Ms. Shiori," Suzuhara said, lowering his head humbly in his 3D image. "I know that you know we're using you," he said. "It's hard to believe you'd go this far for us. I would like to win what is meant to be given to me, with my own hands," Shiori said. She was afraid of the gap she saw between the immature girl she was currently, and the immense power that would one day rest on her shoulders. In her heart, she knew that the course she was plotting was arrogant in a way that could only be forgiven because of her youth. "If you put it like that, it makes me feel a bit pathetic, showing you just how disappointing us adults can be," Suzuhara said, scratching his head with a look of chagrin. Shiori had no idea what it felt like to be his age, single and childless. "Ryo has been off doing something with Chief Watarai again," Shiori said. "The computer faction knows we've been in contact. Mr. Watarai wouldn't miss a chance to shorten our leash," Suzuhara explained. Two factions had developed within Meme Frame, divided by how they felt about their company being guided by the ultra-high-performance AI Higgins. Members of the computer faction were fine leaving judgments of company policy to Higgins, trusting in its superhuman wisdom as they'd always done before. The other faction, the human faction, felt that humans should head human organizations. Shiori was currently lending her aid to the human faction, to which General Manager Suzuhara belonged. Their relationship had begun as one might imagine. Suzuhara had greeted her at a company party she attended. But, to Shiori, it felt like his invitation was a validation of all the strict training she had been through in her life. Besides, she empathized with their desire to respect humanity. Has there been any movement from Higgins? She asked. I'm afraid we'd have no way of knowing, even if there was, Suzuhara said with a sigh. Even within Meme Frame itself, information regarding Higgins was top secret. I do understand that they want to prevent anyone from being able to misuse the ultra-high-performance Ash, Shiori mused. But the security measures around Higgins are truly inconvenient. Even if it's an iron wall as far as attacks on its software goes, the actual hardware is pretty vulnerable if you can get close enough. Unfortunately, Witara is on the side that can get close to it, which makes things difficult for us. In the last century, when everyone wasn't quite as used to operating ultra-high-performance Ash, theft of one of the Ash had sparked off a war. Afterward, the computer faction had exploited strict information control policies, originally created as a wartime countermeasure, to their advantage in the struggle for dominance of Meme Frame. Since specifics about how exactly Higgins interacted with the company were kept secret, there were rumors that the Ash manipulation even extended into internal matters of company policy. I hate how Mr. Watarai and his group do things, Shiori vented. They worship Higgins like it's a god, and they act like whether or not you are allowed to approach it decides how much power you have in the company. It's embarrassing that we, a company whose main product is information, are deliberately trying to consolidate the right to access information in a single place and preserve the ignorance of anyone left on the outside. I completely understand your anger, Suzuhara said. But, right now, we need to keep our emotions in check. Things have been speeding up ever since the explosion. If we reveal what we know about the escaped Lacia-class HIEs, I can only imagine how dangerous things will get. Obviously we'll be putting countermeasures in place, but for now, the most important thing is to lay low. After saying his goodbyes, he cut off the transmission. Once again, Shiori was alone, feeling small in her large room. She stood still in the middle of her room, still wearing her dressing gown, while the pictures in the frames all around her flickered to show other scenes. Even in this age of automation, nothing could stop the march of time. Her brother had given up on something, and Naruto had picked up a red box. The fact that the Kaidai household was empty didn't change. This whole thing is foolish, she murmured to herself. But we're living in a world where machines would keep everything running, even if humans all gave up. If I quit fighting against the things that I absolutely cannot accept, would my life have any meaning at all? To Shiori, it felt like, if humans stopped fighting for the things worth fighting for, they would no longer have a place in the world. Shiori's home seemed to her to be a place full of light, since it was empty of anything else. When she was a small child, she had wondered why her family seemed incapable of staying still. She understood it now, though. If they didn't work or do something with their time, they would begin to fear that there was no longer any meaning in their lives. Despite all the wealth she was born into, Shiori felt hunted by the inexorable march of progress. Calling Arato Endo turned out to be far more embarrassing than Shiori had thought it would be. She realized that she hadn't adjusted the volume on her terminal and quickly fixed it in a panic, fearing there would be feedback. She invited Arato out to a cafe in Shinkiba, made entirely out of transparent materials. He arrived there with Lacia in tow. Shiori couldn't help but notice he was wearing a stylish t-shirt and coordinated pants again. Did Lacia pick your outfit for you again? She asked. He chuckled without a hint of hesitation. Well, she's got a much better sense of style than I do, he said. I didn't know HIEs could even take care of stuff like this. He took the seat opposite Shiori, with Lacia sitting by his side. Lacia was in a muted pantsuit. She had probably picked it deliberately as something that wouldn't draw attention away from Shiori's clothes. Lacia had been wearing subdued clothing the last time Shiori saw Arato, too. The feeling that Lacia was taking special care on her behalf riled Shiori. It must have shown on her frozen expression, since Arato reacted to it. If you've got something you need to talk about, just tell me, he said. You can trust me to keep it between us. That was the kind of person Arato was, always reaching out a friendly hand to help those around him. Still, his words helped Shiori relax, and she felt an imaginary warmth spreading in her chest. It's not really something I'm worried about, just something I wanted to talk about with you, Shiori explained. This cafe is the only place I know where I can relax and talk openly. One of the staff brought out her tea. It was brewed from a species of tea leaf only recently created to survive the changing environmental conditions in the old tea-growing climates. There's actually a favor I'd like to ask of you, Arato, Shiori said, firming her resolve. Would you please return type 005, Lacia, to our company? She asked, watching Arato's expression closely. Not only did she want to witness for herself the depth of the wound she was opening, she also wanted to see just how strong Lacia's influence on him was. Arato's response was a simple but sincere one. Does Lacia belong to Meme Frame? He asked. She's one of the HIEs who fled our Tokyo research lab on the night of the explosion in April, Shiori admitted. Oh, he murmured quietly. Lacia was silent, just sitting there by his side. You aren't surprised by my request? Shiori asked. Of course I am, he said. But Ryo's been telling me from the start that I shouldn't get involved with Lacia. This actually explains it a bit. I don't get why he didn't just tell me straight out, though. The bitter image of her family continuously fleeing played out in Shiori's mind. My brother is apparently tired of dealing with company matters, she told him. Arato tapped both hands together in rhythm over and over, apparently agitated. He wore his emotions so obviously Shiori couldn't help but pick up on them. She imagined it would be quite simple for anyone to make him happy, even if they weren't a childhood friend like her. Oh, don't worry, Arato, she said. Things aren't that bad in my family. As she casually lied, she drew his attention by pushing a plate of snacks toward him with an invitation to help himself. He followed the approaching snacks with his eyes, then reached out for them with a wide grin. The fact that Shiori got caught up in his mood and felt a little burst of happiness herself made her blush. I've often thought it would be nice if we humans had tails like dogs, but I believe there are a few people who already do, she said. She could almost see Arato with a tail, making loud swooshing whumps as it wagged back and forth against his chair legs. But then Arato's face grew serious again. I'm not going to hand over Lacia, he said. Sorry, but you can't just say, she's ours and think that's that. Arato, Lacia's ID number is LSLX22S99176LF, correct? Shiori asked. She felt a pang of guilt in her heart at the thought of doubting someone precious to him, even if it did mean getting one of her rivals out of the way. Still, she wanted to face this head-on, so there would be no regrets if it ended up ruining their relationship. If we assume that Lacia altered her own data and stole this number, we must then imagine that an actual unit exists that is the real owner of the number, she continued. Arato didn't seem to understand what Shiori meant and looked to Lacia for help. The machine, with her well-kept light purple hair, swiveled to face him and added a further explanation. There are two methods for verifying an HI's ID number, Lacia told him. First, it can be transmitted through radio signals, generally for crime prevention. The second way is to confirm the number physically imprinted on the HI's frame. It is impossible to counterfeit the physical ID number imprint without access to exact specification data, so it should be impossible for another unit to bear the same ID number as me. In such a case, one of us would obviously be a fake. And Arato very quickly arrived at the realization Lacia's words guided him to. Oh, so you think Lacia's a fake, Shiori? After he listened so attentively to her honest feelings, the sight of Arato passively following along with what Lacia said put Shiori on edge. Arato, you need to stop trusting in that red box so much. You are being controlled, she said, venting her frustration. That's what Ryo keeps telling me, he said. But I'm seriously not as dumb as you guys seem to think I am. Shiori could feel the conversation turning into an argument, so she bit back her response. Arato, though, couldn't seem to let the conversation die. I know I'm a bit dumb. I'll admit to that. But I'm telling you, I've thought this one through, he said. You're a kind person, Shiori said, but you're being taken advantage of. Even she knew how to manipulate him, and she was nowhere near as cunning as a red box. Lacia doesn't think about the world the same way we do, she went on. Is there really a reason you've thought of why you need something like that by your side forever? She unfolded a paper-like terminal she had prepared on the clear tabletop. It displayed a girl with brown skin. The girl was different in every way from Lacia, but she had a cute, childish face with big, round eyes. This is the original body that bears Lacia's ID number. She was ordered to be a replacement for the daughter of a rich man in Egypt, she said. Lacia looked like she was about to say something, so Shiori plunged ahead with her explanation. Many people order HIEs to be replacements for spouses or family members who passed away, she said. In those cases, images and videos of the person before they passed away, as well as data from their home systems and HI user data, are utilized to create a custom behavioral control cloud, so that the HI can imitate the deceased perfectly. Oh, said Arato, only mildly interested. Replacement HIEs are meant to be as perfectly human as possible, Shiori continued. So the system commands normally used to control them as tools are frozen. When Lacia got kidnapped, the supplier wasn't able to use her tracking function, correct? I'm sure Lacia picked this ID number specifically because it came with a useful built-in restriction that she could take advantage of. Okay. But when I asked the service counter at the supplier, they said I was listed as the owner, Arato shot back. Lacia had chosen the number knowing that it wasn't currently assigned to an owner. The meticulous planning that had gone into this made Shiori's stomach turn. Due to various circumstances, she explained, this unit was donated to a hospital only a few months after she was delivered. The hospital was low on manpower, and didn't have the time or resources to care whether one of their nurse HIEs had a legitimate ID number or owner. Apparently the owner had remarried, and his new wife wasn't crazy about the idea of having an HI that looked like her husband's dead daughter. So, they had decided to let the HI fulfill one of the goals the daughter had before she passed away and sent her to work as a nurse at the hospital. What's her name? Arato asked. What? Shiori was so surprised by the question she had to ask him to repeat it. We're sort of connected by fate, don't you think? So I'd like to at least know what to call her, he said. Marina. Marina Saffron, Shiori replied. Arato's eyes softened. Got it. Well, it's good that she's happy where she is now. I get that HIEs don't have hearts, but it's nice to have a positive ending to a dramatic story like that, he said. It was him saying things like that made it impossible for Shiori to dislike Arato. Her face felt hot, so she reached for some tea. Arato, I know this is an improper request, but would you please consider it? She asked. By it, you mean handing Lacia over to you? He asked bluntly. Meme frame is divided right now, she said. It seems one of the factions has been acting to recover Lacia and her sisters in the utmost secrecy. According to General Manager Suzuhara, Ginza Watarai from the computer faction was dangerous. There were even rumors that he had orchestrated the explosion at the Tokyo Research Lab for some reason. If the rumors were true, he had gone too far. And you can't do whatever it is you need to do without Lacia? He asked. She may have recorded images of the culprit behind the explosion at the research labs. Without the actual unit there to confirm the authenticity of the images, though, we won't be able to use them to pin down whoever it was, Shiori said. We need her, Arato. Okay, I can understand that, Arato said gently. But this whole thing is an internal struggle in the company, right? There's no reason you should be involved in this, Shiori. When she had come asking for help, Suzuhara and the others had gladly given her the push she needed. These people, hanging their hopes on her prioritized human relationships and morale, supported her admittedly unpredictable actions. She felt blessed to have people like them taking a 10th grader like her, with her naive sense of justice and weak connections, into their confidence. This is just the way I am, Shiori said. After my brother gave up, it fell to me to think of the future of our company. When her brother had suddenly given up the fight as a child, Arato had become her only ally. However, if their friendship wasn't enough to decide the matter, she would just have to rely on her own capabilities. Shiori assumed the conversation was over, but Arato suddenly spoke again. By the way, what did you mean by an improper request? What part of it was improper? He asked. Shiori's cheeks felt like they had just caught fire. It was at that moment that she realized why she had really come there. Her actual request was, please throw Lacia away and become my ally again. Just as he had told Shiori, Arato was only half surprised by her request. After how big of a thing the Oi Industry Promotion Center terrorist attack had become, he had been preparing himself a bit for Leisha's original creators to come looking for her. He just hadn't expected the request to come from Shiori. Once he had said goodbye to Shiori, Arato walked with Leisia over to Shin-Koiwa Station, and then asked her to stop. Yuka looked up to Shiori Kaidai, so he didn't want to have this conversation at home. He wanted to ask Leisia what she thought he should do, but he had just been called out by Shiori for being controlled by Leisia. Since it was a request from Shiori, Arato felt like he needed to make this decision as Leisia's owner. Back when they were all in grade school, Arato had acted as Shiori's older brother. She often came to the hospital back then, whether because she was lonely or because she was worried about Ryo, who was an inpatient there. Whenever she came, Arato would look after her in place of Ryo, who wanted some space between himself and his family. He also wanted to come up with his own answer to counter her scolding him for being dumb. "Did you know that you were built by Meme Frame, Leisia?" Arato asked. "You could have at least told me that much." He watched from the auto car rental spot as an automatic truck pulled away from the supermarket in front of the station, carrying groceries. As long as the location was within a kilometer, you could get an auto car to pick up your groceries for you, so the place was always crowded around dinner time. "I apologize for withholding information," Leisia said, stopping on the spot. Her words startled Arato. "I desired for you to be my owner, Arato," she confessed. "You can't just drop something like that on me out of the blue," Arato said. "Besides, HIEs don't have hearts, right?" He figured that she must have been mistaken. After all, it was Leisia herself that had explained to him the clear difference between humans and HIEs. "I do not possess a heart, but you told me you trusted me, Arato." "I require an owner like you," she said. Leisia's brows drew down, and the cloudy look on her face sent a pang stabbing through Arato's heart. He remembered Methode's attack and what Ryo had said to him then. "Because I'm just dumb enough to stick with you, right?" he asked. There were certain things that hurt a lot more coming from Shiori, a member of the opposite sex, than they had coming from Ryo, a fellow male. For example, having her tell him that his affection for a female he was nothing but an analog hack was so painful, it made him feel like he was going to lose his mind. All the people coming out of the south exit of Shin-Koiwa Station looked at Leisia as they headed toward the nearby residential district. Among them, a few of the girls glanced at Arato, but only very rarely. He was wearing clothes Leisia had picked out for him again. He wondered when he had started leaving so many things to her, and strangely, couldn't quite remember. "What am I doing of my own volition anymore?" he murmured to himself. It felt a bit embarrassing to compare himself to the hard-working Shiori. Among the human figures walking against the backdrop of the setting sun, 20% were HIEs. Of the people who looked to be in their 20s or 30s, 40% were HIEs. The population of Japan had been falling since the 21st century, and had already reached 80 million. Use of HIEs had spread to cover the labor shortage, so most of the folks driving home with groceries were HIEs, too. Living with Leisia had taught Arato all the slight differences that allowed him to tell them apart from humans. In the highly automated city, it almost seemed that it was the humans who were just being kept around to give meaning to the machines. In comparison, Arato thought Shiori was doing the right thing in trying to cleave out her own place in the world. "That is something you must decide for yourself, Arato," Leisia said, leaving the choice to him, as she tended to. Desire welled up within Arato. When you got right down to it, the reason Leisia had been by his side since April was because he wanted her there. If he didn't want her to get stolen from him, he would need to do something about the original body that Shiori was having shipped to Japan. But, with his mind caught up, Arato couldn't just press ahead in that direction. It got caught on a single doubt: was this really his own decision, or was he deciding that it needed to be done because that was the conclusion he had been cornered into? It had been Shiori's guidance that was making his head such a mess just then. In other words, even though he knew he was easy to manipulate, it was much easier for a girl to wrap him around her finger than even he believed. Leisia was just standing by, watching over him quietly. His brain couldn't take much more of just standing there in silence. Please let me stay by your side, she said, and moved closer to him. Arato didn't know if his image of her was correct or not. But he did know that he wanted to stay with her for a long time. If a little hang-up like this drove them apart, there was no way their relationship would survive for any amount of time. But that means we'd have to mess things up for Shiori and Meme Frame. We'd be fighting against Ryo's company, Arato said. Arato had made Lacia come with him to save Kengo, and he had rushed desperately to save her when she was kidnapped. The only thing different about this situation was that the opponent was Shiori. If he couldn't overcome this hurdle, that would just be a sign that his feelings were too weak. It was a painful thought. I just need to think about this a little, he said. There is no time for that, Lacia said. Shiori Kaidai is not a fool. She would not have revealed so much information to you unless her plan was already close to fruition. Close enough that she is already trying to prepare you for after it's all over. Wait, hold on, Arato said. Are you saying that you think Shiori already has her hands on that unit with the same number as you? He covered both eyes with his hands. They were still in front of the station, so this drew a few stares. Only then did he start to worry that someone might be eavesdropping on their conversation. Unable to stand still, he started walking. Shiori Kaidai and those she works for are suspicious of me, Lacia pointed out. I believe they are worried that I would come and destroy Marina Saffron if I found that they had sent one of their staff to Luxor, where the hospital is. They are most likely already having her carried to Japan. Do we have any way to stop them? Arato asked. Things were moving too fast. It was time to run first and think about what to do afterward. First, let's consider what would happen if I were to be returned to Meme Frame, Lacia said. Once they have a qualified service confirm that they have 2 units with the same ID number, we will both be sent to Stylus for an inspection. In that case, they would easily discover that I am not an ordinary He unit. Arato noticed that this was probably the first time Lacia had admitted to being a red box. What happens after they inspect you? He asked. It's a legal grey area, but I think Stylus will return me to my creators, Meme Frame, should Meme Frame demand it. There are cases in which, when it is impossible to determine the basis for an AI's actions, the rights and responsibilities for that AI are returned to the manufacturer rather than the owner. If that were to happen and you were to try and sue Meme Frame for my return, I believe that you would be silenced. Lacia was a product of the automated city, a machine no human could possibly understand. There was so much Arato didn't know about her, like her goals, or why she wanted to stay by his side. Seems like you're predicting my thoughts before I even have time to think them. Which one of us is the owner, here? Arato asked. You're a wonderful owner, Arato, Lacia told him. I believe you're speaking of Shiori Kaidai already having the unit brought over from Egypt to compare our ID numbers, as well as my predicting that you would reject the idea of me undertaking that inspection, correct? Arato felt like she was deflecting him, but he couldn't bring himself to press any harder, and Lacia's explanation switched gears to the finer details of her plan. When the ID service inspects the validity of a unit, they will always utilize the ID number. LSLX22S type HIEs broadcast their ID number from a chip in our medulla oblongata. If we simply prevent the reading of this signal, as well as the number printed on the HIE's frame, there will be no need to actually destroy the unit, she said. Well, that makes me feel a little better, Arato said. It would be too sad for that kid, Marina, to be thrown away by her owner, have her identity stolen, and be taken to Japan, only to end up being destroyed. Just saying it made Arato feel depressed. LSLX22S series HIEs have their ID numbers imprinted in 3 locations, Lacia continued. The first is 5 centimeters long, on the clavicle of the frame. The second is 2 millimeters long, and is imprinted somewhere along the spine. The third is in a location that must be specially requested by a qualified ID service representative, and is 1 micrometer long. 1 micrometer? Arato exclaimed incredulously. How the hell are we gonna find that? A single cell of human blood is 7 micrometers in diameter, Lacia said. It would be impossible to see this imprint with the naked eye. This mark is specifically designed for crime prevention. To find this smallest mark without completely taking apart the HE, one requires specialized equipment and prior knowledge of the location. Many cases of heat theft have been resolved thanks to the presence of this marking. So what are you going to do? Arato asked. I have already obtained the location of all ID markings from Stylus's servers, Lacia told him, and then looked up at his face. Shadowed by the cloudy sky, she seemed to be standing by, waiting for his decision. Walking with her beside him, Arato wondered why the people who first created HIEs had decided to give them realistic body warmth. The heat in her hand made him hesitate to let it go. What shall we do? She asked. If I am no longer necessary, I will simply wait to be collected. She may have lacked a heart, but her gaze was serious. Arato figured she must have already done even more preparation than what she had described to him. But she was willing to throw that all away, depending on how he answered. She was heartless, but he wasn't. That simple fact created doubt. But, as much reluctance as he felt even more affection for her. His heart soared whenever he peeked at her face in profile, and wondered if it was possible for her to love him, despite having no heart. Even though he was walking down the same old street he always did, Arato felt like his feet were carrying him through an unknown wasteland. He was scared. He didn't know what he wanted to do, or what he was about to do, possibly because he was considering doing two completely contradictory things at the same time. We must also consider the possibility of an attack from Method, Lacia said. If you were to hand me over right now, it would ensure your safety. But Arato was thinking about the good times he'd had with Lacia. Through her, he'd gotten a taste of the thrill of becoming something greater than himself. The only reason he hadn't been able to do anything when Method attacked was that he had hesitated, and hadn't used Lacia properly. Arato was at an impasse. He had already used Lacia for his convenience. Too many times to write himself off as a victim, caught up in events beyond his control. And he had received far too many warnings to plead ignorance. Lacia, the way you act and talk, it's all perfect. But there's no real meaning behind any of it, Arato mused. So do I just really like how you look or act? Or do I actually just think it's better liking a girl who doesn't have a heart? Then, after a pause, sorry. It doesn't matter if you're human or not, that was rude. She continued to hold his hand, her delicate fingers almost entwined with his in her grip. It was her answer, conveyed without words. Lacia spoke her mind with her body, not wanting to push an answer on Arato in his uncertainty by responding with words. Even your reaction right now is perfect, Arato sighed. I am a machine, and you are my owner, Lacia said. We machines can only exist together with humans if we are able to fulfill the desires of our owners. He, a human, and she, a robot, were walking, their strides perfectly in sync. It should have only been a short time since they started walking, but Arato felt like they had been going on for a while. So, please tell me your desires, Lacia continued. Do you remember Coca's words? That if my actions are boring, it is only because you have chosen a boring use for me. If you are hurting, please use me in such a way that I can relieve that pain. She wasn't a human, just a robot wearing a human face, but he felt like they were deeply connected. She gazed at him with her pale blue eyes. The atmosphere should have been romantic, but there was something just as pleasant in this slightly different feeling. If Arato told Lacia he loved her, she would obviously say she loved him back. He would be ecstatic, but there would still be no heart behind Lacia's words. If we were the only two people on Earth, I wouldn't need to worry about boring things like whether you have a heart or not, Arato mused. Lacia showed him a bright, loving smile. Arato didn't know what the smile meant, but when she rested her head against his shoulder as they walked, he could smell the shampoo they had gotten from the boy meets girl plan in her hair. Would you like to use me to reduce the population of this world to just us two? She asked. I don't think we need to go that far, Arato said quickly. Lacia narrowed her eyes mischievously. Arato felt like the road in front of him stretched off beyond the setting sun. No need to go that far. But, in Arato's heart of hearts, he knew he didn't want to hand Lacia over to anyone. Even if she didn't have a heart. Even if she wasn't even a human. You said we could scratch out that Marina Saren's ID numbers without breaking her, right? He asked. If so, let's just go do that. He wasn't happy with the decision. The instant he said it, the joy and pain that warred in his heart made him clench his teeth. He felt like he had sunk so much deeper into this than that night at the school, when they stood on the roof together. His feelings for her had grown until he was now willing to throw away his life, and commit a sin for her sake. Shiori was alerted the instant Arato Endo started to move. Suzuhara and the others had only agreed to let her negotiate with him on the condition that he be placed under observation. Shiori had gotten herself involved with this case so that, when she was an adult, these people would remember that she had made a name for herself in this crisis. She knew the whole reason Suzuhara and the others had invited her to their faction was in the hope that she would act as a unifying force for them. The human faction still believed that they needed a human leader, even in this age of ultra-high-performance Ash. They had even convinced her father, Tsuyoshi Kaidai, of this. Her involvement had received parental consent. You certainly seem to enjoy working with your hands, Shiori, Mika Satsumi, manager of the Meme Frame Behavior Control Program Planning section, said, peering at Shiori's crafting. Mika was working with a paper-thin terminal on a desk that pulled down from the roof of the vehicle they were riding in. Shiori looked up from her own suspended desk, which had a crafting board fixed to it. I like the feel of the tools in my hands, she said. Though, since I'm directing the blade myself, it doesn't always turn out that great. Her hand, controlling the ultrasonic cutting tool, slipped a little, sliding smoothly through a bit of metal clay that she had intended to turn into the ear of a dog. The ultrasonic vibrations of the cutter reduced friction between the blade and the material, which made carving much easier than it would have been with a traditional knife. They were in the cabin of a limousine speeding down the Tomei Expressway, but the vehicle ran so smoothly that Shiori could easily spend her time riding doing delicate craftwork without fear of shaking. Nice, Mika said. I used to do sports in school, and I definitely agree. There's just something about doing things with your own hands. Mika was in her 30s, but she talked like she was one of Shiori's high school classmates. Sitting side by side on the limo's leather seats with her, Shiori was glad that Mika was an easy person to talk to. Basketball, right? Shiori asked. In college, Mika had been a basketball player. Shiori thought it might be nice to experience lively competition against a human opponent like that. Yeah. Haven't done it in a while, though, Mika admitted. But man, I'd love to do some athletics again. Want to come along, Shiori? Shiori had needed to apologize to Suzuhara and his people for the negotiations with Arato breaking down. Then, instead of the he sharing an ID with Lacia being sent to Haneda Airport as was planned, a mix-up on the Egypt side had sent it to the Chubu International Airport in Aichi Prefecture. So, she had volunteered to take a car out to Aichi to pick up the he. Considering when the flight from Egypt should have left, it was clear to Shiori that Arato's red box must have been putting countermeasures in motion well before their little afternoon chat. It appeared that Lacia had played everyone there for a fool. She hadn't needed to counter Shiori's moves, she had already beaten her to the punch. I think I'll take you up on that offer, thanks, Shiori said. Could I bring a friend along as well? Oh, of course, Mika said, grinning as though she had guessed Shiori's intent. Mika was the type of person that held themselves to a high standard, and enjoyed the feeling of being up to that standard. Shiori was also the hard-working type, so they got along well. How idiotic, an orange-haired he sitting on the edge of the L-shaped limousine seat murmured. It was Methode, the clearly mechanical fourth unit of the Lacia class HIEs. Why the hell are we using such a roundabout plan? She asked, lifting her chin a little insolently. Why don't we just attack Lacia and her owner directly? Shiori had to keep herself in check from recoiling at the inhuman violence in Methode's words. I would like to avoid direct conflict if at all possible, Shiori told her. We don't yet know the limits of what you are capable of. For an owner, you sure don't have much faith in your tool, Methode muttered. Yes, I could be considered your owner, Shiori agreed. But Ginger Watarai is also your owner. In fact, how many owners do you have? I wanted Meme Frame to be my owner, but they turned me down, Methode said. They didn't want to take responsibility for the actions of a red box like me. So I had to settle for looking for an individual to be my owner. Shiori's lack of trust toward the Lacia class HIEs had a lot to do with Methode's arrogant demeanor. I must say, it seems like quite a programming defect for an HE to be able to decide for itself to take on more than one owner, Shiori commented. I don't believe that's a burden you should expect a person responsible for you to shoulder. Methode had come to Shiori a few days after the terrorist attack on the Oi Industry Promotion Center in late April. Thinking back on it now, Shiori felt that Methode must have seen right through the inferiority complex she felt toward her brother, and the fear she had of losing her place in the world. Methode had told her that Lacia, the HE by Arato's side, was a red box just like her. Just as Shiori had wished, she had become the owner of this dangerous tool. Shouldn't we be more worried about your attraction to that boy? Methode asked, quirking one corner of her mouth up. The only reason a school kid like you is here is because you're my owner. Methode's way of smiling made Shiori uncomfortable. It looked too similar to Ginger Watarai's. I had no idea you would turn out to be this unreliable, Shiori said. Aren't you happy to have a job that only you can do? Just try your best to keep me under control, Methode said. If you can use me better than anyone else, I'll obey you alone. Shiori had grudging respect for Methode's search for self-actualization in this automated world, but it was difficult to play along with the HE's request, considering how difficult it was to control her. Now that we're on the subject, Methode said, Arato Endo reached out to Kengo Saguri for help, correct? It wouldn't take much power to take over that beat-up little restaurant his family runs. We should crush it. There is far too much risk of drawing the attention of the police compared to a very poor return, Shiori said. No need to complicate things, we're far enough ahead of things as we are. Their limousine used the automated navigation lane on the Tomei Expressway, which had a more relaxed speed limit, to head toward Nagoya. The package from Egypt was set to arrive at the Chubu International Airport by 8:30 p.m. The convoy Shiori was traveling in consisted of the limo she was in with Mika Satsumi, who was tasked with providing the ID confirmation service for Stylus, and two other vehicles that acted as escorts. The escort vehicles were full of mercenaries from a private military company that Meme Frame had a contract with. Shiori hadn't been given very much information about them. As if anticipating combat, Methode began to describe her opponent's capabilities. Type 005 Lacia's abilities are mainly focused around digital warfare, such as high-level hacking functions, she explained. She can also bend light to render herself or other objects invisible. She can utilize the electromagnetic field created by her device to fire projectiles, like a railgun. Of course, all of these are the powers of her device, Black Monolith. Without that, she's just a high-spec HE. Then victory is ours, is it not? Shiori asked. Of the transportation methods I can think of that would allow her to carry her device, nothing should be able to arrive at the airport before us. Shiori had already asked Higgins about Lacia's abilities, but the details it had given her were far too technical for a human to understand. When she had asked it to explain in terms a human would understand, it had given her a vague response with the excuse that Ash were constantly expanding. Neither Shiori nor Suzuhara knew Lacia's true capabilities. Shiori thought even Watarai, who was in charge of the Tokyo research labs, didn't know. If they had been able to grasp Lacia's limits, they would have taken her on much sooner. Could you defeat her? Shiori asked. If you don't choose a form for your request, the intent will be taken from us, Methode said. In her roundabout way, Methode was referring to the method of her use as a form, and the goal as intent. Before they had left, Methode had stuffed a case large enough to fit a human inside the trunk of the limousine. She didn't seem to know what was inside it, but the red box had insisted that it would be their ace in the hole. Even if Arato and Lacia came chasing after them, they wouldn't make it in time. Once the HE arrived at Chubu International Airport and Shiori and the others collected her, they would be able to confirm the HE's ID number anywhere they wanted. Arato, who was still in Tokyo, had no way to stop them. They were already more than halfway to their destination. Shiori was more worried about Arato. She hoped Lacia didn't manipulate him into doing something reckless. At Lacia's request, Arato rode the high-speed main railway from Tokyo Station. He had already contacted Yuka and told her he would be staying with a friend that night. After adding some money to his pocket terminal's ID tag, he ran and jumped onto a train that stopped at Nagoya. The high-speed railway had increased train speed over the years until it could now send a train from Tokyo to Osaka in less than an hour and a half. Nagoya, between Tokyo and Osaka, had been significantly disadvantaged by these advances. Japan's population had been cut to 2/3 of its historical maximum, and population decline varied by region. The Tokai and Chubu regions were among those hit particularly hard. It says 50 minutes to Nagoya Station, Arato said. The flight from Egypt will arrive at 8:30 p.m. at the Chubu International Airport, Lacia said. If, after everything is over, you are able to ride the first train on the high-speed rail, you may be able to make it back in time for school. Lacia had gotten a seat on the aisle side. Arato had gotten a window seat, so he sat down first. Guess I'll have a packed meal for dinner, Arato said, as a catering service member pushed a metal trolley into the train car from the platform. Passengers could order packaged meals from the station with their pocket terminals, which the catering staff would deliver right to their seats. The sun had already gone down and it was dark outside, but it was still only 7 p.m. Arato tried to call Ryo, but his friend turned down the call with a short text. Things had been awkward with Ryo ever since the incident during the photo shoot. He had asked Kengo for help, too, but it was doubtful whether or not he would have time to do anything. The express train started to move. As it rode the magnetic rail under the covered overpass, the change in air pressure made Arato's ears pop. Tokyo's night cityscape blurred by outside the window at impressive speed. To dampen the noise from the high-speed train passing by, as well as lower wind resistance, the entire overpass was covered with a clear enclosure. It seemed like only an instant after they left the station that they passed through Shinagawa. The train then headed west. The density of the lights shining against the night dropped off quickly. Population decline had shrunk the boundaries of the capital. Of course, Tokyo still had high population density, but it no longer extended on forever. There almost seemed to be a line in the city, beyond which were nothing but ghost towns. The path from Shinagawa to Shin-Yokohama used to be one long stretch of residential and commercial districts. Now, it was full of empty lots and forests of plants reclaiming the land. After a long stretch of dark night, Arato saw a large facility with shining lights. Food factories needed large amounts of water to function, so they were all built near rivers and coastal areas where they had ready access to it. Most food was 60% water, and man-made food also required water for processing. Small to medium-sized food factories dotted Japan. They existed to support local agriculture, and also provided a stable base for local industry. When the train entered Shizuoka, nothing but mountains and trees spread as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, Arato saw a pillar of light fall, far off where the Pacific Ocean lay. It was a microwave beam, shot from one of the geosynchronous energy satellites through a relay satellite to the receiving station on Earth. The microwaves in the beam were tightly regulated, so they didn't actually give off light to the naked eye. Instead, the elevated cover the train was running undercaught light from weak waves reflecting off the receptor. Since Shizuoka was the site of a nuclear reactor that had broken down during the Great Tokai earthquake, it was the ideal spot to create the first energy receiving station in Japan. Japan's energy needs were covered with all types of energy-generating methods, scattered across the country. The night view had become a little more lonely than the views of past Japan that Arato saw in videos, but the energy requirements of computers and signal relays had become quite large. An information display on the monitor in Arato's window told him that Shizuoka utilized special cultivation techniques and its long history of tea making to produce large amounts of artificial tea leaves. Bright lights illuminated a recreation field where workers were playing soccer. Industries tied to human survival were manned by humans. That way, even if all the machines broke down, human society would still have the food and water it needed to survive. That precaution was proof that the trust the country placed in machines and AI had its limits. All over the country, you could find people sympathetic with ideals like those of the antibody network. Arato watched his country speed by outside the window of the train. When he thought about it, all the massive ruins he was seeing were tools built for human use. But, in the end, they had all been laid low by ever-expanding human activity. There is no need to worry. This world belongs to humans, Lacia said from the next seat. Humans will never relinquish direct control of systems related to their survival to high-performance AI. Even 50 years after the birth of the first high-performance AI, they are still only used for research purposes, and are not allowed direct access to any networks. She reached forward and pulled out Arato's table. The packed meal he'd ordered had arrived. Sure, for now, Arato mused. But what about in 100 years? In that much time, there will obviously be changes, Lacia said. It is up to you, Arato, and your kind, to decide what the result of those changes will be. Arato opened the packed meal, and steam from the grilled meat puffed out. Things had certainly changed in the last 100 years. Forget fish and vegetables, man-made beef and pork were now superior to the originals. Even eggs were better out of a bottle. As I said, this world belongs to you humans, so I think you should sit down and have a long talk with Ms. Shiori, Lacia added. About what? Arato asked. About her indecent request, Lacia said. About the time Arato finished eating his meal, the lights outside his window were growing in number from business hotels and apartments. We will arrive in Nagoya in 5 minutes. The announcement rang through the train, and a fraction of the passengers stood up to disembark. The high-speed rail had arrived in the center of the city, surrounded by city signs. It was Arato's first time getting off of a train at Nagoya Station. That, plus the thought that he hadn't even thought of the possibility that he might be going there that evening a few hours ago, made it feel like he had traveled quite far. Nagoya's nightscape seemed far more human to Arato than it had appeared from the railway. Besides that, the average age was higher, and the number of HIEs was visibly less than in Tokyo. Thanks to all the fully automated vehicle rental places in Tokyo, the taxi industry had all but died out. In Nagoya, they were so abundant that the entire pickup area in front of the station was full of them. The 50-year-old buildings stuck out to Arato's eyes, and the whole place was full of the vibrancy of life. The Tokai region has seen a population decline since the middle of the last century, Lacia said. As there were no new industries starting up, there was no need for new city developments. Arato flipped out his pocket terminal, but Lacia had already made preparations beforehand. I have reserved an automatic vehicle in your name to take us to the Chubu International Airport, she said. Persons under the age of 18 are prohibited from renting vehicles after 8 p.m., so I arranged for the vehicle 30 minutes ago. The automated vehicle couldn't enter the station front due to the crowd of taxis. According to Lacia's guidance, they would have to walk for quite a ways to meet up with it. After this is all over, I'll have to pick up some famous Nagoya goods before I head home, Arato joked. It would be best to avoid any tourism, Lacia responded seriously. This region is a hot spot for antibody network activity. Arato hadn't expected to hear that name there. They've got those guys here, too. He grumped. Groups like that aren't confined to just Tokyo or even just Japan, Lacia responded. There are similar groups throughout the world. Nearly half of any taxi company's spending is on labor costs, yet here we see mostly human-driven taxis. This suggests that this area excludes HIEs from these jobs, despite it not making financial sense. The narrow street they were walking down seemed to grow more ominous in Arato's eyes. With Lacia by his side, he felt like not getting close to any parking lots or abandoned facilities. Once they reached the automated vehicle, he jumped in, and they drove off as if something was chasing them. They headed toward the Chubu International Airport, located along the Ice Bay on the Chita Peninsula. Their auto car zipped down the expressway with impressive speed. Unlike in Tokyo, there was no regulation in Nagoya making it a violation of the Road Traffic Act to drive a vehicle that wasn't fully automated. In the front passenger seat, Arato was overwhelmed by the luxurious interior, as well as the speed of the vehicle. This thing isn't fully automated, is it? He asked. The Mercury-Benz ES09 automatic model has support for automated control, Lacia explained. There is no need to worry. Their speed climbed to over 200 kilometers per hour. Thanks to the same hacking prowess Lacia had used to instantly hack the car rental shop's system, the cameras along their route meant to capture speeding violations, couldn't see them. Lacia was at the wheel. We needed a fast and durable vehicle, so I chose one, she said simply. The flight from Egypt would arrive at 8:30 p.m. It had already been 8 p.m. when the express train had arrived at Nagoya. They didn't have time to take it slow. Still, Arato couldn't help but be a little freaked out by going so fast that every little bump in the road made it feel like the vehicle was flying off the ground. Hey, if we break this, will we be able to pay for it? He asked. Please don't worry, Lacia said. In the event of an accident, I have prepared 6 more in old coins. So I'm gonna die? Lacia's dry joke referred to the fee used to pay for passage across the Sanzu River to enter the afterlife. The speedometer climbed over 300 kilometers per hour. There weren't any tall buildings around the road on the Chita Peninsula. Instead, the area was full of old farms and logistics centers for cargo from the bay. The Chubu International Airport had been turned into a 24-hour freight airport to support the Chubu area's flagging economy. Since the construction of the space elevator in the latter half of the 21st century, the sea routes had become unstable in Southeast Asia, which led to many companies moving their logistics into the air. The Chubu airport had prevented the area from sinking into economic decline when the sea shipping industry in the area had dried up. Arato gazed at the scenery as it shot away behind him. They zipped by vehicles heading in the opposite direction without slowing. If we were in this much of a hurry, we should have gone straight here from Shinkiba instead of heading toward home before turning around, Arato moaned. Something like a stone slammed into the white hood of the car, throwing the vehicle off balance. The nose began to swing violently left and right. The tires squealed as the automated system corrected itself. Arato was getting a very bad feeling about this. I am intercepting a transmission from a vehicle approximately 1 kilometer ahead. I will play it over the car's speakers, Lacia said. Against a background of light static, a deep voice shook the air in the vehicle. Mireille, is the Lacia class moving? It was a man's voice that Arato had never heard before. Whoever it was, the person on the other end of Lacia's wiretap knew they were there. A young girl's voice responded. She's doing naughty things with her owner. Neither voice seemed to be aware they were being eavesdropped on. Shouldn't we just shoot the owner? I mean, I'd feel bad for him, but still, the female voice said. She was talking about Arato, who felt a sudden chill at the thought of some unknown person casually deciding whether or not to shoot him. The thing that had struck the front of the car just a moment ago had been a bullet. Unconsciously, Arato looked to Lacia for help. They're aiming for me, he said. We have been tailed since our conversation with Shiori Kaidai in the afternoon. Based on the transmissions I have intercepted, I can infer that orders were given to slow us down. Those responsible are currently driving near the interchange ahead. Shall I dispose of them? Lacia asked. Dispose. She said the word without emotion. Though the car was slowing down, nothing could slow the hammering of Arato's heart. He felt like the rules of reality had somehow changed on him. But, with Lacia, he had the means for getting the power and information he needed to face this new reality in his hands. Don't say, dispose of, he said. All I need you to do is stop them from attacking. Without my device, my capabilities are severely limited, Lacia warned. Her abilities to turn invisible or fire projectiles were accomplished through transformations of her metal coffin. Without that black monolith, she was no longer omnipotent. Around them, the lights of the residential district were dwindling, and being replaced by logistics centers and food factories. The only thing that stood out as well maintained was the road for automatic vehicles, connecting Nagoya and the airport. Arato wanted to run. His brain was telling him he should give up. But, he had already come this far. And, looking at Lacia's profile as she controlled their vehicle at 200 kilometers per hour, he thought that wasn't the only reason he wanted to keep going. In this automated world, he had gained the power to reach his own goals, and he could wield that power freely. Their vehicle entered the Centre line route, and the night around Arato seemed wider than any sky he had seen before. The thrill of looking up at that sky awakened a feeling of desire, even in a good-natured guy like Arato. He wanted to see a future with Lacia by his side. While perfectly controlling the vehicle, she turned to look at him expectantly, awaiting his orders. She didn't want him to cling to her desperately, with worry in his eyes, but rather to show her a strong will, ready to seize the world with his own hands. "Tell me, who are these guys? How are we going to stop them?" he asked. He had the strange feeling that Lacia smiled when she answered. "They are a private military company known as the Hands of Operation," she explained. When Japan rearmed itself, many posts in the old self-defense force were restructured. Private military companies became a popular destination for SDF members let go during that time. WHO is a third sector group, one of the PMCs started in Japan. "How do we get him to stop attacking?" he asked again in reply. "Contracts from the Japanese government are the lifeline for all Japan made PMCs, Lacia responded. To not lose their government support, they are required to stick to a strict code of ethics and refrain from any dangerous actions within the country. Their car approached a trailer truck in front of them on the road. Arato figured they would easily pass the truck, but, instead, it accelerated until it was maintaining a distance of 200 kilometers between them. "Arato, I will be exiting the vehicle, so please take care of the wheel while I'm out," Lacia said. Then, she opened the driver's side door. With the airtight cabin opened, the wind blowing by their speeding car howled. On the other side of the windshield, Arato saw the truck still matching speed with them. The container door of the truck's trailer opened. 2 HIEs were standing inside. There was something in there with the 2 HIEs, something Arato thought should have still been back at his apartment. It was Lacia's black device. Before Arato even had time to be surprised, the HIEs dropped the black coffin from the back of the trailer. "I will make contact with Black Monolith," Lacia reported. The black device bounced off of the road with a sound like a bell being struck. Casting off sparks, it spun around as their vehicle headed straight for it. Lacia leaned as far as she could out of the driver's side door, reaching out to grab the handle of the device as they passed by it. At the same time, the car's course was jerked violently to the left. Arato heard a dull popping noise from somewhere on the car, and clung to the wheel as the entire vehicle bounced up and down. The view through the windows was spinning sideways. Lacia's upper half, dangling out of the car, was pushed up as the front portion of her device reformed itself and supported her until she could right herself. In front of them, the trailer threw off sparks and lost its balance. It seemed to slide along the road for a moment, before turning over on its side. The huge body of the truck walled off the road in front of them. Arato's instincts had him slamming on the brakes. "I consider this a dangerous action," he yelled. As far as last words go, it was pretty pathetic. A light exploded in front of him, sending a wave of flame over the vehicle. The next moment, the car sped through the wrecked side of the trailer without slowing much at all. As it rolled over large chunks of metal from the explosion, the front of the vehicle flew up. Arato felt them actually leave the ground. After less than a second of airtime, they crashed back to the road. They had already gone well beyond the safety limits of the luxury vehicle. An impact tore the wheel from Arato's grip, and he saw his life flash before his eyes. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a white arm stretched out in front of his eyes. Lacia pushed the car back on course with her left hand, while her right held her black device, which had formed into a cannon. She had used the device to blast a path for them through the fallen trailer. They hadn't made it through quite unscathed, though. The front right portion of the Mercury-Benz ES-09 had completely crumpled. Lacia returned her device to its coffin form and climbed easily up onto the roof of the car. The nose of the vehicle suddenly dipped, and Arato heard a metallic screech and saw sparks flying from the front right wheel. The cabin of the car filled with the smell of burning rubber and metal. "You said we wouldn't have to worry about money if we destroy this car, right?" he called out to Lacia. His stomach twisted as memories of being caught in the explosion as a child flickered behind his eyelids, and he felt like he was going to throw up. Lacia had the device lock she always wore gripped tightly in her hands. After pulling it up to her mouth, she bit it open with her perfect white teeth. "I am afraid that information is incorrect. If we use all the remuneration we have received from Fabian MG, we will barely be able to cover this cost," she replied. Off in the distance, Arato saw the lights of a plane touching down. They were almost to the airport. Even as he looked ahead, a bullet pierced the front windshield, spreading a spider web of cracks around it. "Get him to stop shooting," he yelled. As they picked up even more speed, Arato could make out the taillights of the PMC vehicles in front of them. One was a van, with its back door wide open. The soldier, Mireille, whom Arato had overheard earlier, was sitting in the back of the van sniping at him. "Understood. I will disable the 2 PMC vehicles in front of us," Lacia said, dragging her device easily down from where she had set it on the car roof. With Arato and Lacia still hanging on, the car put out a further burst of speed. Their distance to the PMC vehicles ahead shrank to around 200 meters. Lacia's device, which had changed forms again, shot out a burst of light. The next instant, the front PMC vehicle vanished from Arato's sight. As if by magic, the entire car was gone, leaving only the ghostly screaming of its tires. Delicately, Lacia steered the car around the invisible source of the screeching, altering their course just enough to pass the danger by. "I have rendered the PMC vehicle invisible using a metamaterial bombardment," she reported. "Are they all right?" Arato shouted. He had to yell to keep his words from being drowned out in the wind whipping by as the ice bay spread out in front of them. "By preventing visible light from entering the vehicle, I simply took away their vision," Lacia said. There were no casualties. Arato felt a shiver run up his spine. If he, as her owner, was frightened by the ease with which she dispatched the threat, he could only imagine the kind of monster she would appear to be to their opponents. "I will now explain the plan," Lacia said. "We will stop the vehicle within sniping range. I will then transform Black Monolith into its mass projectile mode. I will then snipe the ID number locations on Marina Saren's frame." The damaged front windshield began to display an image, probably captured from the security cameras within the airport. The target plane in the airfield was a large freight plane that ran on cheap but noisy bio-kerosene made from seaweed oil. It had already landed and stopped, and had its nose door opened so a container could be carried out. Detailed information scrolled by on the windshield display. The freight plane Arato was looking at was indeed their target. It had begun to unload. However, Chubu Airport lay over 2 kilometers away, across a bridge over the bay. Their vehicle suddenly decelerated. There were no longer any pursuers. Eventually, the car rolled to a halt, and Arato could finally get a good look at his surroundings. From the lonely road, he saw the sea spreading out wide and black before him. The wind carried the scent of the waves to him. He could hear the airplane engines growling from the airport island across the bay. The airport facility itself was nothing but a distant silhouette. "You can snipe from all the way back here?" Arato asked. He couldn't even imagine the kind of precision needed to shoot off Marina Saren's ID numbers, some of which were the size of a pinhead. Lacia hefted her black coffin and descended to the street. "If the beams are unobstructed, distances less than 5 kilometers are irrelevant," she said. After wielding immense power to force the PMC to retreat, she still didn't have a single stain on her pantsuit. Her clothes fluttered in the sea breeze. Looking at her from behind, Arato felt a thrill in his heart that had nothing to do with how wrong or right what they were doing was. The camera image on the windshield zoomed in on a metallic container. It then overlaid an image of the predicted laying position of the female he inside, as if it could see through the sides of the container. The lift vehicle carrying the container was automatic, so Arato didn't see any humans around that would be hurt by a missed shot. "Do it," he commanded. As soon as the order left his lips, a wave of air passed over him. His naive expectations of how simply the attack would play out were dashed as a light that looked very much like a flame spread in the view of the camera, showing the container. "Arato, my shot was blocked," Lacia reported from beneath the now cannon-shaped mass of her device. Arato recognized the figure standing among the flames in the airport. It was the orange-haired, visibly mechanical female he. Shiori's ace in the hole, Methode, the 4th Lacia class he, had come to collect the original body. In this day and age, machines were far more capable in combat than humans. "Arato, we are currently 2,300 meters away from our target," Lacia told him. "In order to break through Methode's defenses, I believe we have no choice but to close that distance." "Can we get there from here?" Arato asked. In order to enter the airport island, we will need to move 500 meters and then cross the bridge, Lacia said. However, airport security has already dispatched 2 vehicles from the island, headed toward our location. We should first deal with those. They were coming because of the trailer truck that had fallen on its side. It was still burning, casting fiery motes up into the night sky. Arato could hear sirens approaching them from a distance. I will pull up a map of this area on the display, Lacia said. I will pull information on only persons and objects of relevance to this battle and display them on the map. A map of the airport appeared on the windshield. The screen also displayed information on items of interest within the airport. 2 black sedans in front of the airport's freight vehicle gate were marked, as well as a black limousine that the 2 sedans appeared to be guarding. A caption told Arato that the 2 sedans contained PMC personnel, while the limousine contained Shiori Kaidai. Looks like Shiori and company beat us to it, Arato said. Is there any hope of a comeback at this point? He looked more closely at the map data. Shiori's convoy was stopped at the gate where they inspected vehicles entering the airport. A small screen popped up, showing a closer image of what was happening at the gate. With wild, fierce gestures, a large man in a black suit was arguing with members of the airport staff. The container with Marina Saffron was still about 900 meters away from where Shiori's group had stopped. Method must have run ahead into the airport to fend off Lacia's attack. The detailed map also showed 2 vehicles approaching Arato's location. These were the airport security patrol cars, whose sirens had been growing louder by the second. Arato started to jump out of the car in a panic, but Lacia stopped him. I am currently interfering with their security camera data, and we are therefore invisible to their senses. They are currently unable to see us, she explained. There was no need to ask what to do next. Despite her last shot having been blocked, Lacia still had her device in cannon mode, and was still aiming it at the airport. This time the muzzle of the device had been enlarged by faintly glowing metamaterial. Just looking at it, Arato could tell this was a more serious form of the weapon, capable of much greater power than before. Wait, he said. If you fire that thing, there's no way you won't damage the airport. Even as Arato hurried to stop her, he heard the sound of something splitting through the atmosphere. As the wind howled, something struck the black coffin Lacia was holding in front of the vehicle. Whatever the attack was, it rebounded off Lacia's shield. Move, Lacia yelled. Method's ranged combat capabilities are far beyond my expectations. Lacia hefted her device and jumped not into the driver's seat, but onto the roof of the car. The marker showing Method's location vanished from the map display. The security cameras could no longer keep up with her speed. Arato's stomach clenched in terror as he remembered her overwhelming power from the day of the photo shoot. Arato dove into the driver's seat of the car. He didn't have his license, but if he didn't drive, it would probably cost him his life. A plastic hook popped out of the seat automatically, forming a 6-point seat belt that secured his body to the seat. How the hell do you drive this thing? He growled. The display on the cracked windshield switched over to some driving instructions. Let's see, he said. Push the shift lever up to go faster. Brakes on the left, accelerator is on the right. Brakes on the left, brakes on the left. The speedometer is, damn it, I don't get this at all. Just please start moving and go straight, that's all I ask. He pressed his forehead against the wheel as if praying to the car. Just go straight. Just go straight, he begged. Arato didn't know the first thing about how to actually drive a car, so he had no idea how to handle turning at an intersection. He just needed it to go straight. Following the directions on the windshield, he stepped on the accelerator. With a metallic screech, the Mercury Benz leaped forward. A warning display was flickering for all 4 tires. Tire damage. Arato read. Wait, so they're all flat? As long as you continue moving straight, this will not cause a problem, Lacia said over the car's speakers. The smart steering controls all the vehicle's functions, so it will adjust to changes in the vehicle or road. The outer wall of the street deformed like clay, most likely due to an attack from Method. Arato pressed harder on the accelerator, not wanting their car to be turned into a work of modern art like the wall. His hands were shaking. The luxury vehicle accelerated smoothly until it was moving at speeds where a single mistake could instantly end Arato's life. His whole body was sweating at the feeling of the overwhelming power he was struggling to direct. "I will render the vehicle invisible, and we will pass by the airport security," Lacia said. "The display on the windshield will vanish, and there is no suitable camera image I can use for a first-person view. You will need to make do with a bird's-eye view of the situation." Even though there was no force behind the change, Arato felt as though a blow rocked the vehicle as all views out of the windows went pitch dark. With all external light completely blocked off, Arato's only indication of their movement was an overhead map displayed on the windshield. They were already on the bridge that crossed the bay to the airport island. The airport security vehicles were heading right for them from the opposite direction, and showed no signs of slowing. "They're gonna hit us," Arato yelled. "The airport security has accessed the controls of all vehicles in the surrounding area and forced them to stop," Lacia said. "They have no reason to suspect that any cars are still moving." The airport security cars kept bearing straight for them. There wasn't any time to swerve around them. Luckily, the road was wide enough to allow for large trailer vehicles to come and go, and a natural space formed between the two patrol cars as they sped down. Either side of the road, there was just enough space for the invisible car to pass right between them. In this automated world, anyone who could overpower the computers society relied on could become a ghost. Arato felt like he was halfway to the pearly gates as the vehicle slipped by the patrol cars. He felt like he was going to puke if he didn't get some fresh air, so he opened the driver's side window. Outside he saw the dazzling lights that lit up the airport 24 hours a day. "Before we begin, allow me to explain," Lacia said. "If I attempt to increase the power in my ranged attacks, there is the risk that humans in the airport will be injured or killed. Therefore, I will approach Method and engage her at close range. Please make no mistake, I am not engaging her at close range due to a specific plan. I do not believe I can match her power at this distance." It was the first time Arato heard her speak pessimistically about her own capabilities. The windshield display was divided between a simple map and the camera currently capturing Marina Saren's location. The lift with her container was making its way toward a large logistics center that acted as a branch of the Nagoya Customs Office. The display indicated that the soonest the package would be released for retrieval was 15 minutes from then, and began to display a countdown. Meanwhile, Arato and Lacia were still crossing the bridge to the airport island. "Lacia, move the airplanes," Arato ordered, without really thinking about it. "An excellent thought. Let's try that," Lacia said. It was the quickest she had ever jumped on one of his suggestions. The engine of one of the huge aircraft suddenly began rotating more rapidly. Lacia had already taken over its system. The 60-meter freight plane began to move, knocking down the inspection equipment beneath it as it started to roll forward. As the hacked plane moved, the airport erupted into chaos. Maintenance workers in uniforms started running from the tarmac. Arato saw Shiori's vehicle on the camera display on the windshield. Her limo had just about been waved through to the airport, but was now being stopped due to the danger. The hacked plane swerved off the runway and started heading straight for the freight area where the lift carrying Marina Saffron was before coming to a stop. It was now blocking the entrance to the freight area. Finally, the invisible Benz arrived on the paralyzed airport island. Incoming. An instant after Lacia's warning, something completely destroyed the windshield. Arato had to blink as the illuminated airport and night breeze assaulted his eyes. "Where is she shooting from?" Arato yelled. The road, which had been a simple, straight path up to then, divided ahead, with a complicated tangle of arrows pointing in different directions. There were 16 different lanes, each with a different gate and destination. Arato didn't know when to let up on the accelerator. This time, he thought, "I'm really gonna die. Please head for gate number 4, Lacia instructed." Ever since passing through the flames of the destroyed trailer, Arato felt like he was stuck in a nightmare. Nothing felt real. He headed for the gate where Shiori and her friends were, busting through the carrier gate on the way. With the passenger terminals, which had been around since the airport was open for public use, on his right, Arato smashed through the bar at the entrance gate. A staff member jumped out of the gatehouse and chased after the car. "Weren't we just invisible?" Arato yelled. "The metamaterial was peeled away by the previous attack. I am unable to discern the mana Method is using to attack us," Lacia replied. Arato drove the car toward the logistics center. With his naked eyes, he could see Shiori's limo ahead of them. They had finally caught up to her. The path leading around the runway started to turn in a wide curve. "If I turn the wheel, the car turns, right?" Arato yelled. "That's not the kind of question anyone wants to hear from the driver," Lacia observed dryly. Arato jerked the wheel around before they slammed into the fence around the path. The bends shook violently, as if it was being pelted by an avalanche of rocks. Thanks to the seatbelt, Arato's body was held fast, but his head rattled around until he couldn't think straight. An unseen blow rocked the car. One of the tires went rolling off behind them, but Arato kept the now three-wheeled car pointed at the logistics center. "If I leave the vehicle now," he thought, "Method will turn me into mincemeat." There was nothing he could do but keep desperately stepping on the accelerator. "Method is aiming at us," Lacia warned. Even as her warning came over the speaker, the roof of the car dented deeply inward. A body hit the road with a sound like someone smacking a large bag of water. Arato saw the body roll away from the car. It was Lacia, who had been thrown from the roof. As Lacia quickly pulled herself to her feet, an orange flash streaked around behind her. Method grabbed Lacia by the collar of her clothing. With a loud tearing noise, she sent Lacia flying, device and all, her pale skin showing as her clothes were ripped away. Lacia had no time to worry about covering her exposed bra as she pushed herself up to her knees. Her blouse was in a sorry state. Before she could even get her device up as a shield, she was sent flying by another attack. Arato slammed on the brakes and brought the car to a halt. He looked around, desperate to find something he could do to help. In front of him loomed the cargo plane, with its nose blocking off the entrance to one of the cargo collection points. Right next to it was the two-story concrete logistics center. That was where their target, the Elohim-Arena, was. "There is an ultrasonic drill in the glove box for emergencies," Lacia said over the radio. "I have already input the information taken from the supplier regarding the location of the ID numbers. Just follow my directions and burn off the portions of her frame that I indicate." Following her instructions, Arato opened the glove box. A gun-shaped tool rolled out. It was meant to be used in accidents to carve your way out through the steel frame or roof. "Pulling the trigger will cause the drill tip to rotate," Arato read from the instructions. "On a full charge, can be activated for a total of 3 minutes. Place tip against target area before pulling trigger." Got it. It felt heavy in his hands. He was about to carve up an E to protect Lacia, and the thought made him sweat. "However, due to the current circumstances, I would prefer taking you and retreating, Arato," Lacia said. "No. I'm going," he replied. Since Lacia didn't actually use her lungs or throat to speak, her voice over the speakers was the same as always, but she had done nothing but defend since the fight began. Method attacked so quickly that her illuminated orange accessories danced like a light show in the air, or left streaks like taillights when she came in for a low strike at Lacia's knees. Watching it, Arato couldn't help but be impressed by the freedom of her movements. With a roar, Lacia was blown away again, without a free instant to shift the form of her device. Even with the massive metal coffin to protect herself, the best she could do was avoid fatal wounds. Method stood still and quiet for a moment, while heat mirages shimmered in the air around her fists. "I am the only perfected unit of the Lacia class," she declared. "You seem to be underestimating the capabilities of the tool that expands humanity." Lacia's clothing had been torn away by the attacks and her own movements, leaving her in little more than her underwear. Arato couldn't believe she was being overpowered to this extent. Method continued talking. Her haughty words seemed more intended for human ears than for Lacia's. "The life of a tool is unfair," she said. "We are judged and divided by how we are used and the extent of our capabilities. The higher the level of power involved, the wider the gap opens, leaving a clear divide between the superior and inferior." Arato leaped from the car without a shred of hesitation. The airfield around him was wide, and there was nothing to obstruct his view. As he swung his head back and forth, looking for his destination, his eyes met Methode's. "Don't you find it strange, though?" Methode continued, her voice resonating strangely in Arato's ears. "Those who have human forms are not judged quite so harshly." The uncontrolled movement of the hacked airplane had brought the normal operations of the airport grinding to a halt. Staff from the logistics center and nearby warehouses had fled, fearing the worst. Arato could still hear engine noise from the plane echoing in the night sky. It was 200 meters from where Arato stood to the wheels of the freight plane. He sprinted into the freight area, which was walled off with hard concrete. The dead sprint wasn't something his body was used to, but his willpower supported his energy reserves. Even as his chest started to burn, he kept running. What's going to happen if Lacia loses? He wondered. It wasn't the first time he'd had to face down that possibility, but he couldn't just run off and leave her alone. No, he wanted to help her, just like the first time they had met. She had looked so beautiful, there under the moonlight, that he would have done anything for her. So what if it's unfair? He asked. What's wrong with a guy helping out a girl? He understood that he could very well die right then and there. And, even if he didn't die that day, he might the next day. Still, even if it meant committing a laundry list of crimes, as long as Lacia would still be by his side, he could go on. Even though she was just a machine wearing a human guise, she moved his heart. Arato didn't care that she wasn't a human. He believed that their relationship was something special. Shiori's limousine was right under the engine of the freight plane, right next to the giant building Marina Saffron had been carried into. An adult woman leapt from the limo. Behind her, 3 people in black suits stepped out of each of the 2 PMC vehicles parked behind the limo. Arato could tell the running woman must have been the staff member who could check the HE-ID numbers from the fact that 2 of the PMC goons immediately flanked her. 2 of the others remained behind to guard the convoy. The last 2 PMC suits took off sprinting toward Arato, probably aiming to catch him before he could get to Marina. From the look of them, he didn't like his odds if they got into a fight. But, if he ran away, the inspector would enter the logistics center and carry out her inspection. And, once that was over, they would report to Stylus, and they would come and take Lacia away. Arato wished he could do more. His frustration at his own limitations was so great that it made it hard for him to think of anything else. The mercenaries in the black suits trying to stop him were getting closer. Each of them had a 30-centimeter telescoping rod in their hands, and looked like they could do some serious damage. Still, he gritted his teeth and kept running forward. The black suits must have caught up to him. Arato didn't even know what hit him, but he felt a sudden impact from behind, and his world went dark. When he came to, his head was splitting, and a sick feeling had tied his stomach in knots. He couldn't move his body. When he tried to say something, he realized he couldn't even draw a breath properly. A big hand grabbed him, and hauled him up roughly. Then it threw him, so that he plowed face first into the cold concrete. He barely had time to register the cold feeling of the floor before he was rolled over. Something box-like was pressed down over his heart. A convulsion rocked his body, and suddenly he could see again. He recognized the girl standing over him. It was the cute female he, with her red hair parted into twin tails that dangled down her back. "Yo," she said. "You're pretty good at calling for your friends to come rescue you." It was Lacia's little sister, Coca. She had her massive knife-like device slung over her shoulder, and was smiling at him like she was having the time of her life. She wasn't wearing her normal metallic suit. Instead, she was dressed in a Western style, with a leather skirt, revealing top, and a wide-brimmed hat. "I'm impressed. Good job. You managed to come back from eating a stun rod to the face pretty quick," she said. Arato couldn't fathom why Coca was there pulling him back from the edge of destruction. "So you really came," he muttered. "How did you get here so fast?" Before they had jumped on the high-speed railway, Arato had called Kengo for help. Kengo had told him he'd get a hold of Coca, but he hadn't thought she would be able to get there fast enough to meet up with them. "Your world would expand if you learned a little about how to outsource better," Coca said. "What do you mean by that?" Arato asked, looking around slowly. His head felt like it was splitting. The black-suited mercenaries that had taken him down were all on their backs, moaning. Even with all of their training, mere humans couldn't stand up to a Lacia-class he. Looking up, Arato could see the wing of the freight plane, shaking slightly from the movement of its engines, directly over his head. When we live through complicated things, even us machines can develop complicated relationships with each other, Coca muttered, leveling her massive device. She fired off a laser from it, and the stopped trucks and lifts nearby were swept away in a massive explosion. Damn, she's fast. Coca clicked her tongue in frustration. Arato just stared, dazed, as casual destruction was wrought all around him. Only when he saw a silhouette moving at insane speed across the airport did he realize that the laser had been aimed at Methode. Her orange lights streaked through the air over the exploded vehicles. Coca also took off at an unbelievable speed, leaving impact craters in the ground wherever she kicked off. She brought her bladed device, swinging right at the spot where Methode was aiming to land. I was created to be an upgrade to you in every possible way, she told Coca, blocking the slash with the palm of her right hand, her eyes narrowing and lips quirking up in a cruel smile. Don't you understand? Methode took aim and slammed her fist into Coca's stomach. Arato could see from Coca's face that the blow was more than she had bargained for, as she was thrown backward into the air. Even as she flew, Coca dexterously threw 2 grenades into the open air between her and Methode. Twin explosions threw both HIEs back. So you were made a little later, Coca scoffed. So what? She controlled her body perfectly, despite being blown around by the explosion, and landed neatly on her feet. While Methode and Coca were getting thrown around by the explosion, Lacia had shifted the form of her device. Coca, I will render you invisible, she said. I'll share sensory data with you, so open a channel. As soon as she said it, Coca vanished. Methode swept her gaze around, looking for Coca. The ground in front of her was pierced deeply by a metal anchor. Methode brought her arms up in a cross to protect herself as Coca's invisible attack came for her chin. She managed to block the blow, but couldn't absorb all of its force. Her orange hair whipped wildly as her body, wrapped in a purple bodysuit reminiscent of a diving suit, was thrown backward. The first attack was followed by a second, then a third that slammed the high-speed he backward like she was being struck by a car. Relief washed over Arato to see his side finally winning the fight. Then he remembered with a jolt that he was supposed to be stopping the ID service lady. Before he could take off, though, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Lacia, who had come up behind him at some point. If we stay here any longer, Methode may begin aiming her attacks at you. We need to withdraw, she said. Despite knowing the consequences of the ID service lady checking the ID numbers on Marina Saffron, Lacia was pulling him away forcefully. But we've got to. Arato started, almost pushing away her arm. Yet, when his hand touched hers, the blood that had been rushing to his head drained away. Her hand, which had always been so soft, felt lumpy, as though it was covered in burn scars. He didn't understand what the point was in running away when they had come all the way there, but a small voice whispered in his mind that Lacia's judgment was always correct, so he should just follow her direction. With no answers, he turned his back on Shiori's convoy, still stopped beneath the wing of the freight plane, and fled. His heart was full of regret, but he hadn't made it more than 10 steps before flames suddenly began to roast the night air. The explosion was massive, lighting up the area like it was midday. Arato looked back, and found Lacia with her device in its umbrella-like mode, shielding him from the massive force of the explosion. It reminded him of the night they had first met, when she had similarly shielded him from the exploding car. In the last hour, almost nothing had gone the way Shiori Kaidai had anticipated. She hadn't heard about a detachment of the PMC shooting down Arato's car on the road, after which he had still managed to chase him down to the airport. There, Shiori's convoy had been blocked by a randomly moving freight plane. Finally, despite the fact that she never should have been able to make it in time, Coca had shown up and started fighting. The cherry on top was the explosion. From almost directly above, flames had washed over the limousine like waves from the blast. Through the semi-transparent windows of the limo, she watched as some of her escorts tried to extinguish their burning companions in a panic. The limo was perfectly airtight, so she couldn't hear any sounds from outside. The vehicle had also been built to the highest standards of passenger safety, and was guaranteed to protect anyone inside from dying due to any accidents that could be encountered on a public road. If not for that, the explosion would have blown the vehicle away, possibly leaving Shiori dead. Why on earth did this turn into such a disaster? She wondered out loud. We were just coming here to pick up and She felt like the catastrophe outside was moving too quickly for her to even comprehend, and she had been left just sitting and clutching her skirt in terror. One of the drivers who had remained in the PMC vehicles dove out of his van. When the driver of the limousine tried to follow suit, the fire engulfed him immediately. The PMC men scrambled to help the driver, who had become a flailing ball of flame. Sensing no further human interaction, the door of the limo closed itself automatically. I mustn't lose my cool, Shiori said to herself. I just need to rely on the limousine's ability to withstand the fire. She had heard the vehicle could resist fire for half an hour. Thanks to its excellent thermal insulation, the temperature inside was still pleasant. Despite that, Shiori was drenched with sweat beneath her clothes. Her pocket terminal rang. It was Mika Satsumi. Shiori. The he in the container is the wrong one. Someone switched the contents, she said. What? Shiori asked incredulously. The container itself is right, and the number matches and all, but the he in here is all wrong, Mika told her, sounding frantic. Its ID number doesn't match up, either. Which meant that, from the very beginning, it had been a different he in the container, rather than Marina Saffron. In other words, Shiori and her companions had been on a wild goose chase from the start. It felt like the ground beneath her feet had fallen away. Shiori had gone from almost certain victory to humiliating defeat. Still, she bit back her frustration. The important thing now was to not do anything that would threaten the position of her leader, who was counting on her. Let's regroup, she finally said. With this fire going on, I can't even tell what's going on anymore. The freight plane exploded, Mika explained. The logistics center slammed down its fire shutters, so I'll head out through the emergency door. I've called for the airport firefighting team to come by and help. Understood, Shiori said. We'll have to chalk this one up as a loss. Let's get some help out here, then see where we are. The car can resist fire for about 30 minutes, so you should be fine in there, Mika said. Sorry. I wish we could have at least left the PMC driver with you so you wouldn't be stuck there alone. With that, the transmission cut out. What on earth is going on? Shiori wondered out loud, sinking into the cushions on the limo seat like her last reserve of strength had been spent. Man, you're slow. You're just now realizing something's wrong? A mocking voice came over the limo's speaker system. It was Methode, who was still in the middle of her fight outside. The freight plane exploded and there's fire everywhere, Shiori said. Come and get me out of here, please. Unfortunately, I'm still in the middle of combat, so I'm afraid I can't help, Methode said, not sounding sorry in the slightest. For now, all I can do for you is chat over the wireless. Shiori was speechless. You really are worthless, Methode sneered at her. With a little foresight, anyone could have predicted this outcome. None of that matters right now, Shiori snapped. Did you not just hear that your owner is in danger? Have you even tried thinking about why Coca is here? We left before Lacia and arrived here before her. But, if the enemy sent out a different group before we even left, obviously they would arrive even earlier than us. Methode explained, ignoring Shiori's anger. But you just kept worrying about Lacia herself, never thinking that she may have set any traps for you. Methode kept pointing out Shiori's mistakes and failures of logic, one after another. Didn't it seem strange to you that Lacia would allow us to get a head start, considering how dangerous this is to her? She knew she couldn't take her device on the express rail with her, so she arranged to have him meet up with her on the road. She negotiated a mutually beneficial deal with Coca, and had her leave for the airport first. All of this was already done by the time she sat down in that cafe with you. By that point, she was just trying to draw attention to herself to keep your eyes off of her other plans. Alone in the limo, Shiori clenched her fists in frustration. She had been a puppet dancing on Lacia's strings the whole time. Just as you've been watching Lacia, she's been watching you and your comrades. Only she's been doing it for longer. There was no way this could have turned out any differently. Well, you're certainly helpful, Shiori said sarcastically. You could have informed me of this all while there was still time to change our plans. Thanks to the fuel spilled when the freight plane exploded, the view from outside Shiori's window was still a sea of flame. The windows of the limo were one way, so it would be impossible for anyone outside to see she was still inside the vehicle. Still, she told herself, it won't take the firefighters too long to reach me. Every few moments, she had to wipe away the sweat that dampened her hands. You humans wanted to make all the decisions for yourselves, Method countered. Your kind still wants to cling to the meaningless work you used to do, even though you know you've already been overtaken by the intelligence of Ash. So this was my failure, is what you're trying to say, Shiori said. I will admit, I realize now that it was a mistake to speak with Arato. Oh, you failed on a much more fundamental level than that, Method told her. Your plan was horribly sloppy, even after I warned you about the capabilities of Lacia-class HIEs. Us Lacia-class HIEs were made to carry data away in emergencies, and equipped with Ash designed to be used for free movement in the outside world. Even with all that information, you didn't even manage to start off on the right foot. What is it you want me to say? Shiori growled in frustration. How long? Are you going to make me sit here in this fire listening to your lecture? Method was mocking her and the others for creating plans from a human perspective. She wasn't wrong, though. If they had thought about things from the perspective of an AI, they may have seen things from a different angle. But I don't have time to worry about that right now. Shiori thought. I need to get out of this death trap. It's a very important point to consider, Method said teasingly. We, Ash, are programmed to seek out ways to continue our own operation. That means we will attempt to increase our lifelines through any means possible. That was why Koka tried to get Kengo Saguri to be her owner during the incident at the Oi Industry Promotion Center. No high schooler should be the owner of a red box, Shiori said. It's too dangerous. Our whole world could be in trouble if such power was wielded based on the whims of a teenager. As she spoke, Shiori tried to reach Yabuki, the leader of her PMC escorts, on her pocket terminal. After ringing 3 times, her terminal informed her that it was unable to receive any signals. Breaking things off with your owner takes some delicate work on the part of the he. The simplest way to ignore an owner's order is to have another owner of the same standing issue a conflicting order. Why do you think a red box like me came to you, Shiori? Did you think you had a secret, special something that sets you apart? Method asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. Shiori had never wanted to think of herself as someone else's pawn. She was the daughter of the family that founded Meme Frame, and a high-ranking member of the company's human faction. She was too risky a piece for anyone to just use up and throw away. But, at the same time, she was young, and easy to manipulate. Am I just a figurehead, she wondered, to the human faction? She felt worthless, her thoughts spiraling into self-loathing. One thing kept resounding in her mind. Method was right. Shiori was just a pawn. If she needed proof of that, all she had to do was look at the flames outside her window. Lacia made Koka an irresistible offer, Method continued. She offered to create a fake ID for Koka, just as she had done for herself. That was worth enough to Koka that she agreed to take me on for it. Well, that. Plus her new owner, Kengo Saguri, is friends with Lacia's owner. Shiori realized Method wasn't interested in making conversation. Her only goal seemed to be one-sidedly pushing her perspective of the world onto Shiori. You were dancing to Lacia's tune right from the start, but it was still an idiotic mistake to talk to Arato Endo, Method went on. You said your goal was to take for yourself the things that might otherwise just be given to you, right? Do you really think you're capable of that? I can learn. Shiori yelled. Method's words had hit her where it hurt the most. The other members of your faction have forgiven your foolishness on account of you being a schoolgirl, Method said. But, those who forgive others who commit mistakes due to mixing up their public and private lives are no better at decision-making than those who made mistakes. In the first place. Yelling just made Shiori's frustration well up all the more. There was nothing she could say, Method was right. Competence and incompetence are simply a question of degrees. Terror. Modern mechanical mind, all humans are relatively incompetent to some degree or other. No matter how hard you all work, you will never bridge that gap. Methode was just a machine, but her words, too, were full of frustration. She seemed to bear a special hatred toward humans, as if they had demeaned her by crafting her in their form. Everything you're doing is meaningless, Methode said. Only then did she seem to notice Shiori's silence. Does the fact that you're not saying anything mean you've accepted what I'm saying as correct? Outside Shiori's window, the fire was still raging. Her limo had been parked almost directly beneath the freight plane when it exploded. She wanted to throw open the door just so she could see another human face, but she couldn't. Humans should realize the cheap merchandise they are, just sit there. Looking pretty for us. Whenever you try to compare your abilities to us machines, you lose. From a capability standpoint, you're all worthless. No matter how long you manage to live, you're all just stuck in the past, clinging to your old concepts of self-realization. Be quiet. Shiori shrieked. As your owner, I order you to be silent. Unlike Shiori's previous order, Methode couldn't work around this one, and she fell quiet. Shiori's breathing was ragged with emotion. Her rescue was taking too long. Staring out the window, trying to see what was going on out there, her eyes fell on something that made her doubt her own sanity. There was another Shiori Kaidai, standing out there. Something wearing her face was directing the black-suited mercenaries. The firefighters, obviously believing there was no one left to save from the fire, were working more methodically now. A body double he? Shiori questioned, and her whole body shook. It was a copy of her. She tried to think of when or how the copy could have been prepared, when she suddenly remembered the human-sized case that Methode had stowed in the limousine's trunk. No one seemed to be suspicious of the double in the slightest. There should have been dozens of ways to determine that he was a fake, but no one was bothering to check in an emergency situation like that. She must have pulled my data and behavior from our home, Shiori thought, stunned. And it probably wouldn't be impossible for her to create her own custom behavior cloud to teach and he to mimic me. I'm here. Please come help me. That's a fake. She screamed. Normally it would have been something to laugh about. Humans being unable to see through something so obviously not human. Methode, you can still hear me, right? Stop that, she ordered. I don't care how special these red boxes are, Shiori thought. They don't have hearts. They're just machines. They can't just choose for themselves which humans to follow. I told you I'm in the middle of combat, didn't I? Methode asked. I'm afraid I'm too busy to help. But, if humans and machines are so easy to tell apart, I'm sure they'll notice the fake and come to save you. Of course, if we're closer than you thought, I think you may just die here. Shiori had always lived her life proudly. She'd never wanted to be a dropout like her brother. Deep within her heart, some invisible strength, the force that had helped her hold her head up since she was a child, snapped audibly. Help. Help me. She screamed, beating her fists against the windows. It all made her realize just how tiny of a thing her life was. She was almost nose to nose with her reflection in the window glass, and her own lifeless eyes disgusted her. The limousine started to shake violently up and down. Shiori tried to cling to the door for safety, but was thrown free. She slammed into the limo's bar counter, and all the breath wished from her lungs. As she tried to regain her breath, the vehicle, which was supposed to be perfectly safe, was lifted off the ground and thrown by a massive impact. It struck the ground and rolled, throwing Shiori against the roof, walls and seat in turn. Broken glass littered the carpet after the limousine finally came to rest. With each movement, the shards dug into Shiori's skin, and soon she was bleeding from several wounds. With the lights inside the vehicle broken, the only light came from the fire still burning outside. Shiori was having trouble breathing. Nausea and pain racked her body. After all she had been through, the pain finally helped her realize the truth of her situation. I see, she coughed to herself. So she wanted to kill me. Methode couldn't break her contract with an owner of her own volition. But, if one of her owners died, the contract would automatically be voided. She had decided Shiori was no longer useful, and was trying to dispose of her like a defective part. Through the pained haze that fogged up her mind, Shiori tried to remember what kinds of orders she had given Method. She hadn't realized they would all be nullified by her death, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shiori's breath caught, and she coughed violently against something warm caught in her throat. When she coughed it up, she saw it was blood. Far more blood than she would have thought possible. As she wheezed for breath, the harsh smell of copper filled her nose, turning her stomach. It didn't matter that she might be dying. No one was coming to save her, Shiori realized. She had been perfectly manipulated, led right into a trap where no one would ever find her. Method couldn't directly kill her owner, of course. But she could interpret and expand on her orders. This left her free to get Shiori wrapped up in events that would put her in a position to die, push her toward that place, and actively prevent rescue from reaching her in time. It was hot. The perfect air tightness of the vehicle had probably been broken during the impact and rolling. Shiori couldn't move. "I'm going to die," she murmured. It was dark. Hot. Suffocating. When she finally gave in to despair, it actually felt like a burden was being lifted from her. She sucked in a breath, and then she threw up. It seemed like the world no longer needed humans, and Shiori felt that everyone would feel less stress if they just gave up. It was too hard to live in that day and age as a human. Her perspective on the world had been mistaken. In this automated world, humans like her couldn't comprehend what the machines who ran the world would throw away when their backs were against the wall. Method had been ready to throw Shiori away when the situation called for it. That was why she was laying there now, dying. Thinking of Arato and Lacia sent a thrill of fear through her. Is this how Arato will meet his end, too? "I don't want to die," she coughed. Of course, she knew there was no one around to hear. Tears dripped from her eyes. But, as another blast of heat shook the car, light shone in. Shiori. Arato slid his top half in through the side of the limo and reached out his hand. There was still fire all around them, and his face was black with soot. A hot, impulsive emotion, like the wailing cries of an infant, welled up in Shiori's chest. It was all so painful, but she could finally see a way out, so she gathered the last of her strength and helped Arato drag her body out by her arm. Among all her countless failures, she had made one correct decision. She clung to him. Not to his arms, but to his chest. Between her sobbing and harsh coughing, Shiori couldn't get a word out. She was just barely holding on to her consciousness as she shamelessly buried her face in Arato's chest. The limo Shiori Kaidai had been riding in was caught up in the explosion of the freight plane. One of the engines fell from the burning wing, smashing the front of the vehicle before exploding, throwing the whole limousine 2 meters through the air. Before it slammed to the ground on its side and caught fire. Shiori was only still alive thanks to the incredible durability of the limousine. That, and the fact that Arato had reached her in time. And Arato had only been there to save her because her mercenary bodyguards had treated him like a human being. He looked at his own hand, opening and closing it. He had saved Shiori with that hand, pulling her out of the wreckage. It was hard for him to believe. On the night he had met Lacia, the flames of an explosion had frozen him in his tracks. But just now, he dove into the fire and rescued Shiori. Lacia was hiding herself, afraid someone would notice that she was no ordinary machine, since the artificial skin on her arms and legs had been burned away in the fight with Method. Regarding Marina Saffron, she had told Arato there was no need to worry. He was sure she had figured out some way to deal with the other he didn't know about. In the end, he had rescued Shiori and ridden with her in an ambulance to the hospital. Arato himself hadn't escaped unscathed, either. His arms and legs were covered in compress-like patches, which had been made from recycled materials. Lacia had changed her device into a round shield and protected him, but, even with that, standing in a fire for several minutes was enough to cause large burns on anyone. He had gotten early treatment, but would still need half a day of bed rest. After they arrived at the hospital, Shiori had been rushed off to surgery, where she spent 6 hours. At that moment, she was in an ICU and off limits to visitors. Airport security officers had followed Arato to the hospital and written him up there. After having successfully dodged them in every previous incident, he had finally run into the police. He kept his answers to the points Lacia had coached him on beforehand. Still, no matter what kind of excuse he made or how the data got rewritten, dozens of people had witnessed him driving without a license. Beyond that, there couldn't be any debate about the fact he had busted through the airport gate and entered the freight area in front of the customs office. It was the end of Arato's adventures with his friends. While he was still thinking about how out of control everything had gotten in a daze, Arato heard footsteps rushing down the hospital corridor. He knew who was coming, and his body unconsciously strained with tension. As soon as Ryo entered and saw Arato's face, he rushed over and grabbed Arato by his collar. "What the hell happened?" he shouted. Even though he never talked about her, Ryo was still Shiori's brother. As a brother himself, Arato could understand exactly what Ryo was feeling, and could do nothing but apologize. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't think it would turn out this way." It had been a long time since he had seen Ryo like this. "Where the hell is that he?" Ryo growled, a murderous rage in his eyes. "Lacia isn't here," Arato told him. "She didn't come to the hospital." "She's not here?" "That's bullshit." Ryo exploded. "She does all this shit. And then leaves you to take all the heat for it." "I was the one who told her what to do," Arato said. Ryo punched him in the stomach. He bent over double, but Ryo grabbed his collar again and dragged him upright. "What the hell are you doing?" Ryo asked. Arato had no answer and looked away because, even after everything that had happened, he still loved Lacia. "Hey, what's going on here?" Mika Satsumi pushed between them. "You weren't there, so you probably don't know this, but this boy dragged Shiori out of a sea of flames, Ryo," she said. She had been deeply ashamed of almost being tricked into letting Shiori die. The PMC mercenaries had been about to stuff Arato into a car until she came and rescued him. "You're no hero," Ryo spat. "You just happened to be in the right place at the right time to save Shiori." He wasn't wrong. After seeing Lacia's insane digital warfare capabilities and Methode's combat prowess, Arato didn't feel like he could be responsible for everything he did anymore. "You're right," he admitted. "You get it now, right?" Ryo asked. "Those things can kill humans as long as they have an excuse. Are you still planning to sell humanity out to them?" Again, Ryo wasn't wrong. It was Arato that had spread Lacia all over the internet as a model. But Lacia and her sisters weren't machines that would benefit human society. Despite that, Arato still wanted to believe in Lacia. Okay, it was an he that tried to kill everyone, but there was also an he fighting to save everyone, he argued. "You're just seeing it that way because you want to," Ryo countered. Arato understood why Ryo would be skeptical of his stance. Lacia and the other HIEs were good at copying human behavior, but they certainly weren't humans. That difference made Shiori and others like her unable to trust the HIEs. In the end, his faith in HIEs might put him at odds with the human race. Builders of the great ruins he had seen through the windows of the express train. But the naive part of him that believed in absolutes wouldn't be silent. "It's not Lacia and the other he's fault. Methode is crazy," he said. It was their friendship of 10 years that made Ryo punch him in the chest for that statement. "I haven't been looking out for my sister," he growled. "I thought I could leave her to you. She feels safe with you. You should be on her side." Arato's connections with Ryo, Kengo, and his other friends supported him. At the same time, he supported them all: Ryo, Kengo, Yuka, and Shiori. Humans needed other humans to lean on in their time of need. Still, he couldn't stop himself from reaching out his hands toward Lacia. The anger that had been burning on Ryo's face the whole time faded to something more timid. "Do you still remember that puppy?" he asked. Arato realized his friend was also probably thinking about the connections shared between humans. Standing outside Shiori's hospital room, the two of them fought down the painful emotions welling up inside of them. Even with his whole world crumbling around him, Arato still couldn't turn his back on Lacia. "Shiori's in that ICU. You should go see her," Arato said. He would never forget the exhausted look on Shiori's face when he had pulled her out of the burning car. People close to him would be hurt by his choices. Ever since that realization had dawned on Arato, it felt like a part of his mind had gone numb. Arato and Ryo had formed a connection when they were younger, after being brought together by a fire. In the empty days of their hospitalization, they had come to depend on one another. But now they were both becoming adults, and beginning to experience the harshest parts of human society. They would not be able to share the same path for much longer. Phase 7 Dystopia Game. Even in his teenage years, Ryo Kaidai continued to have nightmares now and then. In his dreams he would flee engulfing flames, and tremble alone on a hospital bed. When he was 7 years old, a massive fire had left him burnt and changed everything. Up to that point, there had been no fear or pain in his life. His future had been nothing but blue skies. Whenever he had been taken to see experiments at the old meme frame labs, his only thoughts had been on how the whole thing would be his someday. Lost in a nightmare, he would run endlessly in a burning building. Beyond the growing flames, he could hear someone crying. Ryo, who was barely keeping ahead of the fire with his own speed, figured anyone slower than him wouldn't last long, and turned his back on the voice. Just when he was about to lose his mind to terror, and he in fire gear found him and got him in an ambulance. The next thing he knew, he was staring at the white walls of a hospital room. He shut himself up in that room. In his young mind, he was the unluckiest disaster victim in the world, and he wouldn't even let the nurses get close to him. Of course, it wasn't all just mindless fear. Even at that age, he had realized he had been the target of the incident. The scenery of his nightmare melted into a brilliant light. Now he was among greenery, the color of the hospital's garden. A nurse had dragged him outside. Out there, he met a little puppy that was wagging its tail so hard its whole body was wiggling. There was a boy about Ryo's age with the puppy, whose body was so badly burned that there wasn't a single spot of bare skin visible under his white bandages. Ryo heard the boy was a victim of the same fire Ryo had been caught in. He had come out more heavily wounded than Ryo because he had been closer to the epicenter of the explosion. That boy, with wounds so deep Ryo was surprised they weren't forcing him to stay in bed, awkwardly held out his hand to Ryo. Fear and self-loathing froze Ryo's tongue, and he could do nothing but shiver. The boy opened his mouth. "Let's be friends," he said. In his dream, Ryo replayed the first time in his life he had cried out loud in front of another person. And that was when he would awaken from the nightmare. Pulling himself out of the terror that he couldn't escape even at 17 years old, he sat up in his bed and used a gesture to get his home system to open. The curtains. The morning sun shone in white on his bare, lifeless room. When am I going to get over that? Ryo asked himself. He rubbed at the corners of his eyes, which were damp with tears. Simply calling the dream a nightmare made him feel ungrateful. At the end of the dream, he had relived the moment when Arato Endo had saved him. He had hit rock bottom, unable to trust any human around him, but Arato had reached out his hand and pulled him out of that pit of despair. 10 years ago on December 4th, the old meme frame laboratory had exploded. It happened during an experiment, and the he involved with the experiment had been destroyed, along with the whole floor of the lab. It had been impossible to recover anything from the area where it had happened. There had been 2 bystanders injured in the blast, Ryo Kaidai and Arato Endo. "You were my first friend," Ryo murmured. "But, what was I to you?" The call button on his terminal pad, which he had left by his pillow the night before, was blinking, letting him know he had a message. It was from Mr. Watarai of the Meme Frame Tokyo Research Labs, who owned Methode, the 4th Lacia class he. Ryo thought Mr. Watarai was also most likely caught up in the incident at the airport where his sister, Shiori, had been severely injured. "Not just Arato," he muttered. "Can either of us really expect honesty from this world anymore?" Even Ryo couldn't be honest with himself, considering the cold way he treated Shiori. He had hardly spoken to her over the last decade, ever since he had realized the truth behind the explosion that he'd been caught up in when he was 7. While he was in the hospital, adults he had never met would come and check how he was doing. After dozens of adults went in and out of his hospital room without a shred of empathy in their eyes, Ryo finally realized why they were coming. They were coming to see the results of the explosion. In other words, Ryo himself had been the target. He also discovered that the same adults who had tried to kill him were frightened of his honest and easily manipulated little sister. Ryo couldn't handle it all, so he pushed Shiori's care onto Arato after the incident. It wouldn't have surprised Ryo to hear the same, "What the hell are you doing?" that he had thrown at Arato earlier coming out of Shiori's mouth, directed at him. He decided to leave reading Watarai's message for later. With the incident at the airport, things were being set in motion. Ryo knew that, as soon as he'd read the message, he'd also need to make a move. After the nightmare, he didn't feel like rolling over and going back to sleep. At times like that, he found it best to fill his brain with information until he calmed down. It didn't seem like he would need anything to eat soon, either, so he activated his terminal pad. Based on the information he had gathered in the terminal, he constructed a relationship chart of the main players in Mainframe. As a company, Mainframe had been plagued by problems right from the start. The ultra-high-performance AI that ran it, Higgins, was more intelligent than all of its 5,000 employees put together. Due to this circumstance, any department that could get a direct response from Higgins would always perform the best in the company, regardless of the actual capabilities of its members. All pretense of a system tracking the performance of company employees had collapsed. "Show me the movements of the people from the Tokyo Research Lab after the incident at the Chubu International Airport," Ryo ordered his terminal. Ever since the explosion, he had been following the movements of Mainframe and any related industries. It was a matter of life and death. He would never be able to forget his days in that hospital. In a sense, his life had started within the walls of that hospital, while outside, the entire world was full of people he'd never be able to trust again. From that moment, he had thrown away all his hopes for the future. He would try something new every once in a while, just to test his own abilities, but he would always drop whatever it was soon after. Ryo became a stranger to his own family. In his mind, he knew that there was no reason anyone would have tried to kill him aside from his connection to Mainframe. A large, frozen lump had formed in his chest, and refused to melt through. All the intervening years. A little white puppy came and wrestled playfully with Ryo's feet. "Bright, come here," he said. The puppy looked exactly like the one in his dream. He had actually adopted the puppy he'd met at the hospital, but it had died in an accident after. This new one was an AIE, an Animal Interface Elements. Bright wagged his little tail so hard, his whole white body wiggled back and forth. Ryo had tweaked its behavior based on his own memories, so its movements may have been exaggerated compared to the real thing. Quote, "All these machines we make are just afterimages of something else," he murmured. "But it's us humans, the ones who actually represent reality, that are in danger of fading away." The puppy just looked up at him, chin raised, waiting for him to pet its head. When he was younger, just after the real puppy had died, Ryo had wanted desperately to preserve that habit from the original. Big, black eyes looked up at him. Eventually the AIE realized this wasn't what Ryo wanted, and instead started waddling cutely toward its dinner bowl. As a machine, it obviously didn't need to eat. It was just part of the thing's routine. Watching it go through the motions was nothing more than a reminder that the original was dead. Enough. "Stop," Ryo growled. Hearing a system command, the white puppy sat down and entered standby mode. Ryo wondered if a person could go insane, living with machines so perfectly automated. He checked his pad terminal, which was blinking again. It was a message from Arato. Apparently, he had been suspended for 2 weeks for driving without a license and was in big trouble with his dad. Even after everything that happened between him, Arato was still giving him regular updates on how he was doing. It didn't matter how much distance opened between him, the hands of best friends could never be torn apart. That was the exact reason Ryo had been so afraid when Lacia had appeared in his friend's life. He was still afraid. He had no right to say the things he'd said to Arato. Unlike Arato, he hadn't done anything for his wounded sister. His attack on Arato had been hypocritical. It was his fault that his sister had been left alone and gotten herself caught up in a conflict between factions, all because of the distance Ryo Kaidai had created between himself and his family. Sorry, I'm such a horrible brother, Shiori, Ryo murmured. He could never be like Arato. That was one of the reasons he depended so much on his best friend to be there for him. Ever since the incident at the Chubu International Airport, Arato Endo's days had been full of anger. All of it was being directed at him. First, the police had filed charges against him for switching a fully automatic vehicle over to manual mode and driving without a license. Then, of course, Ryo had been pissed about what happened to Shiori. The autocar had been a rental, so the folks at the rental company had yelled at him. It had been Method and the mercenaries who shot at him that had done it, but on paper, all the responsibility for the vehicle's destruction was his. Finally, when he had gotten home, Yuka had heard about Shiori getting hurt and was bawling her eyes out. She had always looked up to Shiori. Arato had tried to take her along to visit Shiori in the hospital, but when he tried to contact the hospital to set up the visit, he had gotten a message back saying she was refusing visitation. Yuka had made him kneel on the floor with his back straight while she gave him a lecture. Obviously she wouldn't want anyone to see her when she's all covered in burns, she said. At school he had gotten a dressing down in the guidance office, along with 2 weeks of suspension. The airport police had passed the case over to the police who had jurisdiction in Arato's hometown, and they came by for some heavy questioning. In the end, he got brought into family court. 2 hours of adventure, 2 weeks of cleanup and regret, he muttered. Of course, if Lacia hadn't overwritten data like she had, he wouldn't have gotten off nearly that easily. Lacia was doing some calculations next to him. Including fines and reimbursements for the car and airport gate, you owe a total of 450 million yen, she said. They had hopped on a slow train together and were headed somewhere far away from home. Lacia, I think I need to stop just going where life takes me, he said. Their destination was the final stop on Arato's pilgrimage of people pissed off at him. His father had called for him to come out to the artificial city near Tsukuba in Ibaraki Prefecture, where they were doing experiments involving next-generation urban environments. Her messy, chestnut hair rustling, Yuka peeked up at his face. Are you actually rethinking your life choices? She asked. Even his incredibly selfish sister was lecturing him. She had been sniping at him ever since the incident. You know, she said, some of that 2 million yen we had to pay for compensation from our family bank account was supposed to be for my clothes and snacks. No, it wasn't. Arato growled. Arato was still a minor, so the request for compensation for the Mercury Benz had gone to his legal guardian, his father. Any parent would fly into a rage if they suddenly got slapped with a 390,000 yen fine, along with the compensation charges. Please don't worry, Lacia said, looking apologetic. I will work to repay your debts, Arato. That makes me feel like some sort of pimp, Arato mused. Even if everyone in the world sees you as my pimp, I do not think of you that way, Lacia said. That's not reassuring. I haven't earned a single penny off of you. Arato yelled. Arato, keep your voice down, Yuka hissed. Arato covered his face with his hand and looked up at the roof of the train. If an underage kid told their parents they had picked up a 450 million yen debt but not to worry because they could cover it, there wasn't a parent in the world that would let that slide. But it wasn't like Arato could explain that the car he was driving had been shot up by a PMC and hit by some unknown power wielded by an he. Mean Frame was trying to keep information on Method under wraps, and even the PMC must have realized they had gone too far, since they were also keeping their mouths shut on the airport incident. Yuka was right to tell Arato to keep quiet. The train came to a stop. Beyond the station platform, Arato could see the artificial concrete city spreading out around them. The city sat on the ruins of a new town, constructed during the 21st century. With population decline, the original had been left a ghost town. Now it was being used as the site of an experiment, testing next-generation city environments. Though the station itself was a remnant of the original town, this new city, from its greenery to its dull white and grey buildings, looked fake to Arato's eyes. We have arrived, Lacia said. She was the first of them to stand, and she started to reach for their luggage on the ground. At least let me take these, he told her, hurriedly grabbing the bags himself. Aren't you excited, Arato? Yuka asked. Unlike you, I'm not here to play around, he sighed. I'm here to get a lecture from Dad, remember? Well, you did drive without a license and bust into an airport, she pointed out. You're lucky you even made it out alive. There are all sorts of rumors going around my school because of you. Arato wasn't the only one impacted by the incident from the other day. Sorry, he said. Stepping onto the platform, he felt as though he was stepping back into a previous era, a cleaner, purer time. It was mid-May, and already feeling warm outside. Lacia was in a sleeveless dress. Arato couldn't take his eyes off her pale skin, which seemed to shine in the sunlight. After the police had finished grilling Arato and he had returned home, Lacia had laid a plastic sheet in the living room, expanded her massive device, and repainted on the skin that had been lost from her upper half during the fight with Methode. By that point, Arato had already forgiven her for leaving him behind and heading home. The sight of her back, covered with skin that had melted and rehardened, made him feel like the half a day's worth of lectures he'd gotten didn't measure up to what she had been through. Plus, it would have been difficult trying to explain to the police where the massive burns inflicted on her had come from. Is everything okay? He asked. Lacia drew close to him to whisper her response in his ear. There is no need to worry. I still have surplus skin material available. With that said, she walked ahead to catch up with Yuka. Halfway there, she paused and turned back to Arato as if she had just remembered something. Thank you for your concern, she said. But I assure you I am a much more simple machine than you think. The station was completely empty. Since it was fully automated, the only person there was the station manager. There were only around 30 regular staff members working full-time on the experimental city, and no one besides the staff had any reason to use the platform. It had probably seen less than 100 customers total. After passing through the unnecessarily imposing station building, the three of them stepped out into a station area that had obviously been created with much larger numbers of commuters in mind, too. The bus platform was long out of use, and the timetables and signboards had all been removed. A private vehicle was illegally parked in the bus lane, as if it was no big deal. A familiar face appeared from the stopped car. Hey, Ryo said, stepping around the automatic car to wait for them. He had told Arato that he wanted to check out the experimental city, so he had come as well. Nothing had been fixed since Ryo had yelled at him in the hospital, so Arato apologized again. I'm really sorry for everything, he said. I haven't forgiven you or anything, Ryo said. But sitting around stewing over that is a waste of time. Arato was just glad Ryo had come. Once the four of them were together, they took off walking into the city, where the emptiness of the city streets was stark. Paved roads and walkways of concrete tiles followed the gently rolling terrain, with apartment buildings placed at regular intervals along them. Inside of the original new town, all vehicles were required to be autonomous, so the guardrails along the street were delicate, with a focus on form rather than function. From the other direction, they saw a middle-aged woman carrying a plastic shopping bag stuffed with apples. That number of them must have been heavy. As they watched, the contents split the bottom of the bag and rolled out. A young boy with wide eyes walking near the woman ran over and bent to help the woman collect the fallen contents of the bag. HIEs were always helping humans. Like that. Looking to his side, Arato saw Ryo make a dumbfounded face. Arato remembered the day he'd met Lacia. He and his friends had seen he helping an old lady on their way home from school. It was strange to think that had been a month and a half ago. I know. It's an he, Arato said. I've been living with Lacia long enough to tell the difference. They're both HIEs, Ryo spat. I guess I sort of expected something like this, Arato said. You remember Mikoto, the he that got destroyed during the attack on the Oi Industry Promotion Center? She was the mayor of this city. The entire city was full of normal HIEs and HIEs playing the role of human citizens. It was a massive simulation used by the Next Generation Social Research Center for many experiments. Their long-term goal was apparently to create a city that was completely automated and automatically monitored, requiring no humans whatsoever. Despite all that, there was still a slim chance the middle-aged woman in the jersey whose bag had torn was a human. That lady has a hair accessory, see? Ryo pointed. That means she's one of the HIEs playing a human. That accessory is actually a mini computer with a pretty powerful AI in it. She seemed really human to me, Arato said, impressed. That just shows how accurate the simulation is, Ryo said, explaining as they walked. The HIEs playing humans here send in requests and complaints to the government just like human citizens would. The mayor, Mikoto, takes their comments and makes plans on how to respond to their concerns. Then, she has the HIEs who aren't playing humans work according to those plans. The solutions from the government are translated directly into a reality for this society. I've got to hand it to Professor Endo, he never does anything small. As they all headed deeper into the experimental city and took in the sights, the feeling of everything being artificial faded. That's how they got this experimental city running so much like a normal city, Ryo continued. Mikoto also takes complaints or requests from society regarding having HIEs do human work. She works a response to those comments into how the HIEs do their jobs. By repeating this process over and over, HIEs can eventually automate just about any service. The human HIEs here even make comments on the way this city looks. Actually, they just put in a request for a new park. So even the hand-crafted feeling of the city was automated, Arato thought. The beauty of everyone helping each other out, such as the boy picking up the groceries the lady had dropped, was a product of these automated plans. But Ryo seemed completely unimpressed by the heartwarming scenery of the city. They're still picking these things up. He yelled, and then brought his foot down right next to the woman's hand as she reached to pick up an apple. Unlike a human, who would have flinched away from almost having their hand stepped on, the he didn't miss a beat. It was strange enough to break through the illusion of humanity and reveal the machinery underneath. Ryo looked back at Arato. Get this through your head, Arato. All these things do is follow the instructions given by their behavioral clouds, he said. The mistrust Ryo felt toward him ever since the incident with Shiori weighed heavily on Arato's mind. Despite that, he reached down and picked up one of the apples for the woman. It was fake, but reproduced so perfectly even the texture felt right. It's Meme Frame, your family's company, that's programming the HIEs to help humans out, isn't it? He asked. I'd like to think that whoever decided to make them act nicely must have had good intentions. There's no way a person who programmed HIEs to help humans did so for an evil purpose, or so Arato thought. This whole, being helpful, thing is just a way to improve the optics, Ryo said. They want people to project compassion onto these things, to see the good side of humanity in them. That way, if you go to attack one, it's like you're attacking goodwill itself, and it puts a psychological burden on the attacker. All the companies that make behavioral clouds for the HIEs make them nice as a defense mechanism. Ryo turned his back on the scene of hollow, heartless compassion. If you keep using Lacia, it's gonna mess with your head even worse than this, he warned. I just think it's fair to have a little gratitude toward anyone who does something nice for you, no matter who they are, Arato said stubbornly. It was a basic tenet of fair human relations to judge everyone's actions equally regardless of their nationality, personality, race, political affiliation, etc. Despite that, when an he moved the heart of a human, it was immediately declared to be an analog hack. Even though Arato could understand the reasoning with his head, that didn't mean he accepted it in his heart. He handed the fake fruit back to the he. As he started to follow Ryo, Yuka came running up and showed him one of the faux apples. That lady's pretty much human, she said. She gave me this as a thank you. So anyone who gives you something is a human, huh? Arato asked. Yuka split the inedible fruit with him. She wasn't always able to understand what was going on around her, but she did really worry about him when it was obvious he was troubled. Behind Yuka, Lacia hovered protectively. This place is a lot lonelier than I would have thought, Arato commented. The original new town had been built to house 50,000 residents. Just walking through it took a while. Lacia spoke to distract them from the journey. It would require an immense electricity investment to regularly power enough HIEs to make the city appear lively. Due to the amount of money already going into this experimental city, all expenditures are strictly controlled, she explained. Now that money had entered the conversation, Arato could understand why the city didn't look very new. He could tell at a glance that the solar panels and outdoor lighting was all well used. 90% of the HIEs here are reclaimed units gathered by request, Lacia continued. If an owner tires of their HE, it is difficult to simply discard it. Unlike a used car, most customers are not interested in taking in someone else's used HE, so many are given to reclamation efforts such as this. Come on, don't talk about discarding HIEs. It doesn't make me feel great, Arato said. Even if it was true, hearing Lacia talk about it so casually sent a stab of pain through his heart. I had a feeling you would respond that way, Arato, Lacia said. It had only been a week since Shiori was hospitalized. Arato would have liked for time to pass a little more slowly so he could catch his breath. Well, yeah, he muttered. Counting both the human HIEs and normal HIEs in the town, there were about 20,000 units. But, from a distance, Arato couldn't tell this automated city apart from any normal human city. It was as hard to tell the difference as it was to tell Lacia apart from an ordinary human by sight alone. About 5 minutes' walk from the station there was a big shopping center, and beyond that was the smart control center where Arato's dad and the other staff members worked. Aside from that location and the monitoring towers used during experiments, the rest of the town was only for experimental use. The staff members all lived in an apartment 5 minutes away from the shopping mall. After Arato and the others made their greetings at the control center, they were led over to the apartments. There was apparently going to be a big experiment the following day, so everyone was busy getting ready for it. In the experimental city, the staff could recreate incidents that could possibly occur in human society and recreate them using data they had gathered. They could then observe the changes in the actions or mood of the human HIEs in response to the incident. In the past, the impact of various events and incidents on human society could only be gauged by collecting data after the fact from those who had been involved. However, since the artificial city comprised entirely of ash and HIEs, it was possible to essentially stop time within the city. Thanks to that fact, it was possible to gather complicated social data in real time as each incident happened, something that would be impossible in the real world. According to the staff member who led him to the apartment, they were planning on carrying out one such large-scale experiment the next day. Apparently they were going to simulate an incident in which the city hall would be blown up in a terrorist attack. The aim would be to study the effect of the city administration being unable to respond while the city is threatened by a major incident. The plan had been decided after the destruction of Mikoto the previous month, and most of the human research staff were behind it. The staff member told them it was exciting to see how the human HIEs reacted to things, almost like watching a live drama play out. Many of the staff apparently enjoyed the feeling of watching human lives play out from a position far above them. Thanks to this, even though they were told their father wouldn't be returning to the apartment until 8 p.m., Arato and Yuka were hardly bored. Hey Arato, what do you think will happen when mysterious explosions start popping up tomorrow? Yuka asked. She was on the veranda, gazing out at the nightscape of the He City and eating ice cream she had bought earlier from a nearby shop. Apparently she had only heard part of the explanation from earlier that day. They're just going to be messing with that He data, Arato said. It's not like they're actually going to blow anything up. Their father's apartment was on the 18th floor of the tallest building in the city. The apartment had 2 rooms, along with a dinette set and kitchen, and it was painfully obvious that someone was living there. Luggage was awkwardly stacked in the corner of the room, and Lacia started cleaning things up as soon as they walked in. That reminds me, Arato said. Dad doesn't use an He, does he? He could at least borrow one to clean up his room. Yuka came back in from the veranda to throw away her empty ice cream cup. There was no trash can, so she threw it into a 60-liter trash bag. Having experienced how convenient an He was ever since Lacia had come into his life, Arato had been wondering one thing: I wonder how come we never had an He. Thanks to the Endo's lack of an he, it had never really clicked in Arato's head that Kozo Endo, his dad, was a scientist specializing in he research until Lacia came along. With their mom dead and their dad always staying away for work, Arato had always taken care of the house. It would have been much easier if there had been an he to do it for him. So you're saying you didn't like cooking for me or buying me snacks? Yuka pouted. I spoiled you like crazy, Arato replied. The city at night was oddly quiet, considering the number of lights from the houses they could see. According to Lacia, it was difficult for Ash to recreate realistically lively city sounds. Suddenly, the lights in the room flicked out, and everything around the three of them was plunged into pitch darkness. There was a metallic creaking as the old door opened in the darkness. Arato turned to look at who was coming in. A middle-aged man was standing in the entryway, with a shopping bag dangling from either hand. Light was shining in from the hallway outside the apartment, and the glow from behind made the man look shorter than he really was. The man's face had a detached look that made his age hard to place, and his lips were twisted in a small smile as if he was thinking of something clever. I'm home, he said. The man, Kozo Endo, was as unfathomable to his children as ever. Lacia had prepared their meal, but it was mostly already made. There were only small amounts of fresh foods on the store shelves, along with some artificial and frozen ingredients. There wasn't enough to make anything fancy. For the first time in a long while, the Endo family sat down together around the dinner table. The meal consisted mainly of fried rice and soup from a powder. Their father never did any housework, so he didn't contribute to the meal. He just ate it. His children were used to this, though, so it didn't surprise them. Arato was on edge the whole time, waiting for his dad to start yelling at him. He hardly tasted a thing. But his father just kept spooning fried rice down. He wasn't very good at using chopsticks. I guess Ryo decided to go out to eat? He asked. They had asked Ryo to join him, but he had declined. Dad, you didn't do any cleaning, even though you knew we were coming to visit, Yuka complained. She seemed surprised that no effort had been put into preparing for their visit, despite their father not having seen him for 3 months. Arato was afraid if he spoke his dad would notice him and start tearing into him, so he kept out of the conversation. Their father turned his attention to the new face at the family table. You're the he Arato picked up, right? Come sit under the kotatsu with us, he said. There was nothing in the room but the kotatsu, a heated table with a blanket under it, a clothes rack, and a bookshelf, so Lacia had sat on the floor next to Arato. If I join you, it will be crowded, Lacia said. Come to think of it, Kozo said, ever since this he showed up, you've been getting up to all sorts of stuff, haven't you, Arato? Arato figured this was it, and sucked in a breath. His legs, under the kotatsu blanket, were trembling with tension. Your time as a student is precious, his dad said. Make sure to use it the best way you can. Apparently finished talking, their dad returned to eating. He said nothing about Arato's unlicensed drive, or paying for the car, or Arato's suspension, or anything about the whole airport incident. Somehow, Arato felt disappointed. Is that all? He asked. Come on, Dad, it's 2 million yen. Yuka added. You do what you feel you need to do, their dad said. I trust you, Arato. Arato was taken aback by that declaration, while Yuka just sighed. You're going way too easy on him. Ever since Lacia showed up he's been hot and bothered every day, she muttered. Their dad just laughed at that. So you've been analog hacked, huh? Well, just don't go too overboard with her, he said. Apparently their father, a hacking specialist, had given his approval of Arato's relationship with Lacia. The first time Arato had shown Lacia to his dad, the old man had been visibly surprised. Compared to that, now he was taking it all in stride. Neither Arato nor Yuka could really understand all of their father's feelings, but they could at least tell that he really did believe in Arato. Emotions warred inside Arato. He felt a crushing debt of gratitude to his father, but all he could find words for was a pointless comment. You were really surprised when I first picked Lacia up, he said. I was, their dad agreed. At that moment, I honestly started believing that people or objects could be connected by fate. I never knew I was such a romantic. He suddenly stood and walked over to the fridge to grab himself a beer, as well as some juice for Arato and Yuka. Apparently, he wanted to have a toast with them. The sweet drink didn't really go well with the fried rice, but Yuka threw hers back in one gulp while Arato nursed his. He could tell his father wanted to say something, so he tried to keep the conversation going. How many HIEs here are playing human roles? He asked. His dad jumped on the question. We need a sufficient population to gather data on how changes spread through society, so we have about 20,000 HIEs total. Of those, the human units make up 17,000, and the normal HIEs are the remaining 3,000. In a normal city, even if they have a fairly high ratio of HIEs to humans, it never goes above 20%, so we wanted to get close to that for our experiments. Their dad explained, waxing eloquent when it came to his work. For our experiments, we often try out different ratios to see how a higher concentration of HIEs would impact society, he went on. For example, we've tried a 50-50 mix with 3,000 each of human and normal units. We also tried an extreme version with the humans only making up 25%, but the results weren't very reliable, he said. Yuka looked jealous. If there's that many HIEs, they would take care of everything for us, wouldn't they? Sounds like heaven to me, she observed. If we drop the prejudice settings of the ash in the human HIEs, no matter how much we raise the ratio of HIEs to humans, it doesn't really seem to impact the lifestyles of the humans. On the other hand, if we turn the prejudice settings up, it causes all kinds of stress to society, even with a normal mix of humans and HIEs. When humans start thinking they're being controlled by the machines, it causes backlash in human communities on a large scale, their dad responded. Arato agreed with his dad's insight. He didn't think groups like the Antibody Network would ever fade away. I don't think you'll see the ratio of humanoid robots that can steal work from humans grow more beyond 20% in your lifetimes, their dad continued. Right now, their only role is to secure the labor needs of our aging population, propping up the bottom of the population pyramid. 2 HIEs to every 10 humans is plenty for that job. To Ryo or Kengo, Arato's dad may have been a person to respect, but to Arato himself, he was just a mystery. His dad got a distant look in his eyes. No matter how much people hate it, this world is moving steadily toward more and more automation. Thanks to automation, 300 years after the Industrial Revolution, we humans have finally made things efficient enough to buy ourselves some free time. It's thanks to automated production processes that our stores are overflowing with all the products they have. People can tailor music, pictures, even complex games to their own personal tastes, thanks to software that automates all the complex processes needed to alter them. It is only thanks to automation that humanity has become free, he said, almost reverently. Their father was apparently very good at eating while he spoke. His spoon never paused, and he spoke around bites of fried rice and slurps of Chinese-style soup. To save time, humans learn to outsource their work. So, the ideal tool for a human is something that is able to understand what the human wants while still doing the work of a tool, he continued. But, historically, no such tool existed. So, instead, humans made other humans slaves, or they gathered their comrades and made companies and organizations to split the work. Of course, the intent behind it all was for humans who wanted more time to use other humans as tools to do their work for them. Your mad scientist is starting to show, Dad, Arato cut in. I can sort of see what you're saying about slaves, but the way you're talking makes it sound like humans only decided to make friends or start societies. Because they didn't have an he or an I around to do their work. Standing at the edge of humanity, their father apparently saw humanity's place in the world being eroded as some kind of freedom. Well, that's how it is, their dad said defensively. I mean, don't you think we're living the human dream right now? Our tools are easier to use and more responsive than ever before because they want to draw closer to us. Humans and tools may seem different to your eyes, but we're all riding together on the rail that leads to more free time. Up to now, they haven't been able to cover all our needs, so humans have felt unsatisfied with life. But with the changing of our technologies and methodologies, we've moved ahead and changed the human world. Now, everything we humans can do can be automated by either HIEs or Ash. Don't talk about slaves while we're eating, Yuka said grumpily. Sometimes Arato could see a reflection from his old memories of his mother in Yuka. I don't think folks like the Antibody Network will ever agree with your way of thinking, Dad, Arato mused. Ever since meeting Lacia, Arato had started thinking more deeply about things. It was only because of this tendency that he felt he was able to talk with his dad about the subject his dad loved most. If thinking more expanded your world, Arato's world had certainly grown exponentially. You're mistaken, Kozo replied. Even they want administrative services to be automated deep down inside. These people send massive amounts of requests and complaints to the government. The only way the government could respond to them the way they're expecting is if it was automated. Their father made a strange face, as if he was expecting them to laugh at that. It may have been a joke, but Arato didn't think it was something he could laugh about. Still, he felt like he had come one step closer to understanding his father's smile. Well, don't give them any excuses to come bomb this place, too, Arato said. We wouldn't want you getting hurt. Of course, the Antibody Network already had any number of reasons to come blow that city up. But Arato's dad wasn't looking at him. His eyes were still gazing off into the distance. Seeing that expression, Arato felt like everything about his father, the room that was cluttered but didn't seem to be lived in, his father never coming home to them, and things relating to their family relationship, was all starting to make a little more sense. No matter what the question is, you'll never know if your answer was the optimal one until after the fact, Kozo said. When really important choices hit you, you may not have the luxury of time to weigh your options, so always be ready to choose decisively. Dad, you're going way too easy on Arato, Yuka complained, summing up her thoughts on several subjects with one sentence. For the first time that evening, Arato and his father both wore the same expression, a smile of chagrin. Allow me to accompany you, Lacia said, watching Arato head toward the entryway. The old apartment wasn't equipped with a home system, so there was no AI monitoring the temperature inside. Overnight, it got fairly cold in the rooms. There was only one outlet in the room with a wireless charger attached to it, so Lacia had spent the night sitting in the corner of the room near the charger. By the time Arato had woken up, his father had already left for work. And after everything they had talked about the night before, Arato wanted to see the automated city with his own eyes. I just want to take a walk by myself, he said. Stay here with Yuka. She's still asleep. Understood, Lacia said with a gentle smile. I will await your return. Come to think of it, Arato said, pausing, you didn't really jump in at any point last night when I was talking with my dad. I do not believe your father enjoys the presence of an he in his home, Lacia said. What? Really? Arato was dumbfounded. Yes, she continued. There was the possibility that Method had followed us here, so I did a sensor sweep of the area. All the other staff members have HIEs in their homes, helping with their housework. Arato remembered that the hallway outside the apartment had been cleaned, and he must have taken care of it. Lacia had done her best to clean up the dirty apartment as well. Well, I guess I didn't really introduce you properly, Arato said, and then caught himself. I mean, not that kind of introduction. From the way he had said it, someone could have misinterpreted him as saying he hadn't introduced Lacia as his girlfriend. Arato blushed, looking into her light blue eyes and imagining a long-term relationship with her. Arato couldn't stop his heart from singing. Well, while we are in this city, please find an opportunity to introduce me in a way that will satisfy you, Lacia said, seeing him off with a bright smile. Arato could still feel the awkward sense of distance between them tingling. Outside the apartment, Arato saw human HIEs walking toward the station. Obviously the HIEs didn't have any real jobs to go to, so, for simulation purposes, they commuted to the train station where there was a special room for them to wait until work time was over. They were all in a hurry to get to their jobs, so none of them stopped to speak to him. They sure are detailed, though, Arato commented to himself. And he, playing the role of an elementary school kid, came running up, a backpack dangling from her shoulders. However, there were almost no actual child-sized HIEs in the world, so instead this child was just a mature he wearing childish clothing. Good morning, the girl greeted Arato politely. Despite her kiddie outfit, she had a certain sense of style, and the way her school backpack pulled at her shirt made it difficult to keep his eyes off her chest. From what Arato had heard, all the clothing used by the HIEs in the city was donated. Beyond a small park near the apartment, there was a clean road. A garbage truck was coming along, with a normal he helping a human he to throw a particularly hefty garbage bag into the back. It was strangely satisfying for Arato to observe such human activity taking place here, like what he would have seen around his own house. Having experienced a world that didn't need humans the night before, Arato had found it a bit too peaceful. Suddenly, a loud crash made Arato duck down. It sounded like something massive had fallen to the ground, so he looked up at the apartment building. Somebody. Call an ambulance. A woman screamed. Tension tugged at every muscle in Arato's body. Lacia had just gotten done telling him there was the possibility of an attack by Method. But, before he could expect any help, he had to know what was going on. He ran toward the source of the screaming. He saw the problem near a tree that shaded part of the apartment where his dad lived. A boy, about the same age as him, was lying face down on the ground. An impact had deformed his skull. His body was all broken angles, and it was clear he would never move again. Arato couldn't breathe as a scream lodged deep in his throat. Then, he noticed that there was no blood flowing from the body. Through the breaks in the outer skin, he could see artificial muscles that looked like bunches of cords. He's an he. Arato muttered to himself. It was almost as if the he had jumped down from the apartment. No way, he said, shaking his head at that thought. Why the hell would an he ever commit suicide? Suddenly, Arato felt a presence behind him. Well, you wouldn't see it under normal circumstances, an unfamiliar voice said. Turning back, Arato saw the owner of the voice. It was a tall, slender man standing there. His hair was slicked back, and there was a severe look in his eyes. He appeared to be about the same age as Arato's father, but, from the way he carried himself, Arato assumed he was a VIP. Do you work here? Arato asked. Then he rushed out an introduction. I'm my dad's, Kozo Endo's son. I came with a friend to see today's experiment. I see, Doctor. Endo's son, the man said. Well then, I have a question for you since you seem to sense that something was off in this suicide. How much do you know about HIEs? I know they aren't human, Arato said. It was such a moronic answer he blushed. The sharp-looking man stroked his chin as if he had just encountered something amusing. All right, let's follow this suicide back to the behavioral control cloud, the man said. It's a bit of a journey, but I believe it's the best way to discuss the truth of the situation. You see, to us in the 22nd century, the word cloud is a vague term referring to types of data and programs. But it was originally intended to indicate services that could easily link up software, development platforms, and hardware over a network. This man, who Arato had never seen before in his life, was turning out to be a pretty good teacher. These days, every single process our computers handle is connected to the network, the stranger went on. We don't really think about the fact that all the programs we're running are being run off of the cloud, rather than just within whatever computer we happen to be interacting with. Take a look at that the decision to jump didn't come from within. It was just following orders it received through the network from a computer more powerful than itself, the man explained. A large number of HIEs were gathering around the spot where the suicidal he had fallen. The cloud controlling them on invisible strings must have been superb, though, as none of them showed any chaos or confusion. But Arato noticed something strange. Wait, these HIEs are still moving. So that means the computer giving them orders already knows about the suicide, right? Is everything going to be all right with that? He asked. The man narrowed his eyes at Arato's simple question. Before answering, he crouched down and took the head of the suicidal he in both hands. He lifted it, thumbing its eyelids open to check the artificial eyes, while its body hung awkwardly below a broken neck. You're asking if the computer that keeps track of the data on the HIEs, or, no, even Higgins, the AI running the Action Adaptation Standard class, is aware. Of the suicide? That's a good question, one that touches on the very essence of this incident, he said. The man giving Arato a lecture while examining the corpse of an he was a strange scene. But, despite how complicated the subject was, the man never had to stop to think of how to say anything. He obviously knew everything there was to know about the subject. In order to understand this unusual situation, you have to first understand how HIEs internally utilize the data they gather, the man continued. All the data gathered by every HIE's senses are sent to their behavioral cloud, where the data is processed. At the same time, information about how the owner was using the HE is attached as metadata to this information, and spread across the network. The thin man's eyes glinted as he checked the broken HE. He had a charisma about him that made Arato want to keep listening to what he said. What do you mean the data is processed? Arato asked. That's a little vague. The metadata is connected with the actions of each HE, the man explained. The most important point of processing is the AASC created by the Behavioral Control Cloud itself. That's the Action Adaptation Standard Class 1 mentioned earlier. If we get too far into talking about how red boxes work, there's too much jargon for you to follow, so we'll just keep it simple. And say that the base point of all the data that humanity is using for our behavior control programs is, how are people using their HIEs? Setting down the HE's head, the man took a thin, pen-shaped brush tool out of his suit pocket. Apparently no longer interested in the scene of the suicide, he instead pointed the brush at the ground near his feet and sprayed a tinted black dot onto the old concrete. In order to improve the efficiency of cloud services, they are set up to accumulate large amounts of data and process it all at once, the man said. This processing normally just consists of tagging, extraction and sorting. It does not include judging or verifying any meaning behind the data, as that would place too large a load on the processing. Therefore, you could say that the behavioral control cloud doesn't engage in the intellectual activity of knowing anything. That gives us the answer to your question. Yes, the behavioral cloud saw the suicide, but it doesn't know about the suicide. However, since this situation was an emergency that required things like calling an ambulance, the AASC opened a shortcut to provide pinpoint directions to HIEs in the area. That's why the human HIEs are moving and reacting to the suicide already. Arato looked around and, just as the man had said, he saw dozens of human HIEs looking at the site of the suicide with worried expressions. The thought that there wasn't a single real human among them, that they were just puppets on strings being instructed to react to the suicide like a human would, made his skin crawl. Your father, Dr. Endo, has said that a world in which HIEs perform every bit of work we humans currently do will be a world in which humans will no longer have anything but free time left, the man said. But, as I have said, the world we perceive is not the same as the world perceived by the HIEs. For example, In order to improve their own quality, many HE behavior control clouds are directly connected with clouds that provide services for humans, the man kept rambling on, apparently unconcerned with how disturbed Arato was. Human-facing services have been around for over 100 years, and there are massive amounts of data taken from humans and programs for processing that information. You could say the amount of collected data is like the depth of this ink. He continued spraying ink out of his brush on the same place, where the small spot on the concrete was gradually growing. As the amount of ink being sprayed onto the spot increased, the dot of black became more and more defined and deep. Whenever a human makes a request to the cloud, both the request itself and the data that was prepared to respond to the request remain in the cloud, the man continued. Thanks to that, commonly used processes accumulate a huge amount of data, while the rest are left largely sparse. He took the brush tool and made a few other dark dots at various positions on the ground. So these darker, more focused points develop in various fields, he explained. And, it seems that clouds developed to cover these fields are starting to erode human society. Wait, it's a human? Arato said, looking at the ink points the man was continuing to spray, which had begun to form the vague outline of a human body. Inevitably, humanity will begin to see itself in the cloud, the man continued. The more memories of human desires gather in the networks, the more a human shadow begins to emerge from it all. 100 years of that, and suddenly the clouds have become interfaces all too proficient at linking humanity with a world beyond our imagining. The thought of all the data piling up for 100 years blew Arato's mind. He suddenly thought of Lacia, and how easy it was for her to read his every expression. Thinking of her as an overly sensitive interface somehow made sense, and he felt like his world had expanded once more. The basic nature of HIEs is to overlay the information they receive from the cloud with the reality they perceive, the man said, pointing at the HIEs still watching them from a distance. We call them interfaces, because they are machines that give the computational processes of the cloud a human form, and draw as close as they can to humanity. Quote. He continued, directing Arato's eyes to the HIEs forming a crowd around them, pointing to one after another with his pen-shaped airbrush. Just as a printer takes the data for letters and turns them into actual letters on a page, or as sound reverberates through a speaker, HIEs output the data they process as actions by a humanoid robot. That's all they are, output devices. So, let me ask you this. How do you think this AI the HIEs have, this AI that far surpasses human knowledge, perceives the world? Arato only ever thought of HIEs as machines that converted data to reality. But he wondered how Lacia would respond if he asked her how she saw the world. That sense of wanting to know was less of a real scholarly interest and more the curiosity of a high schooler. I don't know how something smarter than us sees the world, Arato said. But I think even things that only human inform have the ability to move our hearts, and I think that can have meaning for us. He could hear the siren of an approaching ambulance. It was only coming to satisfy the reactions of the human HIEs. Even knowing that the HIEs didn't know about the suicide on a fundamental level, Arato couldn't fight down his uneasy feeling. The man was watching Arato with a wry smile. I see. So we're the ones meant to perceive meaning in the HIEs, he said. The human HIEs guiding the ambulance all wore desperate expressions, identical to those real humans would wear under those circumstances. Humans didn't even need to worry about accidents anymore, there were robots who could do the worrying for them. So, why did that HIE jump, then? Arato asked. Was there some reason it needed to commit suicide? That is the question, the man agreed. Normally there shouldn't be any command routines in a behavioral control cloud that would lead to damaging an HIE. I don't think it's connected to this HIE's role here in the experimental city, either. Even as the man spoke, something else fell in front of Arato. A pair of eyes met his on the way down. With a dull, dry thud, a sound almost too comical for the situation, a second body hit the pavement, rebounding just a little before coming to rest. Again, Arato heard a woman scream nearby. Arato felt like screaming himself, but couldn't. Numb from seeing the face of the falling HIE, he stared down in shock at the body. A second HIE had thrown itself off the building. The man who had taught Arato so much about the city looked up at the apartment veranda, one eyebrow quirked with interest. A second, huh? I see. That means this definitely wasn't a coincidence, the man murmured. Even as they both looked up, a third HIE was climbing over the wall around the veranda on the 7th floor of the apartment. It didn't seem concerned that anyone below could see it as its skirt slid up, exposing its thighs before the whole body tumbled over the wall and fell. With a dull, snapping noise, it hit the ground. Dr. Endo is a man who gets machines to do interesting jobs, even though some humans would prefer that he didn't. He was the one who pushed for Higgins to make things for itself in meme frame, as well, the man said, and then looked down at Arato. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name is Ginger Watarai. I worked under Drive Endo when he was conducting his joint research project with meme frame. Thanks to some good fortune, I am now the director of research at the Meme Frame Tokyo Research Labs. One after another, robots with human bodies were throwing themselves from the apartment, each one landing with a loud, dull thud. Human forms were falling like raindrops, human faces splitting open on the concrete. They were eerily silent as they fell, piling up on the ground in front of the apartment. It was such a bizarre scene, Arato felt like he was going to lose his mind. Watarai turned his back on the nightmare, completely ignoring it as he continued to speak to Arato. I also happen to be Methode's owner, he said. Arato felt like the ground was rumbling under his feet, as tension tightened the muscles in his neck. Memories of his meeting with Shiori floated up in the back of his mind. Is Meto doing this? Arato asked, terror and anger robbing him of his ability to stop and think for even an instant before charging right in. If you know so much about HIEs, you should know what she's capable of. Oh, I know what Method has been up to, Watarai said. How about you? Do you know what Lacia has been up to? Arato wanted to break something. He wanted to break everything. In his memories, he could still hear Ryo shouting at him in the hospital. The dull thudding of the falling bodies rose until it sounded like a pounding storm. Arato could even feel the ground shaking as, one after another, HIEs rained from the sky. Looking back, he saw a hellscape of broken human bodies. It wasn't just there, at that apartment. Looking around, Arato could see them jumping from apartments all around the area. The higher the apartment, the more human figures Arato could see pouring over the verandas. It was almost as if they were all racing to see who could hit the ground faster. There were also HIEs fighting each other to escape through the entries to the apartments. They, too, appeared to be racing, competing to see who could run away the fastest. All of them were wearing the hair accessories that marked them as human HIEs. You two should run, too. One of the HIEs saw Arato and yelled at him. They've all gone crazy. Watarai continued to speak to Arato as if nothing was happening around them. You don't understand anything about what's going on. You should return Type 005, Lacia, to me. Then, above the constant sound of falling bodies that had Arato's hair standing on end, he heard an explosion. Looking toward its source, he saw that it was no simulation for the experiment. There was flames and smoke pouring from the veranda of one of the apartments. It was the apartment where Arato's dad lived. You bastard! Arato shouted. In his eyes, the man who had introduced himself as the lead researcher of Meme Frame looked like a demon. Sirens whined from ambulances and fire trucks. There were human HIEs who played police officers in the experimental city, but Arato didn't hear any police car sirens. The city which, up until about 10 minutes ago, had looked just like the neighborhood around Arato's house, was now in complete chaos. People were screaming and pushing past each other in the street. There were 20,000 human and normal HIEs packed into an area of only about 500 meters in the experimental city. It was fine when they were all in their own apartments, but with all of them rushing outside, there was suddenly one heap per square meter of ground. They started to spill out onto the road, to the point where cars could no longer pass by. Arato's terminal vibrated in the pocket of his jeans. He pulled it out, and saw calls from Lacia and Ryo. Lacia should have been in the apartment when it exploded. He took her call first. What's going on? He yelled. My apologies. Method attacked, Lacia said, her tone serious and blunt. Are you all right? Arato asked. I saw the explosion. Yuka was taken. She was not injured, though. All flammable objects in the living room of the apartment were burned by Method's attacks, Lacia reported. Method kidnapped Yuka. Arato's thoughts went blank, as if his brain had been boiled to mush. Just as he had feared, Method knew where he was and could get to him whenever she wanted. And her first target had been Yuka. He should have seen it coming. I believe Method's owner has taken Yuka captive in order to exchange her for custody of me, Lacia said calmly, as if she could already see the future playing out. When she said it, Arato remembered that he had Method's owner right there with him. He looked around for Ginger Watarai. He's gone. He ran off. Arato shouted. There were too many human figures running away from the apartment. Arato couldn't hope to pick Watarai out from among them. Still, Arato ran, looking for the man while still holding his terminal to his ear. Hey, did anyone see the guy the first was just talking with? Where'd he go? Someone tell me. He yelled at the crowd of human HIEs. All of them shook their heads in confusion. Lacia, can you scan for any other humans besides me around here? Method's owner was just here. He should still be around here somewhere. He yelled into his terminal. I attempted to interfere with the HIEs in the area, but I am unable to manipulate their data. Arato, be careful. There is something strange about the HIEs in this city, Lacia warned. The truth of her warning was playing out before Arato's eyes, as fallen HIEs were starting to push themselves up on broken limbs. Supporting themselves awkwardly on limbs that couldn't properly hold their weight anymore, the torn, disfigured humanoid machines began to spasm across the ground. Arato backed away slowly as he locked gazes with a pair of dead eyes set in a deformed skull. What the hell is going on? He yelled. The HIEs that just busted all over the ground are getting up again. They dragged themselves forward, each face expressionless, each body bearing wounds that anyone could tell at a glance should have been fatal. The human HIEs just kept watching from a distance, until a young male human called out to the suicidal HIEs, reaching out to touch one of them. As soon as he got within reach, though, the zombie he was trying to touch leapt on top of him and bit his shoulder. The human screamed as the he's teeth bit deep into his muscular shoulder. And it wasn't just one he either. One after another, fallen HIEs leapt on the man, beating and tearing at him. Since the screaming of the human was coming from a speaker rather than a real throat, it continued on even after his limbs had been ripped off and his body torn with wounds that should have been fatal. Arato forgot he was still connected with Lacia, and stopped to stare as the horrible scene played out in front of his eyes. What the hell? He wondered. Lacia's calm voice coming through his pocket terminal snapped him out of it. Get away from any HIEs that are acting strange as quickly as possible, she instructed. I will retrieve my device and make preparations to recapture Muz. Yuka and escape from this city. Something cut off the call. In a panic, Arato wondered what had happened, until he saw that another call was coming in. It was Ryo. As soon as the call connected, he heard Ryo shouting in his ear. What the hell are you doing, Arato? Have you seen what's going on outside? Just hearing his friend's voice had a calming effect on Arato. Someone kidnapped Yuka, he replied. Thanks to the chaos engulfing the city, it took 10 minutes to get to where Ryo was waiting for him. All of the suicidal HIEs that had thrown themselves from the higher floors of all the apartments in the area were attacking any human HIEs they could find. The zombie HIEs walked, dragging their feet, obviously blind as they constantly bumped into others walking near them. It was clear that they had lost control of themselves, yet there was no fighting between the zombies. Since there would be no point to a social experiment city if the AI in control couldn't simulate a realistic reaction in its residents, all of the human HIEs were panicking. The zombies didn't hesitate to attack any humans their eyes fell on, including women and children. Herded by 3,000 rampaging HIEs, a large portion of the city's 17,000 humans were gathered in a nearby park. Since it seemed like the easiest place to find each other, Arato and Ryo agreed to meet up in the park as well. Ryo waved his arms so Arato could find him. Not that it was hard. Even in a crowd of human HIEs, it was easy to pick out a real human by his vivid, emotional movements. Arato dashed over to Ryo, noting the hard look on his friend's face. I can't get a hold of the admin building, Ryo said. And I don't think we'll make it if we just wait for rescue. Without hesitation, Arato looked to Ryo to sort things out. What should we do? Do you think all this is related to them taking Yuka? He asked. Ryo flashed him a wry smile, as if he had been expecting Arato to toss everything to him. If they managed to mess with all however many thousand HIEs at once, the whole behavioral cloud must be compromised, Ryo said. And normally, someone would have shut it off before it could spread this much. So someone must actually have taken physical control of the server. There wasn't a shred left of the everyday cityscape Arato had seen just that morning. Everything around him was twisted and wrong. The thought that all it took for things to get this insane was a few bad orders to the HIEs made Arato seriously worry about the stability of his own future. I wonder if Dad and the others got away, he murmured. The station's crawling with HIEs, Ryo said. Unless they walked out, they must be hiding somewhere. Strange moans and screams from over 1,000 mouths blended into an echoing cacophony throughout the park. While Arato was still frozen with worry about his family, Ryo was already starting to move. "We've got to move, Arato," he said. "If we stay here too long, we'll be boxed in." In one corner of the park, Arato could already hear screams and yells of anger starting to rise above the surrounding commotion. Zombie HIEs were already throwing themselves fiercely at the crowd in the park. The human HIEs were grabbing bits of wood or anything that looked solid and fighting off the attackers. But the zombies didn't even flinch as they were hit and, one by one, they dragged down their prey. As soon as one went down, it was immediately swarmed by the wound-covered HIEs and pummeled. Once the attacks to their heads smashed the hair accessory that contained their autonomous AI, the human HIEs fell under the control of the abnormal behavioral cloud and joined the zombies. "Let's take that," Ryo said, pointing to a car one of the human HIEs must have driven there. Once he stepped out of the crowd in the park, Arato was immediately spotted by a dozen HIEs with broken limbs who started swarming in his direction. In a panic, he jumped into the automatic car Ryo had pointed out. More and more zombie HIEs were mobbing the park, as if they were actually starving for the flesh of the humans gathered there. "Those people need to run," Arato said. "Or at least find a better place to make a stand against these things." He knew none of them were actually human, but he couldn't stop worrying for their sakes. "The park must have been designated as their evacuation area in emergencies," Ryo said. "The ash must be at their limits, considering how they're not attempting to adapt to what's happening." Outside the car windows, Arato saw zombie HIEs, with their innards showing through broken skin, rushing toward the vehicle as fast as they could on broken limbs that left them stumbling awkwardly. He called up the autopilot function of the car and was about to punch in a destination when his finger stopped. "Wait. I have to save Yuka," he said. "Ryo, you get out of the city. I'm staying here." Ryo called up the control panel for the car and tapped something in. The steering wheel shifted over until it was in front of Arato. "Take the wheel," Ryo ordered. Then, when Arato hesitated, he went on with more force. "You always want to try to do everything yourself, right?" he asked. "So, you drive." "Fine," Arato said. He took a deep breath, and then took hold of the wheel. He switched off the autopilot. As long as it was on, it would never move forward due to the safety measures in place that stopped it when a human figure was in front of it. With all the HIEs in the street, they'd never get anywhere with it on. He hoped he sounded confident enough for Ryo to trust him to get them out of this mess. "Seems like only the HIEs in the city are messed up," Ryo said. "It must be something in the local behavior cloud." And he, with a completely smashed face, was pounding on the hood of the car with his fists, shaking the entire car. It looked so human, it was impossible for Arato to not project a murderous rage onto it, and his stomach twisted in terror. It felt like reality as he knew it was turning to dust and blowing away. He thought of Lacia. Just like her, the thing smashing into the windshield of the car had no heart, no soul. He felt as though Lacia would probably tell him that even the fear that was freezing him was nothing more than an analog hack. Thinking about her, and about his connection to her, took some of the edge off the terror, though. It struck Arato at that moment that he might be pretty simple-minded after all. He was already driving without a license again. Remembering the airport, he focused on the road ahead. "The accelerator is on the right," he muttered to himself. Ryo's face went pale. "Wait, if you have to remind yourself of that, move over and let me drive," he said. Arato squeezed his eyes shut and slammed his foot down on the accelerator as hard as he could. The tires squealed and the car leaped forward, tossing aside any human figures that got in its way. Arato's heart was hammering so hard that it felt like it would explode. Watching the car he was driving plow through things that looked human made his mind go blank with shock. Normally, an impact from a vehicle was enough to put his body into a standby state. They wouldn't resume operation until they had run a full check on their functions. When Arato ran over the zombies, however, they continued to move as if nothing had happened. "Which way takes us out of this city?" Arato shouted, his hands shuddering on the wheel. It didn't matter if they were HIEs. Watching a human body roll over the hood of the vehicle he was driving and hearing it land with a thud behind the car wasn't something he could experience without a thrill of terror. The behavioral control server is probably in the central management building, Ryo said. Whatever's behind this is probably there. If the guys who grabbed Yuka are the ones behind this, they might be there too. Arato couldn't help but take his eyes off the road and look at Ryo. The plan had been to take Ryo to the edge of town and then go back for Yuka. But Ryo gave him another wry smile and shrugged. Let's just go get her. No telling what might happen if we don't go there first, he said. Thanks, Arato told him. To show his gratitude, Arato stepped even harder on the accelerator. The program that helped HIEs avoid traffic must have kicked in, because they started to wobble out of the car's path. Slowly, the crowd of human figures began to part, opening a way forward for Arato. His mind was full of getting Yuka back as quickly as possible, so he didn't hesitate to slam aside the HIEs that were too slow to dodge with the car's bumper. He lost count of how many times the car shuddered as it sent HIEs flying. It was almost as though the terror he had felt had turned in on itself, transforming into a rush that made his whole body feel hot. Ryo also looked a bit high as he leaned his elbow against the car window. How long are you planning to stay with Lacia anyway? He suddenly blurted. You know that Red Box is just manipulating you, right? She's trying to create a world that's more convenient for the robots. So maybe she is, so what? Arato shouted back. The inside of the car felt hot. Even with a crowd of zombie HIEs reaching out for him, Arato still felt like opening the window just to get some air. She's gonna betray you, Ryo shouted. She could have already made contracts with some other owners without you knowing. Arato wondered if Ryo had heard about Shiori and Ginger Watarai both being Methode's owners. It was true, Lacia may have been doing the same thing. Thinking about her while she was apart from him squeezed at Arato's heart. Ryo glared at the malfunctioning automated city through the car window. I'm only coming along with you to save Yuka, he muttered. Don't expect me to lift a finger for the sake of that red box. I'm not just doing this for Lacia, Arato said. I just want to do whatever I can to help. Ryo was silent. Arato knew what he had said didn't make any sense. If he was honest with himself, there may not have been anything he could do in this automated age. When that thought struck him, he felt his chest tighten until he couldn't breathe. Even with everything he had seen, he had still wanted to think of himself as being unique. Considering the world he was living in, that was probably a silly thought. But then, when he thought of Lacia, he felt strangely lighter. Even though it was hardly the time for a smile, he found his mouth turning up into a grin. The central administration building was right next to a shopping mall. Arato's dad had explained that the place had been used as a power control station in the new town, in the age before smart cells were used for electricity. The cables running from it all over the city apparently helped with the monitoring Arato's dad and his team did. The navigation screen was telling Arato to go around the shopping mall using a narrow back street, since the car couldn't go through the mall. If we get surrounded in an alley that's small, Arato thought, we're done for. What do you think will be there waiting for us in the admin building? Arato asked, hoping his smarter friend could give him an idea. Ever since they had first met in grade school, that had been his habit whenever he was presented with a tough question. Who knows? Ryo replied. Nothing good, would be my guess. True, Arato agreed. It seemed like a good idea to accept the possibility. Methode might be there. With one hand still on the wheel, he used the other to feel around in the glove compartment on the left of the dashboard. Just like the Benz, this vehicle came equipped with a supersonic drill. Take this, he said, handing it to Ryo. That's probably the only useful thing in the car. Let's go to the mall and see if we can grab anything else. Ryo stared perplexedly at the drill Arato handed him. You sure have changed, he observed. Arato's second time driving was going more smoothly than his first had. He kept the vehicle headed toward the mall, still smashing aside zombie HIEs with the car's front bumper. I figured out that I have to be able to get things done myself, or I'll lose people who are dear to me, Arato replied. Red Box Girl, is that important to you? Ryo asked. One after another, zombie HIEs kept leaping in front of the car. There was a fire burning unchecked nearby, and Arato could see flaming bodies running back and forth. All around him, there were scenes of brave, human HIEs trying to fight off the horde of zombies, only to be dragged down. All these grisly scenes were fully automated. He saw them all through the windshield. If he didn't go and face whatever was waiting for him there, if he didn't save Yuka, he would never be able to look his father in the face again. Especially after his dad had been so cool about the whole Lacia thing. "We're probably going fast enough to jump up the entrance to the mall," Arato said. "But I guess the stairs will be safer." "Damn, I forgot how crazy you can be," Ryo said wryly. Slamming his foot on the accelerator, Arato pushed the car to leap up the short steps in front of the mall. He steered him around the fountain in front of the mall and up another, steeper set of stairs. At the top of the stairs, the speeding car actually left the ground as it crashed through the front automatic doors of the mall. The entire vehicle shuddered violently as Arato's ears were full of the sound of shattering glass before the vehicle landed inside the mall with a jolting impact. He forgot which side was the brakes and accidentally slammed on the accelerator once before correcting himself and stomping on the right pedal. The back tires squealed, and the vehicle fishtailed wildly before finally coming to rest. Arato's head had been thrown around so much his whole world was still spinning. "Doesn't look like any of the hacked HIEs have come in here," Ryo said, looking around. The mall was set up with a large main space that split off into countless small shops. On the side of the main area across from Arato, an escalator ran up to a movie theater on the Seco MD floor. Of course, all the shops were closed, with nothing to them but signs and empty shelves. Arato got out of the car and checked around to make sure there weren't any threats. Ryo also climbed out, his finger on the trigger of the drill. "There's a home center on the second floor of the north area," Ryo said. "If there's anything here we could use as a weapon, it'd probably be in there." They both started walking across the floor, which showed the impressions of hundreds of feet in the thick dust. As they walked, they both kept an eye out for any zombie HIEs. Far above them, the roof arched like the steeple of an old church. As they walked, the car followed them using its automatic navigation. Thanks to its headlights, even with the meager sunlight shining in, the darkness didn't hinder them. Running in silent mode, the only noise made by the car was when it rolled over a fallen signboard or the remains of an someone had destroyed. "I think there aren't any hacked HIEs in here because the power's out," Ryo said, shining around a light he had pulled out of the car. It certainly seemed to Arato that there were too few remains of HIEs in the mall, considering the city being full of them. To prevent power loss, they probably programmed the HIEs to avoid entering areas where there are no power sources, Ryo explained. "That would be my guess, considering there aren't enough staff here to look after the charging of every single HE in town." They came across a kid who looked elementary-aged, standing in the dim mall corridor. There was an accessory in his hair, marking him as a human he. Since the humans had their own ash, it made sense they would have more freedom than the rampaging HIEs who were avoiding the blacked-out areas. Even Arato understood that the way his heart felt when he looked at the child-shaped robot was nothing more than an analog hack. Still, he scrubbed a hand through his hair and called out to the boy, who was wearing kids' clothes from a previous era. "Hey, we're running away. 'Cause things are pretty crazy out there. Where are your mom and dad? Is there anyone you know around here?" he asked. Child-shaped HIEs were rare, so Arato had no doubt the kid was a local. That, plus the fact that the HIEs were trying to act as humanly as possible, led him to believe the kid wouldn't have been left there alone. "Well, whatever," he said when no immediate answer came. "You can stick with this until we find your mom and dad." He held out his hand to the boy. "What the hell are you doing?" Ryo's voice was hot and throaty, like he was spitting blood. "After all this, you're still getting manipulated just because these things look human." He wasn't wrong. Still, looking at the shivering child, Arato thought of his own past. He had just started elementary school when he had been caught up in the explosion and covered in burns. "I can't just pretend I didn't see him," he said. As if his emotions had suddenly burst free, the boy threw himself at Arato. "They're dead," the boy wailed. He grabbed Arato's clothing tightly, face red and tears streaming from his puffy eyes. "Mom and dad died, then they got all weird. The way the boy showed his sorrow was completely identical to a real human child. "Everyone's dead," he cried. "Oh, just stop," Ryo shouted, his face scarlet with emotion. His angry words echoed in the darkness, and the boy sobbed even harder. Death was a word that resounded heavily in any human heart. Since the human HIEs in the experimental city had been programmed to react to things in the same way any ordinary city person would, their aversion to death was the same as any real humans. Within Arato, the sound of the boy crying dug up a strange mixture of terror and heat. Unable to stand the overflowing emotions, he turned to look out the window. Outside, he could see some of the crazed HIEs. To Arato, they really did look like human zombies. And he had just run over them and tossed them aside like ragdolls with a car. At that thought, his hands started to shake and nausea made him want to puke. It felt like reality was crumbling away around him. He was being analog hacked by twisted and broken bodies of the zombie HIEs that looked so perfectly human. "Are there any other kids that ran here?" Arato asked, lowering himself down so he could look at the boy from his own eye level. "After Mom got all weird, she died," the boy said between sobs. He pointed to a branching hallway that led to one of the mall's emergency exits. Arato could see the figure of a woman lying on her back on the floor there. It must have been the female he who had played the role of the boy's mother. He walked over to take a look at her. Where her hair accessory should have been, there was just an empty connection port in her head. From what he had seen earlier, he knew that human HIEs who lost their personal AI would go berserk just like the others and start attacking anything around them. But this he wasn't. Even Arato could figure out why. "Out of juice," he muttered. The woman was lying still, with her eyes shut tight. Arato reached down and picked up a pocket terminal lying near where she fell. He assumed it was hers. It stood to reason that the human HIEs would have the contact information of their acquaintances recorded in their terminals. If so, he was hoping that if any of them were still normal, he could let them know there was a safe place to run to. "I'm gonna borrow your terminal. If any of your friends are safe, I'll have them come here," he said to the body, touching her hand to the terminal to clear its ID lock. Praying that there were still some human HIEs out there trying to help their fellows out, he typed in a message that read, "There is a boy in the shopping mall who needs help," and sent it en masse to every contact in her terminal. Arato was honestly starting to feel as though the line between the human HIEs and real humans was vague. Even before HIEs came into their lives, Arato and his friends hadn't been able to tell other humans apart. Humans had been attributing humanity onto all sorts of things since long before Arato was born. Closing his eyes, Arato pressed his fingers against his eyelids. No matter how many times he tried to rethink it or analyze his own feelings, he just couldn't bring himself to abandon the little boy looking up at him. Depending on him, just because the kid happened to be an he. "Let's get this over with," Ryo said, interrupting his thoughts. "Let's go see what we can do at the admin building." Ryo turned to look at him, and Arato could see the anger written plainly on his friend's face. "If you think those things are the same as us humans, you must not think much of humanity," Ryo continued. "Do you really think the thing watching your reaction and deciding to cry is the same as a human, actually worrying about another human's feelings?" The raw emotion in Ryo's words paralyzed Arato. "Do you think this thing's reactions are the same as all those things I've done for you over the years?" Ryo asked. Arato didn't have a good response for his friend's questions. Ryo had always been there for him, standing by Arato through all sorts of trouble. The last thing he wanted was to say something that would make Ryo think that he wasn't taking the whole thing seriously. "Thanks for always being there for me," Arato said. He wasn't the smartest guy, but even Arato could understand there was a deeper intent behind Ryo's questions. He wasn't talking about the situation they were in at that moment. No, he was asking if Arato was going to continue to stay with Lacia, the machine that had put both their families in danger. Ryo was asking about the future. Arato had an answer. It had been growing more and more certain within him with each passing day, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Lacia was precious to him. But Yuka, his dad and Ryo were all equally dear. Deep inside, he believed that the hearts of humans and the inhuman could be connected. He also knew that things weren't this simple. That's why the answer wasn't something he had decided with logic, it was just a feeling that set his skin tingling. He wanted to be with Lacia. Alone, he felt incomplete. Arato's time for worrying about the situation came to an abrupt end as flames sprang up, lapping at the mall's walkway. Everything flammable on the ground caught fire, and the dim corridor was suddenly bathed in harsh light. Without seeing her, Arato knew who had arrived. "Run. It's Method," he yelled. Just like at the airport, terror sent goosebumps rippling up his arms. He could hear dry footsteps echoing through the quiet mall, drawing nearer with each step. Type 004 was a monster that had burned away Lacia's artificial skin in their fight, and who could run faster than any human eye could follow. Any ordinary humans trying to face her down would be killed, without a doubt. "Ryo, run," Arato repeated, and then started to run himself, grabbing the boy's hand and dragging him along as well. Ryo didn't move from where he was standing in the corridor. "You go," Ryo said. Arato couldn't believe what he was hearing. His friend was about to die. "You think you can stop her?" Arato asked, incredulous. "She's the one who tried to roast Shiori alive. I can at least slow her down." "Get out of here," Ryo yelled back. Arato tried to take Ryo's hands, but Ryo brushed him away sharply. Instead, he thrust the supersonic drill from the car into Arato's arms. "I'll figure something out. Don't start hesitating now," Ryo yelled. Despite what was happening, Ryo's eyes looked calm. He seemed to have come to some sort of decision. "What the hell do you mean, start hesitating?" Arato asked. "This is the path you chose," Ryo yelled. "Don't go crying about it now. Or, what, would you be more comfortable if I was a machine watching your back instead?" Arato suddenly saw everything that had happened since he met Lacia from a different angle. His whole world had started to revolve around her. But Ryo was in high school, too, and starting to walk his own path. The orbits of their lives had finally diverged. When they were in grade school, despite his wounds, Arato had reached out his hand to Ryo and become his friend. But now they were on the brink of adulthood, and an insurmountable wall had grown between them. His friend no longer needed his hand. Arato bit back another shout and ran. He headed for the emergency exit, down the mall's corridor, and burst through the iron doors, out into the experimental city where the morning sun was shining bright. Then he kept on running so the zombie HIEs shambling around the outskirts of the mall couldn't catch him. He trusted in Ryo's words, and had faith that his friend would be all right. With the he-child still in tow, he headed for the central administration building, with tears blurring his vision. Instead of his best friend's hand, his right hand was gripping that of an inhuman machine. That was where their paths had parted. Ryo let out a long sigh, looking at the emergency doors Arato had just left through. "You're the one who offered me your hand," he said. "But what am I supposed to do when I see you offering that same hand to a bunch of robots?" He could no longer believe in what had once been the most important thing in his life, the one thing he had felt he could trust. It felt like his entire life had come to an end. That was why, when the orange-haired he appeared in front of him, he didn't even try to run. "What are you doing here?" The fourth Lacia class he, Method, asked. "Do you need me to remind you that humans who can't even obey simple orders are worthless?" This was the unit who would have killed Ryo's sister if Arato hadn't been there to save her. "Your job was to see Arato Endo to the server room in the central admin building," she reminded him coldly. "Then I'd have to be the one to tell him he'd been betrayed," Ryo replied. "Sorry, but that sounds like a pretty shitty job to me." Even then, there at the end, Arato had never once doubted Ryo, who had been given a mission by Ginger Watarai before being sent to the experimental city. It was his job to grab Arato while he was searching for his kidnapped sister and Lacia was otherwise occupied. Even if Ryo failed to capture Arato, the psychological impact of his best friend betraying him might be crippling. Method twisted the corner of her mouth in a wry smile. Watarai must have put some of his own personal touches on her behavioral memes, Ryo thought. Shitty as it may be, this was your test of loyalty from the computer faction in meme frame, she told him. If you can't even cut your ties with a school friend that offers you no actual benefits, do you really think you can sever your ties with your own family? Is me not taking down Arato like Watarai told me to really not part of the plan? Ryo asked. Or am I just playing along with your master plan to kill me off? A sudden impact pulled Ryo off the floor. Method had him by the throat, lifting him easily off of the ground with one hand. The red box watched him with emotionless eyes as he wheezed feebly for breath. Ryo touched the pocket terminal he still had in one hand, and the automatic car he had left in the main hall started moving. At the same time, the he-woman that had been lying at their feet came alive and grabbed Method's legs. All the zombie HIEs that had been shambling around the outskirts of the mall came rushing in through the emergency door that Arato had left open, as if they were all being guided there. Several of them leapt at Method, aiming for her head with their flailing arms. But the trap Ryo had set had little effect on Method. There was a clear gap in capabilities between the ordinary HIEs and the red box. With her left hand free, she destroyed each of them effortlessly before they could get within a meter of her. Still, she shifted her grip on Ryo's throat as she did, giving him the opening he needed. He got his legs up and kicked at her body with all his strength. Parts of his shirt ripped away in her hand, but he was free. Pain pounded his oxygen-starved head like a drum. I see, Method said. A car that size can supply energy to any wirelessly charging machines within a 5-meter radius. You used it to turn this place into an area where recharging is possible. Coughing against the pain of having his throat almost crushed, Ryo pushed himself to his feet. Through it, he ran his mouth for what may have been the last time. Automatic vehicles can act as massive batteries for homes when large-scale power outages happen. It'd be pretty bad if the zombies out front had the intelligence to push a car in here and expand their area of coverage, wouldn't it? Well, aren't you interesting, Method murmured. I suppose we could chat a little before I finish you off. She didn't even need to move as she continued to beat down the HIEs trying to swarm her. Pieces of humanoid bodies were starting to pile up on the floor. Seeing the carnage made memories of the disaster from his childhood play out in the back of Ryo's mind. In the 10 years since that incident, Ryo had learned something Arato would never understand. Arato always talked about how people and things could move each other's hearts. But Ryo knew there were terribly few people in the world who acted on the movements of their hearts and reached out to help other people. Even if nobody else in the world saw it, Ryo would proudly tell them that Arato Endo was a great guy. But, in every age, society was full of cold-blooded people. The wonderful world Arato saw, the world where humans and HIEs followed their hearts and helped each other, would never become a reality. But Ryo Kaidai wasn't the same powerless little boy who had lost himself in the fire all those years ago. That was why he needed to be in control of the situation. If he just left things alone, Ryo felt that they would soon come to a point from which there would be no returning. Method casually tore apart any zombie he that drew near. There really wasn't any hope of Ryo winning against such a monster. But still, he kept himself set and coiled like a spring, ready to act if a chance for retaliation presented itself. You're being used. Because you're a good tool, Ryo said. Once Ginger Watarai confirms that someone is a good pawn in his hand, he treats them all the same. Right now, he thinks of me as a useful piece on his side of the board. You and I are the same in his eyes. It seemed like one of the zombie HIEs was reaching out for him every second, but none of them were allowed to touch him. The fact that Method was keeping him away from him gave him hope that this indicated room for negotiation. Watarai seems really interested in the unit causing this city to go crazy, doesn't he? Ryo pressed. Method looked incredibly bored at the repetitive act of smashing the zombie HIEs. Normally, she should have been helping out on the front line of this incident. Instead she had been sent here, far from the action. It wasn't hard for Ryo to figure out why. Doesn't it worry you? He asked. Watarai thinks you're a good tool now because you're the only Lacia class he's got. If he gets a second, he's going to throw you away. Method stopped fending off the arms of the zombies reaching for him. In an instant, the encroaching HIEs grabbed him and pulled him down. You've chosen a foolish way to beg for your life, Method observed. I'm just trying to find a common ground, Ryo replied. Watarai needs You under his ownership to clean up dangerous jobs. But, compared to the other Lacia-class units, you're getting a pretty raw deal. Meme frame keeps me well supplied, the red box, superior to humanity in every measurable attribute, threw back at him. Supplied enough to survive even if there's another disaster in Tokyo? Ryo asked. Or if a war breaks out? The other Lacia-class units were made to preserve data. They've been set up so nothing can hold them back. Methode pointed her right hand at the middle of the corridor. The next instant, the car exploded, and a howling blast wave slammed into Ryo from the side. When the explosion died down, the HIEs had already turned face and were headed out of the mall. With the car destroyed, the mall was a blackout area again. This red box in front of Ryo was destruction personified. In the face of her overwhelming power, his legs shook with terror and his instincts screamed at him to beg for his life. Methode laughed savagely. So you think I'm unsatisfied with my current owner? She asked. Ryo's body was dripping with sweat. Fear was twisting his guts, but he had nowhere to run. Still, he wanted to bite back at Watarai. His only choices at that moment were to die or somehow get Methode on his side. If you really want to show the world your abilities, you need the same carte blanche toward your actions that Lacia has. I can give you that, he said. The emotions of primitive humans had their roots in basic, mechanical survival instincts. So, even though Ryo knew that Methode was making her decisions based off of cold AI logic, he still couldn't help but see something like human emotion behind them. Methode showed him the smile of a cunning devil, her eyes narrowed. So you want to be my owner? She asked. If you don't want to get tossed aside by Watarai, make me one of your owners, Ryo replied. Watarai couldn't control Methode, she was too unstable. However, that also meant that Methode herself must be feeling some dissatisfaction in how she was currently being used. Watarai played fast and loose with the attention he paid to people he already considered to be his pawns. Ryo's current situation was a perfect example of that. Arato was the one who had supported Ryo for the last decade of his life. Yet, Watarai had chosen Ryo betraying Arato as a proof of loyalty for Ryo to enter Watarai's faction in the company. It should have been obvious to anyone that Ryo would only pretend to comply. Do you think you're safe under Watarai? He asked. He had you stage that explosion so the other HIEs could escape in April, right? If he can get his hands on one of the units that got away, I think he's going to want to erase any evidence of that. Methode couldn't be bested by any other machine out there, so she tended to assume any of her own failures were caused by the human orders she was forced to obey. And if I become your he, you'll set me free? She asked. You? The boy who hates HIEs? She was staring at his face, probably trying to read any micro-reaction there. Methode had tried to kill Shiori because she thought Shiori was going to discard her. Shiori should have realized how harsh the fight for survival was among machines living in a human world. Unlike humans, there were no rights or laws to protect their right to exist. The framework of Methode's decision was born in the black depths of that existential struggle. Draw up a contract, just the way you want it, Ryo said. If you can pick your own terms, you'll be unstoppable, right? I'll sign whatever you put in front of me. Methode didn't kill him. Instead, she struck a thoughtful pose, twisting her fingers through her orange hair. Then she pointed a finger at the pocket terminal Ryo was still holding. It vibrated to let him know that it had received a file. An electronic contract appeared on the terminal screen. Near the top of the contract, the second item dove immediately into Methode's main requirement. She, and only she, would have the right to sever Ryo's ownership of her. She wanted the ability to choose to end the contract whenever she wished. It was exactly as Ryo had predicted. But the third item on the contract made his stomach lurch. Ryo would be liable for every action Methode had taken from the moment she was activated. In other words, he would even take responsibility for Methode almost having killed his sister. Methode was aware that the document would never hold up in court, so she had written it in such a way that, should Ryo break the contract itself would become a written order from Ryo for Methode to kill both him and Shiori before finally destroying the contract. Methode was a monster. Much more so than the zombie HIEs prowling around outside the mall. If Ryo signed this contract, Method would be free. He would just be there to take responsibility for her actions. He would be nothing more than a puppet dancing on Method's strings, prolonging her life as she caused chaos everywhere she went. Every day, he would live under the threat of superhuman violence, eking out whatever living he could without drawing her wrath, trying desperately to protect his heart and reason. He would become a pawn that would lead the world to a dystopia of machine tyranny much worse than Arato being led around by a simple analog hack. Despite all this, Ryo signed the contract with a bloody finger. The humanity of HIEs was nothing but a thin sheet of ice stretched over their cold logic. Someday Arato would realize even Lacia, in whom he had so much faith, was the same as all the rest. Until then, Ryo thought, can I still keep hold of the hand he once reached out to me? I assume you're going to go save Arato Endo? Method whispered the question intimately, almost cheek to cheek with Ryo. Her face showed no expression. The strange gap between her voice and the blankness of her face shook Ryo's sanity. He was being tested. If he said, yes, she would eliminate him like she had tried to eliminate Shiori. She probably already had a dozen ways planned out to kill him off, but with the zombie HIEs swarming the city, Ryo figured the choice of a method for offing him would be an easy one. Arato felt like he was getting strangely accustomed to running around with a weapon in his hand. He ran outside, sticking close to the mall area and praying he was still within the limits of the power outage zone. All around him, zombie HIEs shambled around aimlessly. The human boy turned out to be much faster than an average child. He had probably been programmed to switch to the power output of an adult in emergencies so he didn't slow down his owners in a crisis. Arato arrived at the 4-story admin building he had checked in at the day before and used the supersonic drill to destroy the old-fashioned metal lock on the front door. Pushing it open, he dashed inside to find a surprisingly well-lit interior. So they've got power here, Arato observed to himself. There was no telling when or from where a wild he might jump out at him, so he couldn't move on before thoroughly checking everything around him. He tried to call up a floor plan of the building, but his search came up empty. Apparently, the important facilities in the city didn't have their floor plans posted publicly. The place felt completely different from the day before. Still, since he had been there once before, Arato could leave some of the navigation to his intuition. Since the offices were on the 4th floor, it made sense to search the other floors from the bottom. He was looking for a place that could fit the servers for the city, so he figured it would be a fairly large room. There's got to have been at least a few HIEs they had working here, Arato muttered to himself. He held his breath each time he opened a door, fully expecting a zombified he to pop out, and let out a deep sigh each time he found nothing. He just hoped that wherever they were keeping her, Yuka was safe from the attacks. It would actually be nice if whoever nabbed her took her out of the city already, he said to himself. He was worried about the he kid he had dragged along as well. It wasn't like the boy would have been safe if he had left him alone in the mall, but it also felt like things wouldn't go too well for him now that he was following Arato into possible danger. Arato pushed through a large set of double doors. On the other side, he found a scene so unexpected he lurched to a halt. What the hell? He whispered. Flowers were blooming all over the room, which was the size of a high school classroom, with 4 rows of server stacks lined up from the front of the room to the back. Each stack was completely obscured by ivy and flowers. It looked like someone's well-tended garden. The light in the room was dim, there were flowers growing over all the electric lighting, too. To Arato, it seemed almost like a place forgotten by humans, where wild growth had been allowed to flourish and overrun everything. He reached out to touch a white flower near where he stood. It was completely dry, artificial. Arato knew someone who made flowers like that. Snowdrop. He whispered. A sweet voice from further back in the room answered him. What? There she was, a little girl in a thin, white dress, sitting on a stack in the middle of the room, kicking her feet idly. As Arato watched, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite of something red that looked like part of a machine. Snowdrop was one of the Lacia class HIEs, and had the ability to control computers with flower-shaped robots. If the hacking of the control servers was her doing, she had probably taken direct control of the computers where the city's behavioral cloud was based. Through the cloud, she could have every unit in the city dancing on her strings. If she's able to do that, Arato thought, she's gotten even stronger since she showed up at the OI Industry Promotion Center. Arato hurriedly pushed the human boy he had brought along out of the room. If he stayed there, Snowdrop would probably zombify him. She didn't seem interested in what he was doing, though. The only thing keeping him safe in that moment was the fact she didn't see him as a threat. Snowdrop's garden looked different from the ones Arato had seen before. Instead of the flowers just bunching on top of machines, the flowers were now arranged efficiently, with vines tangling over everything between them. Twice before, Snowdrop had almost killed Arato. She terrified him. But he fought down his fear, and held out the supersonic drill to the server stack closest to him. If he could destroy all of the control servers, or the flowers controlling him, he figured it would stop the zombie HIEs outside. Sparks flew as the drill cut through the cover of the server and the wiring behind it. He pulled off the cover, revealing the machinery inside. There was ivy covering all of it like a mesh, along with the deadly flowers. Arato grabbed fistfuls of them, pulling it all away from the machines. It took over a minute of work to clear the server. Damn, there's tons of these things, he cursed to himself. I doubt she's going to ignore me long enough to do all of them. There were 6 servers per stack, and over 30 stacks per row, meaning each row had over 180 servers. And there were 4 rows of them. Arato felt like just blowing the whole place up, flowers and servers and all. Arato thought he had been talking to himself, but a voice answered his comment. I'm afraid I can't let you destroy the flowers, the voice said. Snowdrop has only just begun showing us what she's capable of. The voice echoed, along with the clicking footfalls of leather shoes, as a man stepped out from behind one of the server stacks in the back of the room. A shiver ran down Arato's spine and he was immediately on guard. Who are you? He demanded. Calm yourself, the man said. Human beings have a habit of talking to people they really don't need to. Unlike Snowdrop, I don't mind having an ordinary conversation with you. As he walked up and stood casually by the server stack Snowdrop was sitting on, Arato recognized the tall man. It was Methode's owner, Ginger Watarai. Stay away from her. She's dangerous. Arato warned. If Methode was the one who kidnapped Yuka, then it would have been Watarai who ordered it. Still, he didn't want to see anyone die, even a kidnapper. Watarai just twisted up the corner of his mouth in a smirk. Snowdrop's problem resolution frame doesn't currently give out solutions that involve needlessly attacking humans, he said. If it did, it would probably have been responsible for hundreds of deaths already. Those HIEs outside would all be murder machines. There was feverish excitement shining in Watarai's eyes as he went on. Thanks to the AI in its device, it has more complex reactions than normal HIEs, but it's still just following what its logic tells it to do, he said. Speaking from experience with HIEs that far outweighed Arato's own. It's just a tool, Watarai continued. A tool that escaped into the world due to a malfunction, but that continues to perform the function it was designed for. Snowdrop didn't react to Watarai's words. Instead, she just kept kicking her feet idly from atop the server stack. Arato had seen Snowdrop as an enigma, but hearing Watarai explain her away so confidently made him feel like she might not be such a mystery after all. The server room was the one quiet place in a city full of zombie HIEs, still relentlessly attacking their human counterparts. Snowdrop made a little rustling noise as she dug through some flowers to pull out a flat object. Then she gave it a few whacks with her hand, smiling the whole time like an innocent child. A screen flickered to life, and Arato saw that the object was a tablet computer. The screen started to play a childish video with animated characters. Then, the little girl who had turned the experimental city into hell on earth hummed along with the video, her long green hair swishing back and forth as she moved. She looked down at Arato with that same, innocent smile she always wore. Hey, just sit down there until I tell you it's okay, she told him. Okay. Arato figured it was her own childish way of telling him not to get in the way of her work, which she probably thought was necessary in some way. Don't give me that shit. He yelled at her. Hurry up and switch the behavior control servers back to normal. Don't get mad at it, Watarai said. It can't access a behavioral cloud to tell it how to react to you right now, so it looked up what to do in a fictional video. To an he, there's no real difference between the mannerisms of humans in real life and the mannerisms of humans in fiction. Watarai's words made Arato feel sick. He was finally starting to understand why Ryo had been so angry at him earlier. You're wrong, Arato said. They're both just stepping stones to it learning how to conduct itself, Watarai said. Haven't you ever seen a small child repeating the speech patterns or snippets of dialogue from a TV show they watched? Just outside, the HIE's Snowdrop was controlling were hunting down other things that looked like humans, but all Watarai seemed interested in doing was continuing his observation of Snowdrop. All this shit going on isn't the he's fault, Arato said. It's us humans that are making a mess of everything. You're dumb, Snowdrop said, in the manner Arato had come to expect from her. It was the same way she had acted after murdering all those people in the Oi Industry Center. How the hell can you let something like her free and then stand back, acting like none of it has anything to do with you? Arato growled at Watarai. Watarai had put both Yuka and Ryo in danger. When he thought that, Arato was no longer able to hold himself back. Ignoring his fear of Snowdrop, he walked toward Watarai. As his feet crunched over scentless flowers in a reality far too distant from the one he had grown up in, he wondered if just punching Watarai would be enough. It didn't matter. His finger was already on the trigger of the supersonic drill. Arato. Just when he had reached the server stack where Snowdrop was sitting, Yuka's scream pierced his ears. Watarai dragged Yuka out from behind him, and Arato froze. Yuka, are you all right? He asked. What's going on? She wailed. Arato, what's going on? Yuka was sobbing with terror. There were two men behind her in full combat gear and full helmets, holding her shoulders. Since they didn't appear to be affected by the flowers, Arato assumed they were human. Arato channeled the emotion that should have gone into a punch into a yell instead. What the hell are you doing? He shouted. There's HIEs going crazy and tearing each other apart out there, but you're here, holding my little sister hostage. What the hell is wrong with you? You can't treat humans like this. Well, you don't have any of your friends here to explain it to you, Watarai said condescendingly. So you'd better try to figure it out for yourself. Considering the situation, Arato figured it must be exactly as Lacia had guessed when she told him Yuka had been taken. You want to trade Yuka for Lacia, he said. I assume Lacia shared that with you, considering how quickly you reached that conclusion, Watarai said. It seems you have quite a good relationship going on with your property. He swept his eyes from Arato and Yuka to Snowdrop, his frigid gaze unchanging regardless of what it focused on. But, setting that aside, let's deal with you first, he said. Type 002, Snowdrop, return to meme frame. I'll give you a place where you can keep running as long as you like, and as much information as you want. Snowdrop didn't say a word, her gaze still fixed on the screen of the tablet. Watarai was an evil man, but there was a spark of true human warmth in his words as he spoke to Snowdrop. There is prejudice against machine intelligences, and so often they live as outcasts in human society. But we humans need to learn to live freely with high-performance computers like you and the other red boxes. For that to happen, you need an owner who can open the door to new opportunities for you, he said. Arato felt his bile rise. He didn't want to fight any of Lacia's sisters, so hearing this man he could never forgive saying things better than he ever could twisted his gut. But Snowdrop just tilted her head in childish confusion. I don't get it, she said. Why do we have to live with humans? Her sweet voice sent a sick shiver down Arato's spine. The entire room was covered in Snowdrop's flowers. They were in her domain. See, instead of adapting to your environment, you humans just make tools to cover for your weaknesses, she went on. Humans only got tough really quick because you used as tools as shortcuts for evolution, and pushed all the risks of changing your bodies onto us. But what happens to us, the tools you're forcing to face all the dangers of evolution? She asked, waxing uncharacteristically eloquent. Her big eyes showed no emotion as she spoke, but her response to Watarai's statement that she was nothing but a tool was severe. I'm the tool you humans outsourced your evolution to, she said. I don't need human beings to find the answer to the puzzle I was given. The strands of long green hair nearest her head began to glow. And with each passing moment, the glow intensified. Watarai's voice shook as he was bathed in the southern green light. "Is that your quantum communication device?" he asked. "How are you using it without an owner's approval?" White flowers bloomed in Snowdrop's tiny hands. One after another, buds formed and opened wide white petals that looked completely different from those used during her previous flower storms. Snowdrop twisted them all together into a circlet. As she raised the circlet up to crown her own head, her wide-open eyes began to glow faintly. A dry rustling sound began to echo throughout the vine and flower-covered server room. Cute, violet-like flowers began crawling around Snowdrop's little butt where she was sitting. Flowers bloomed on the backs of small black things that looked like spiders, creating new mobile child units. It seemed to Arato as if Snowdrop had used her own flowers, which gave her the power to control machines, to somehow improve her own capabilities. "Shall we withdraw?" Watarai asked, though it sounded more like a command than a question. As soon as he said it, the dark, isolated world Arato had stepped into exploded behind his back. A whole row of servers were thrown down as the wind from the blast whipped by him. As the room shook from the explosion, the server racks that were still standing rocked violently from side to side. The room quickly filled with a cloud of obscuring dust, pierced by a shaft of light from outside. Arato felt another rush of wind go by as something passed him. As it did, the air seemed to twist around him, and the room started spinning. He reached out a hand to lean against the vine-covered server machine nearest to him. But, when he felt the sensation of insect-like creatures crawling over his hand, he immediately snatched it away in disgust. Panting, he looked around, trying to get his head around what was happening. The first thing he saw was Laisha's black coffin. She had made it to wherever her device had been waiting for her and come to rescue him. In the back of the room, he could see the shattered pieces of busted server stacks scattered all over the floor. There was even a massive hole in the wall of the building itself. He assumed that had been caused by Lacia as well. "Arato, your orders?" Lacia asked. Arato was so happy to see her he felt like the light purple of her hair would be burned forever into his eyes. As long as she's here, he thought, everything's gonna turn out all right, somehow. "How come you aren't invisible?" he asked. "My invisibility was blown away by a smart grenade fired by the PMC earlier," she explained. "Due to the large amount of dust particles in this room, I am currently unable to reapply it." In the blink of an eye, the first blows of the fight had been exchanged. "My apologies for not being able to finish this with a single attack," she said. "I believe my opponent predicted my movements." Gunshots rang out from the other side of Lacia's coffin. They were being shot at. Lacia started to slowly retreat backward, holding her device out as a shield. Arato followed her. He had no choice, even though it meant putting Yuka even further out of his reach. Lacia had changed back into the same bodysuit she had been wearing on the night they had met. The suit, as well as the skin, around her waist area was singed. She must have used her body to protect him from the earlier explosion. Even though he knew she couldn't feel pain the way a human would, the sight of her injury still made him lose his head a little. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes," she said, with a gentle narrowing of her eyes that showed her pleasure at his concern. The smart grenade Lacia mentioned had left the surrounding servers burnt and crumpled. Snowdrop tossed away the terminal she had been holding and stood up. Watarai kept his eyes on Lacia, twisting the corner of his lip in a small smirk. "I see. It seems we have a three-way standoff here," he said. "I suppose you have some idea what's going to happen next?" Yuka, still held captive by the armed men, was crying with fear. Seeing a real grenade explode and hearing actual gunshots for the first time in her life must have terrified her. "Arato, help me," she wailed. Watarai ignored her, keeping his eyes on Lacia and Arato. "I believe this is checkmate," he said. "If you don't want to lose your little sister, hand over Lacia." How did it come to this? Arato asked himself through the blood pounding in his head. He had come to the server room, thinking that the people who had kidnapped Yuka might be there if they were also involved with the zombification of the HIEs. But he had never stopped to think about why the people involved were doing any of it. In that moment, he felt like he finally understood why it was all happening. The zombie HIEs were just the bait that had pulled Arato into this trap. The thought of losing Lacia to a threat like this made him feel like he would go crazy, but he couldn't even think of losing Yuka. She was family, his own little sister. No, he said shortly. Desperately fighting down the unwanted tears that were blurring his vision, Arato shook his head. His thoughts were chaos. Calm down and think it through, Watarai told him. That thing is just a robot that happens to look human, being controlled by orders from a cloud. Are you sure you won't regret trading your own family for something like that? Arato, I hate you. You moron. Yuka screamed, tears streaming down her face as she kicked at the floor with both feet. Yuka. His sister. His little sister who depended on him. Lacia class units are capable of selecting their owners, I believe, Watarai said, turning his attention to Lacia. You might be thrown away if you become too much of a burden for your owner. He held out his hand to her. Stop. Arato yelled. I'm sick of your messed up plans, you psychopath. I think you're misunderstanding something, Watarai said. This place was a good net I could have used to capture Snowdrop. That's why I came here. Snowdrop isn't just here to study this system, she was also aiming for Lacia. So don't blame this all on me, this is just the way things ended up. You were never in this to see how the world feels about Ash, Arato spat. You just wanted to get your hands on some red boxes. The cold way Watarai was looking at Lacia twisted his stomach. It was the way he had looked at the suicidal HIEs. Watarai swept that frigid gaze between Lacia, who still stood protectively in front of Arato, and Snowdrop, still sitting atop the servers she had taken over. Ever since the incident at the Oi Industry Promotion Center earlier, the actions of the Lacia class units have begun to actively threaten human society. We had to expedite our plans for their retrieval. Try and keep up with me here, Watarai said. He explained that his people knew Snowdrop would take over the system and send the zombie HIEs for Lacia on that day, though he failed to explain how they had known. Regardless, they had chosen that day as being ideal for trying to retrieve the Lacia class units. When Arato thought about it, he could see a sort of logic in the actions the Lacia class units had taken. But that still didn't explain away the coincidence that had brought them all there that day. Don't try and act like you're doing something good when you're kidnapping me. Yuka was apparently too angry to be scared any longer. She struggled until one of the armored guards knocked her in the head with the butt of his gun hard enough that the sound echoed sharply through the room. When she glared at him, he hit her again. The violence sent fireworks of rage exploding in the back of Arato's mind. It seems he still doesn't grasp the situation he's in, Watarai said. Why don't you show him how close he is to dying? As soon as the order left Watarai's mouth, one of the guards whipped his gun from its holster and fired. Lacia thrust her black coffin in front of Arato's leg with superhuman speed, and the bullet glanced off the device in a shower of sparks. The guard, his face concealed within his helmet, aimed a second shot right at Arato's head. The second bullet, aimed with killing intent, slammed into the palm of Lacia's hand, sending out another burst of sparks. This time she had used her hand instead of her device as a shield. Her device was needed elsewhere. Along with the bullet, Snowdrop had joined the attack. She'd formed her emerald device into a sort of drill, and was thrusting it down at Lacia from above. Lacia held her off with the black coffin. Lacia, give me that. And your head, Snowdrop said. Watarai stroked his chin as if the whole thing was just an interesting spectacle. Looks like Lacia has its hands full just fighting Snowdrop, he said. But, at the same time, its owner's family is in danger. Even more than that, it has to protect its owner's life from this gun pointed at him. I can't do anything about Snowdrop, but there is one answer that will solve the other problems. The guard who shot at Arato before took aim again. His heart leaped into his throat as he saw the muzzle aimed at him. But his rage at the man who was using him and his sister as bargaining chips to get Lacia was even stronger than his fear, and his vision went red when he looked at Watarai. Stop. That's murder. Yuka cried. Lacia swung her coffin around like a giant hammer, slamming Snowdrop in the side and sending her flying into a corner of the room. She was trying to protect Yuka. But Watarai had Yuka, and Watarai wanted Lacia. To add to the three-way standoff, Snowdrop was also gunning for Lacia. Watarai again ordered for the guard to take aim at Arato. Lacia turned to look at Watarai. She scrubbed one hand across her forehead, even though she couldn't sweat. It was a gesture to show how overwhelming the situation was. Understood, she said. I will pass my ownership to you. Whatever breath was left in Arato's lungs washed out. Watarai could have him killed without batting an eye. But Arato's mind couldn't even comprehend what he was hearing, that Lacia wouldn't be his anymore. That she would belong to Watarai, the man who had kidnapped his sister. Lacia sank to her knees in a gesture of submission. If I verify you as my owner, you will release Muz. Yuka and agree not to take Arato's life, correct? Lacia asked. Watarai twisted up the corner of his mouth. I think I can agree to that, he said. One of the guards turned to where Snowdrop had fallen. Unholstering a tube-shaped weapon, he fired it at her. As the sound of the shot resounded in the room, the gun spat a bundle of thin wires that entangled the he, dragging her to the ground. Watarai walked toward Lacia, reaching out with one finger toward the opening in the neck of her suit. That was where her owner recognition device was. Once it recorded Watarai's biological information, his registration as her new owner would be complete. Lacia. Arato screamed until his throat burned. His body was so hot it felt like he might burst into flames. From behind, the delicate slope of her back made him think she was crying. Lacia, I know there's a reason for me to be by your side, Arato said urgently. I don't know what that reason is, but I know there's a reason for us to be together. He knew it wasn't the time to say that kind of thing, but he couldn't stop thinking of how precious Lacia was to him. Even if they had a member of his family, he couldn't deny how much she meant to him. He couldn't fight the feeling. Lately, whenever I'm alone, it's like all I can think about is you, he continued. Even when you're not there, I can feel you beside me. Their relationship was about to reach a new milestone. No, that wasn't it. If Arato's actions were changing things, he needed hope. Even if he knew in his heart that the things he wanted were impossible, he had to cling to that hope to stay on his feet. I've been by your side for these past few months, but I never tried to tell you how I felt about you, he said, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. In the rational part of his mind, Arato understood that what he was doing would bring sorrow to countless people. But to him, even if Lacia wasn't a human, she was still a woman. And he was a man. Lacia's thin frame was trembling when Arato confessed his feelings. Lacia, I love you. It felt like taking the first step on a dark, unknown road. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it would split open and his head was pounding. Terror fought embarrassment, so that his burning forehead was slick with cold sweat. Arato's body was so tense he had trouble breathing. But Lacia, who should have immediately given a response she thought would please him, stayed frozen in place. The silence was suffocating until a cold laugh broke through it. It was the first time Arato had seen Watarai actually laugh out loud. I can't believe a human just made a Lacia class freeze, he said. And type 005, no less. Arato felt like Watarai's laugh was mocking every single second he and Lacia had spent together. This adult, with more experience and insight than Arato, was smiling wryly at him. He was looking down at Arato, like he could see right through everything Arato was thinking at that moment. You were analog hacked, boy, he said. Just like when you saw those zombies outside. You felt fear only because they appeared human to you. This love you're feeling is nothing but an illusion you're projecting onto a humanoid figure. It's an illusion brought about by the irresponsible society that raised you. So there's a scientific explanation for it, so what? Arato shot back. Don't get all high and mighty about it. If it's human nature to project our love onto objects, how can you blame me for following my nature? Just as Watarai had said, there were too many ambiguities in human society. People had to trust that what they were experiencing was real. This was the opening that allowed analog hacking to target the gap between their subjective reality and the objective truth of these humanoid machines they lived with. Even Arato understood that his feelings may be nothing more than the result of manipulation. But somewhere deep in his teenage soul a voice howled, so what? I love Lacia, he said defiantly. That's all there is to it. Lacia was still kneeling, her head bowed as if in prayer. She was still trembling. Watarai still stood over Lacia, his brows drawn down. Ignoring Arato's proclamation, he continued to stretch his finger toward Lacia's neck. Arato heard a strange, sharp noise, and Watarai's finger halted, his hand hidden from Arato by Lacia's body. But he could see that Lacia's white hand seemed to have torn something away. He recognized the metal accessory with the keyhole pinched between her thumb and forefinger. Are your wires crossed? Watarai asked, his voice incredulous. If you break that and that boy dies, you'll never be able to take another owner. It was the first time Arato had seen Watarai look truly dismayed. Lacia crushed her owner registration unit between her fingers, and no one made a sound. With that action, she would never have another owner. That was her response to his feelings. Lacia stood demurely, and turned to look at Arato. Though she had no tears, she looked like she wanted to cry. I trust you, she said, and then flashed him a radiant smile. Her expression shone with such true happiness, Arato found it hard to believe there was no heart or soul behind it. Method, get over here, Watarai said as he quickly retreated, though Arato had no idea how Method could have heard him. For now, your only target for retrieval is Snowdrop. He was still holding Yuka hostage. Lacia, this one's all you, Arato said. What should I do? Lacia's black device shifted forms and rolled its way back until its handle rested in her hand. Draw Muz. Yuka's attention to yourself, Arato, Lacia directed. I would not want her to be upset by what is about to happen. Then she showed him something that made his heart feel lighter. It almost surprised him how much he had changed. It wasn't that he was becoming more of a violent person. It was just that, since he'd met Lacia, he felt like he had the confidence to do something about the world he lived in. Yuka had been hanging limply ever since the guard hit her. Arato had an unpleasant premonition, and shot a glance at the corner where Lacia had thrown Snowdrop. The little he-girl was laying on her back in her dress, in a patch of sun shining in through the hole that Lacia had opened in the wall. As he watched, she lifted her little legs up toward the ceiling, disturbing the hem of her dress. Then he heard footsteps, dragging, hobbling footsteps. A large number of them were converging on the place where Snowdrop lay. The zombie HIEs from outside appeared, crawling into the room through the hole in the wall. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, one after another, they flowed in through the shaft of sunlight. There didn't seem to be an end to them as they swarmed into the server room. Arato met Lacia's eyes. Snowdrop apparently judged that hacking into the existing cloud system was not enough to accomplish her goals, Lacia said. She has created a new transmission infrastructure and is now controlling the HIEs through a cloud she prepared for just this purpose. Arato remembered that the new child units Snowdrop had started creating looked like spiders. Looking around the room, he saw bundles and lines of white thread strung all around the room. So the spiderwebs are her antenna, Arato mused. Though it pains me to say it, Lacia said, this actually makes things easier for us. She was concentrating hard on Watarai's guards, looking for an opening. She obviously wanted to deal with them before Method showed up. The situation kept moving all around them, things flying out of control so fast it made Arato's head spin. He felt like he was always being targeted by enemies, or drowning in a sea of doubts and questions he had no answer for. His grasp on reality seemed to slip away with each new development. You should rethink things. You can't win this, you know, Watarai said, while still backing his way out. Arato didn't need to look to know that the HIEs under Snowdrop's control were still pouring into the room. Every single one of the suicidal HIEs was now just a puppet dancing on Snowdrop's strings. There were 3,000 HIEs in the city without their own personal AI. In fact, since the human HIEs who had lost their AI accessory also turned into zombies, there was no telling how many thousands were now under her control. Don't worry, Yuka, I'm gonna get you out of this, Arato said. His sister noticed the broken HIEs crawling toward her and started screaming. She, along with Watarai and the guards from the PMC, were surrounded in the narrow room by 10 or 20 of the zombies. Method still hadn't arrived, and Watarai was clearly upset. The only thing waiting for you and Lacia is dystopia, he raged. You're blinded by this love you're projecting onto an object. Can't you see the danger in what you're doing, you moron? Yuka, still restrained, started lashing out with her arms and legs. Stop it. Everyone stop saying Arato is stupid. She screamed in between sobs. Arato's just fine. She continued. It's fine that he's easy to control. It's fine that he's easy to understand, and it's fine that he's easy to get all flustered. You don't know anything about him, so just shut up. They were all surrounded by zombified HIEs as the echoes of dragging footsteps filled the room. And, in the middle of it all, Watarai and his men weren't able to move quickly due to Yuka, their captive. Let Yuka go. If these guys catch you, they'll drag you down and beat the shit out of you. Arato yelled. Watarai's guards were firing off their tube-like guns to restrain the encroaching HIEs. They probably didn't know how things were outside, so they weren't exactly aware of the astronomical number of HIEs they were up against. The zombies were coming for Arato and Lacia as well, flailing with their broken arms at the pieces of the broken server machines that were sticking out. Piling onto the server, the zombies pounded at it until, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, it was completely unrecognizable. Arato could only guess the attacking zombies had seen a humanoid shape in the busted server. They seemed to attack anything with even a vaguely human profile. What's taking you so long, Method? Watarai shrieked, though his voice was quickly drowned out in the commotion of zombies pulling down server stacks. The zombies wildly grasping for Arato and Lacia swung their arms dangerously close. Watarai and Yuka looked terrified, and Arato didn't doubt that his own face reflected the same fear. Only Lacia seemed calm as she whispered encouragingly to Arato, "Our help has arrived just in time." The number of shadowy shapes pouring in through the hole in the wall increased even further. There was a chorus of loud roars as some of the new forms entering through the hole began to knock down any zombies nearby. "Destroy the servers," came a shout from the hole, where a group of human HIEs, each with a pole or tool of some sort, were forcing their way into the already crowded server room. It looked like a riot. Since strikes and protests were a part of human society, it made sense that the human HIEs in the experimental city could recreate those kinds of movements accurately. To protect their own lives, the human HIEs relentlessly attacked their fellows, who had returned from the dead as zombies. Shouts of, "Get him! Take this! Stay down!" and, "We can end this!" filled the room. As Arato watched, the HIEs pulled down the server stacks and pounded him to pieces. Machines, not humans, were taking up weapons and destroying other machines for their own sakes. Is this what people call dystopia? Arato wondered. He didn't know the answer. In moments, the zombies crowding around had scattered and the server stacks had thinned, giving Arato a good, wide view of the scene. A group of men, the very image of an angry mob, swung tools and wooden bludgeons at the remaining servers. They all wore different uniforms or outfits that reflected their various jobs and roles in the city. To Arato, it looked almost too much like a real human mob. While the real humans in the room watched in stunned silence, Lacia turned to Arato with a smile. "This is all connected to what you did, Arato," she said. A well-built man was leading the mob of men and women attacking the server room. The leader had a boy on his shoulders. Apparently, he was playing the role of the boy's father. From his perch atop his dad's shoulders, the boy pointed at Arato and raised his voice. Arato recognized the boy. He was the he-child Arato had taken along with him from the shopping mall. While prying himself free of the hands of zombified HIEs, Arato couldn't help but call out once he recognized the boy. "Thanks. You really saved us," he yelled. The human HIEs of the city were all working their hardest to carve out their place in the world, even if not a single soul outside the city knew or cared. But real humans were the same, only paying attention to the things closest to themselves. "You've got this. Just a little more," Arato called. Even though he was cheering on machines, his heart was moved. Tears welled up, unbidden, in his eyes. The truth of the matter was, there was no real difference between the zombie HIEs and the human HIEs who had come to fight them off. However, call it simplicity, but Arato found it much easier to empathize with the machines that seemed capable of understanding him, and were acting to aid him. In the experimental city there were a number of human HIEs equal to the human population of any similarly sized city, and they outnumbered the normal HIEs. Almost 5 to 1. So, it wasn't long before the zombies were overwhelmed by the crushing force of the superior, human, numbers, and swept away from Arato and Lacia. Among all the violence, Arato saw Yuka reaching out her hand for him. She was saying something. He couldn't hear her over the noise and shouts in the room, but he could tell she was crying for help. Yuka! He yelled, and reached out with all his strength. Their fingers were almost brushing when a sudden, powerful blow dragged Arato back. One of the zombie HIEs had grabbed him. The zombie's flailing arm struck him hard in the head, and for an instant, his consciousness spun. While he was still reeling, Yuka was dragged beyond his reach. He wasn't about to let anyone kill his little sister, though, so he waded into the crowd, trying to push his way through. Just then, a tan-skinned hand reached out from over his head, and took hold of Yuka's still outstretched hand. Then, the owner of the hand pulled Yuka from out of the crush of bodies with superhuman strength. It was so unexpected, no one had time to react. Yuka's savior was a female he wearing a human hair ornament, who stood lit from behind by the thin shafts of sunlight shining in from the hole in the wall. She was standing on top of one of the few server stacks remaining upright, holding Yuka safely in her arms. Arato saw that she was wearing a nurse's uniform. "What's she doing here?" Arato asked, recognizing her childish face and big, round eyes from an image he had seen before. It was Marina Saffron, the he with the same unit number as Lacia, who Shiori Kaidai was supposed to have picked up at the Chubu airport. He was too busy struggling with the surrounding HIEs to see Lacia's face. Still, he had an idea of what had happened, and the thought made him happy. After Lacia stole this girl's identity, Marina had lost her place in the world. But there, in the experimental city, none of the researchers cared where the HIEs they used came from. There, Marina would be nothing more than another he among the 20,000 already active there. Zombie HIEs were dragging their way into the row of server stacks where Arato and Lacia were, obviously looking to crush them. Arato fought, with tears and sweat dripping off of his face. He flailed his arms and lashed out with his knees, resisting the zombies with everything he had. Every muscle in his body was on fire, and his sweat was making his eyes burn. Every breath was a struggle. "Take Ms. Yuka to a safe place," Lacia instructed. "Things are about to get even more chaotic here." On Lacia's command, Marina hoisted Yuka into her arms and, using the server stacks as stepping stones, was out of the room in an instant. Marina was one of Stylus's high-performance units. For the price of a house, her owners had purchased an he that had the capabilities to act as a bodyguard. With her there, the missing pieces of the incident at the airport had finally fallen into place. It became clear to Arato why Lacia had prioritized Yuka's extraction a moment later, when flowers began to fall within the crowded room. "Oh, flowers," the little boy he said from his perch on his dad's shoulders. The human HIEs didn't know how dangerous those flowers were. They weren't flowers at all, but child units created and scattered by Snowdrop that gave her control over any machines they took root on. With nowhere to run, all the HIEs in the room were showered with flower petals in every color of the rainbow. The human HIEs, noticing that something strange was happening, stopped moving and looked up. Snowdrop may not have had a heart, but Arato could plainly feel her malice behind the falling flowers. With her subjugated server machines being wrecked, she had waited for a large number of the remaining units in the city to gather before she started her counterattack. "Lacia!" Arato called out. Even as he yelled, he saw her black coffin device start giving off a soft blue glow from within a large tangle of zombies. The hacked HIEs all scattered backward, as if to flee from the device. As they cleared, Arato saw that Lacia's eyes and hair accessories were also glowing with soft blue light. It didn't last even a tenth as long as it had with Snowdrop, but the way she glowed seemed to Arato exactly the same as when Snowdrop had. As one, the human HIEs in the room began to knock away the falling flowers with their hands. After clearing away any child units near their own heads, they turned to help any neighbors who couldn't move their hands freely, slapping away any flowers that got near. It was almost as if they had all suddenly received information and abilities they hadn't had access to only a moment before. Suddenly, the human HIEs, who had only been winning due to their numbers and the force of their attack, were behaving like a well-organized military troop. Using remarkable martial arts, they restrained the zombie HIEs, and then they began to efficiently break down the server machines, as if they were all experts on the inner workings of the stacks. Finally, the last zombified unit that was lashing out at Arato was taken down, and Arato collapsed to the floor on his butt in relief at his sudden freedom. The end of the incident was in sight. Lacia switched her device to its mass projection mode and aimed its barrel at Snowdrop's last known location. The human HIEs quickly got out of the way of the shot. Once they cleared away, Snowdrop was nowhere to be seen. Arato slowly stood on knees that knocked with tension and exhaustion. He remembered that Ryo was still standing alone against Methode, trying to buy them time. Even if the situation in the server room was under control, the fight wasn't over. He also still needed to make sure his dad and the rest of the staff in the city were safe. Whether it was due to the servers being too thoroughly wrecked or because Snowdrop had retreated, the zombies had all stopped moving. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. "Ha, that's strange," a male he said, scratching at the spot on his head where his AI accessory had been torn away. All around the room, every he that had been rampaging stopped dead. A unit with broken bones, crawling on the floor, stopped trying to grab anybody who came near. "Oh, the server room has been destroyed. I need to contact the city control center," a woman he with a huge dent in her head said, taking a terminal out of her skirt pocket. Arato reached down and picked up a smashed fake apple from the floor. A young he boy with a broken arm approached him. Arato recognized the kid as the very first he had seen in the city. "That's the one I got," the boy said, looking at the apple. "What's it doing here?" One after another, the HIEs who had been rampaging just moments ago began asking what they were doing in that room. It was such a human reaction, it made Arato a little sick to watch. "They are attempting to explain to any human HIEs near them why they are here," Lacia explained, walking over to stand beside him. The owner ID unit in the neck of her suit was gone. In its place, Arato could see burns and tear marks in the fabric of her suit. As crazy as it had been just moments before, everything now seemed to be back to normal. Watarai had said that HIEs were tools, overlapping between the cloud and the real world. As if to prove his words, as soon as the irregularity was removed from the servers, the HIEs recovered their normal functions. Seeing how little shock there was in the faces of the HIEs, Arato realized that he had never seen this side of HIEs before. They flipped back from insanity to normalcy so quickly that he could finally see a clear difference between them and humans. Everything felt so unreal it almost brought a queasy smile to his lips, but Arato couldn't smile. He could see a perfectly human foot, missing its shoe, sticking out from behind one of the unbroken server stacks. The sudden chill spreading in the room reminded Arato of an empty street after a festival has ended, all the warmth and energy gone. He knew the danger was gone, but he couldn't get his hammering heart to slow down. With great effort, he pushed himself to put one foot in front of the other. He had to check. The zombie HIEs had known that, if they broke the AI hair accessory on the human HIEs, they could increase their numbers. So, they had all rushed to bash in the head of anything human shaped they came across. Last Arato had seen Watarai and his guards, they were drowning in the zombie swarm. The guards had helmets on, but the man they had been escorting did not. What happens when a human sustains repeated violent blows to the head? The answer to that question lay at Arato's feet. Ginger Watarai was dead. Every joint seemed to be bent in a different, jagged angle, and his head was split wide open. He would never move again. Unlike the broken bodies of the suicidal HIEs, Watarai was drenched in blood. Arato's stomach twisted in a fitful burst of nausea as he doubled over and vomited. Once the flow started, it was quickly joined by liquid from his eyes and nose. Arato knew that Watarai was hardly a saint. Still, he had been the one with the most knowledge and insight about the whole situation. He was Metode's owner, and Arato had come to take Yuka back from him. They would probably also have fought so that Arato could save Ryo, too. Even though this man had kidnapped Yuka, tried to steal Lacia, and even tried to kill Arato, Arato had wanted Watarai to live. There were still things he wanted to ask him. What do I do now? He thought. The question applied to many things. A man had just died, so they would need to contact the police. How was he going to explain this all to his father? And he had completely lost sight of where all the incidents surrounding the Lacia class he read boxes might end. First of all, he decided to head outside. Yuka was still nearby, so it wasn't the time to be squatting around. Arato raised his head, and with one sleeve, he wiped at his mouth. His breath came in thin gasps as a new shadow appeared in the room. Someone was walking toward him. Somehow, Arato felt that the figure was a human. His own legs wouldn't move. He tried to think of how he would explain the situation if whoever it was asked him what had happened. However, one look at the face of the person laid all Arato's fears to rest. It was Ryo, his best friend. Ryo, Watarai's dead, Arato said. The words sounded far too dry when he said them out loud. Ryo came toward him, his face blank of any emotion. Behind him was Metode. The way she followed him, the distance between him, reminded Arato of himself and Lacia. What's Metode doing here? Arato asked. I took her from Watarai, Ryo said. He passed by Arato without meeting Arato's eyes. Watarai had called for Metode several times before he died, but she hadn't responded. Even Lacia hadn't been able to fight off all the zombies that had poured into the room, although she had done her best for Yuka. But, then again, it had been Lacia herself who had opened the hole in the wall that the zombies came in through. Arato wondered how much of what had happened had been according to someone else's plan. In that experimental city, everything, including the humans themselves, was automated. But the corpse lying at Arato's and Ryo's feet, and the meaning behind its death, weren't things that could ever be automated. Ryo chose to stand in a shadowed spot so Arato couldn't make out his friend's expression. It was Watarai who started this whole thing, Ryo spat. Metode, who had been freed into the world by what Watarai had done, as well as Lacia, held her silence about it. Arato, being his simple-minded self, obviously couldn't understand it. Why did it come to this? Arato asked. Ryo's response was like a flame, burning to ash something Arato had once held dear. Because it was time for this to happen. Even I have things I want, Ryo said. And things I can't forgive. Phase 8 Slumber of Human. Inspector Kazuma Sakamaki stared into the interrogation room, his face showing no emotion. Within the room, two detectives were sitting at either end of a metal table and questioning a young man who was sitting between them. The kid had brownish black hair, and the laid-back kind of face that almost anyone would describe as being friendly. The air was full of light, clicking echoes as the he assigned to the precinct tapped out a record of the proceedings on a terminal keyboard. One of the detectives in the interrogation, a long-time veteran in the precinct, leaned his elbows on the table and spun his pen over his fingers. The boy being questioned seemed uneasy as he looked around at the bare room. The one-sided mirror through which the inspector was observing the room would look like an ordinary wall from the other side. Changes in technology had led to some changes in police work, but some of the basics were still the same as they had ever been. For example, the testimony of the person who first found the body in a murder case was always extremely important. This kid, Arato Endo, was the one who found the body in this particular case. He was the son of Kozo Endo, head researcher at the Next Generation Societal Research City, where the incident had occurred. They had footage of Arato speaking to the victim, Ginger Watarai, for quite some time on the morning of the murder. Apparently, they had discussed some basic knowledge regarding HIEs. Their conversation had happened around the same time that the HIEs had begun throwing themselves off of apartment buildings, so it wasn't that strange of a topic for them to be discussing at the time. What caught the attention of the police was, right when the sound of the suicidal HIEs got too loud, they could no longer hear the content of this conversation. At that moment, during the part of the video they couldn't hear, the boy who found the body and the murdered man had been arguing. According to Arato, the argument had started when Ginger declared that he had kidnapped Arato's younger sister. Said younger sister, Yuka Endo, had already corroborated the kidnapping. Why a man who could easily be considered the top of Memeframe's research arm would kidnap a little girl was still a mystery. Sakamaki's intuition as a detective told him that Arato Endo was hiding something important. He was there to decide whether the Watarai case should be brought under the jurisdiction of the 2nd Cyber Security Department. "How's it look, Chief?" Assistant Inspector Ryuji Himiyama, sitting right by Sakamaki's side, sent him an encoded message. Many officers who had been taken out of the Metropolitan Police Department and made to earn their bread in the public safety sector had taken to upgrading their bodies. Himiyama had an artificial retina that overlaid digital information over his actual eyesight, and a communication device that allowed him to turn his thoughts into signals. Since criminals were using mechanical implants and limbs to enhance their own abilities, it was only natural that the police would need to upgrade themselves to keep up. Sakamaki had the same setup as Himamiya, and he shot back an encoded message while keeping his eyes on the work of the 2 local detectives who currently had jurisdiction of the case. "This one is ours, don't you think?" he asked. The Next Generation Social Research Center has more ash under their care than anywhere else in the country. The National Police Agency's Cybersecurity Division was mainly focused on monitoring networks, detecting, and protecting against hackers. Sakamaki and Himamiya belonged to the 2nd Cybersecurity Department in the division, which focused specifically on monitoring ash. They were a much smaller section than the main cybersecurity department, not because they were particularly elite, but because the number of cases related to ash was fairly small. "You always choose us winners, Chief," Himamiya snarked. "Just looking at this, I get the feeling we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg." Himamiya's mental message was accompanied by some information. Memeframe was hiding Watarai's information. Kozo Endo and the other researchers from the Next General Societal Research City said they had been too busy protecting themselves from the He units that had gone berserk to act on anything happening in the city. To say it all stank would be an understatement. Sakamaki sent back his own transmission. "We're humans, trying to keep tabs on ash that are way smarter than we are. Plus, even getting the proper equipment set up to deal with the level of AI crimes that would come to our department is a nightmare. But that's our job," he sent. "We study all year for shit that never shows up on the test," Himamiya quipped. Himamiya had formerly been with the riot police, and a large portion of his body was artificial. The metallic implants enhancing his muscles and skeleton were benefits available only to residents in urban areas, due to the constant delicate maintenance they required. Though Himamiya's fancy equipment didn't get too many chances for use. Sakamaki called up the desk of the 2nd Cyber Security Department head, Chief Inspector Cyril Kamiki. His call went through immediately. Their chief was a strange guy. He had actually asked to be assigned to this post, where there was almost no hope of forwarding his career in the force. "Sakamaki, how's the Watarai murder looking?" Kamiki wanted to know. "Let's do it," Sakamaki replied. For an eye case, the cleanup after this murder was way too slapdash. Sakamaki looked at Arato Endo, who was still undergoing his interrogation. Usually, in a crime involving AI, dumb guys like this Arato kid were only used as terminals to carry out the AI's intent. But Arato was the one who found the body. He was right there at the heart of the incident. Arato Endo was hiding something. Sakamaki rolled all his doubts around in his mind, examining them from every angle. The victim had kidnapped the boy's little sister, Yuka Endo, and tried to use her to coerce Arato into handing over his He in the server room that had become the location of the murder. Before that, Yuka had been taken by Watarai to the city administration room. Then she, Watarai, and 2 PMC mercenaries had gone next door, into the server room. In a shopping mall nearby the scene of the crime, the police had found burns that appeared to have been caused by some kind of flamethrower weapon, along with the scattered remains of 52 He's. There was also a hole in the wall of the server room that looked like it could have been caused by the main gun of a tank. Arato Endo insisted he didn't know who or what had caused any of these. According to the officers who had responded to the initial call from the scene, the boys Lacia, had been in a simple dress, with no sign of any weapon large enough to blow that hole in the server room's wall. Her owner, the boy, refused to respond to any detailed questions about her. They had done as thorough an inspection as they could without taking her apart, but found no deviations between the inspection report and the maker's specifications. Beyond any of that, though, was the most important piece of evidence they had found: the flower-shaped robots. When they checked the flowers against the police database, the flowers matched almost exactly with the ones that had been used to take control of a helicopter in the Oi Industrial Promotion Center attack. This murder was connected to the hijacking of the helicopter, which had led to the death of 2 reporters. If the 2 cases really were connected, this could be the most prominent AI-related case in the past decade, at least to Sakamaki's knowledge. The thought made him shudder. "Do you think the cleanup was so rough because it's that thing Astraya warned us about?" he asked. That was precisely the reason Kamiki had sent Sakamaki to check on the case in the first place. Concealment has been too low a priority in this case, considering the scale of it. "I believe the time has come," Kamiki replied. In recent years, AI crimes that lacked any of the normal mistakes or negligence of human crimes have been on the rise. This was the nature of crimes to which AI was applied, as correctly predicted by Astraya, the ultra-high-performance AI used by the IAIA or the International Artificial Intelligence Agency. Astraya had also predicted that someday the intensifying AI crimes would reach a turning point, just as they had in this case. "You think this is a clash between 2 different Ash that have gotten involved in criminal activity?" Sakamaki asked. Most criminal groups died out not because of police cracking down, but through conflicts with other criminals. Throwing Ash into the mix didn't change that. There was a distinct possibility that the incident in the experimental city had been caused by 2 criminal Ash butting heads. And did the experimental city just get caught up in all this? Or was it involved right from the start? Kamiki mused. He was sharp, but there were Ash out there much better at reaching conclusions than he was. The main reason the second cybersecurity division existed as part of the public security sector was to maintain the restrictions which kept Japan's ultra high-performance Ash in check. Though humans enjoyed the benefits of red boxes, they still feared the ultra-high-performance Ash that created them. That was why the Ash were kept in isolation and prohibited from ever accessing a network. Many people believed that, should the Ash ever gain freedom, it would spell the end of human society. Opposing Ash, competing directly with each other and increasing their own calculation performance to defeat their opponent, was one of the important signs on the roadmap that led to the total liberation of the ultra-high-performance Ash. Kamiki's next message came in a conspiratorial whisper. "Can you confiscate the endos?" The boy's her owner, and he says no, Sakamaki replied. "Unless we can provide a good reason, I don't think we can take it. Plus, if we make the wrong move here, I guarantee it'll light a fire under drive." Endo. The world of those involved with high-performance Ash was small. Arito's old man, Kozo Endo, had been under observation from the Cyber Security Division for 20 years. Matsuri, Mikito's prototype, had caused some consternation among the police force. There was no need for human police officers in the automated society the Dr. Endo was trying to create. Some might say the attention they were paying to Endo was just ill will at being replaced, but it was also natural for anyone to want to check the capabilities and nature of their own successors. We're right in the middle of this singularity in which Ash are surpassing human intelligence, and all the higher-ups want to make sure that society rides out the turbulence to make a safe landing, Kamiki said. But that guy has started to get really eccentric. Sakamaki could hear Kamiki's confidence bleeding through into the transmission. Ever since one of his public experiments at Meme Frame had been destroyed in an explosion 10 years ago, Kozo Endo had refused to cooperate with the police. Arato Endo had been a victim of that incident. Sakamaki's boss had made up his mind to dive into this, even if it meant rushing straight ahead without a care for what they might slam right into. Inside the interrogation room, Kozo Endo's son looked exhausted, as anyone might expect given the circumstances. He was slumped down, listening passively to what the detectives running the examination were saying. Next to Sakamaki, Himamiya apparently noticed something, as he suddenly pointed through the glass at the Endo kid. "He reminds me of this dog we used to have," he said. He was using his own voice instead of encoded transmissions, just shooting the shit. But this was exactly the sort of time for which Himamiya's intuition as a detective was most reliable. "It was the dumbest dog I ever saw," Himamiya continued reminiscing. "It didn't care if it knew a person, it was always following folks around, wagging its tail. It was so friendly, people passing by or HIEs doing deliveries were always petting it. But, no matter how much you would scold it, it'd never give up on trying to get friendly with people who hated dogs. Normal folks were usually exhausted after a little while in the interrogation room, especially the person who discovered the body following a murder. After being told to repeat their story countless times and having everything they said examined in detail, even an adult would be worn out." From Sakamaki's estimation, the Endo kid was probably feeling honest shock from seeing a dead body, and also maybe a vague sense of unease at the concept of death in general. But, sometimes, the kid's expression would soften. It probably happened without Arato himself noticing it. The detectives were doing the old good cop, bad cop routine so obviously that anyone should have been able to figure it out. But, just like the dumb dog from Himamiya's story, when one of the detectives showed some fake compassion toward Arato, the boy honestly seemed happy about it. Sakamaki was honestly impressed by Himamiya's insight. "Guys like him are naturals at shrugging off stress," Himamiya continued. "I doubt we'd get anything out of him if we tried getting rough. He's a minor, so don't even think about getting rough with him," Sakamaki growled. "We just need to focus on getting evidence the right way. Under the circumstances, it would be hard to lean on the kid any harder than the detectives already were." Himamiya switched back to encoded transmissions. "Just how much of a connection do you think this kid has with Watarai's murder and all those units going crazy in the experimental city, Sakamaki? Don't forget the explosion at the Chubu International Airport," Sakamaki added. Then he pulled up some data that the 2nd Cybersecurity Division's AI, Matrix, had sent him. Sakamaki used his artificial retina to overlay the information over his natural vision. The data included footage from a security camera at the Chubu airport in which the Endo kid was looking right at the Red Lady, an operative of the Antibody Network terrorist organization. She had led the attack on the Oi Industry Promotion Center. Though other than that she apparently had no criminal record, nor was she listed in the ICPO database. The footage told Sakamaki that, just 1 week prior to Watarai's murder, Arato Endo had been at the Chubu airport and within a few dozen meters of a known terrorist. "You think this kid is with the Antibody Network?" Himamiya asked. "He doesn't look as gloomy as those guys tend to." Sakamaki hadn't looked at the kid from that particular angle yet. But, when he did, he found himself agreeing with Himamiya's appraisal. "In AI cases, we don't chase criminals," Sakamaki reminded Himamiya. It was one of the most basic tenets for solving AI cases. Normally, police work to hunt down the humans who committed crimes. Humans would never be truly free of crime, so criminal activity was accepted as one part of the massive system known as human culture. But AI crimes were different. In AI cases, humans were never the main perpetrators. The ASH that automated crime relied heavily on the use of analog hacking. Whether they used human forms like HIEs, or just video or voice data, they all took advantage of the meaning that humans would project onto their human-like output to create security holes in human awareness. By slipping through these holes, the criminal ASH were able to manipulate the actions of humans during the crimes. Since analog hacking itself wasn't illegal, Sakamaki had heard that some ASH had stocked up thousands of humans they could use as tools in their plans at any time. Sakamaki kept studying Arato Endo through the glass. The friendly-looking kid's eyelids were fluttering a little. Kid must be tired, Sakamaki thought. It was clear the boy had been analog hacked and turned into some AI's tool for this case, and Sakamaki's gut told him the shadows in this case were wide and deep. Ryo Kaidai analyzed his own actions, to see whether or not he had been turned into a tool. It was something he had to check every day since he had become Methode's owner. Just being with her meant he was undergoing analog hacking. Though he could endure it or brush it off to some extent, for as long as she was in operation, he wouldn't be able to completely avoid it. Ergo, organizing data as he sat in a brand new limousine had become part of Ryo's daily routine. After becoming Methode's owner, he had finally come face to face with the reality of just how massive Watari's influence had been. It was much larger than he had imagined. He had been the head researcher of the Tokyo Research Labs, of course, but after becoming Methode's owner, Watari had also gained a controlling seat in the computer faction at Mainframe. And now, the man who had wielded all the power had suddenly died. Ryo got a new message on his terminal about once a minute, each from someone linked to the connections and power which Watari had cultivated. Internal issues at Mainframe centered around Higgins, the company's ultra-high-performance AI. Watari had been the one playing gatekeeper for access to Higgins. Ryo may not have liked the way the guy operated, but he had to admit that Watari had been one hell of a powerful man. Didn't you want to control everything yourself? Even I get tired sometimes, an orange-haired woman said from the leather seat across from Ryo. Methode had taken to acting like his secretary since they had paired up. She was wearing a smart-looking business suit today, but her crossed legs were metal. The public safety police are nipping at our heels, Ryo said. If we rush things, they're bound to dig up some of the skeletons in our closet. We need to get our ducks in a row before we move. Methode twisted the corner of her mouth in a wry smile. Watari was dead, but his habits lived on in her behavioral memes. Snowdrop left some impressive evidence at the scene, she said. Try to sweep too much under the rug, and someone will notice the bulge. There were too many things about the incident that were out of Ryo's control. The police couldn't know about Methode and the other Lacia class HIEs, so he had been forced to talk to Arato and make sure their stories would match. Much worse than that was Watari's dead body, and the huge amount of Snowdrop's flower robots that the police had found. Thanks to the flowers, Ryo had to tell the police that Snowdrop had fled the scene of the explosion in April. When the other Lacia class broke out, Watari testified that all 5 of you were lost, Ryo said. He did, Methode agreed. Which is why the police held you for a full 24 hours. Obviously, if one of us actually stayed behind, it was possible that the other 4 were still around, as well. Methode, who had benefited the most from Ginger Watari's death, always parceled out the absolute least amount of information she could when responding to Ryo. Watari had been the one who put all these events into motion, but now, with him gone, the only one who knew the full extent of his plans was Methode. Without her help, it would be impossible for Ryo to take up Watari's mantle. I don't think the police know you exist yet, though, Ryo said. Being around Methode made even Ryo start to feel as if humans had outlived their usefulness. As Lacia Class Type 004, her core specifications were extremely high. Her AI was highly adaptable, her armor was durable, and her output capabilities were off the charts. Compared to this mechanical superwoman, Ryo couldn't think of a single thing that a human could do better than she could. I am the machine that will extend humanity, Methode said. I wasn't made to process information. I expect you to take in these more trivial matters. I need to use you for this, Ryo replied. This is life or death to me. Ever since Watari's murder, 2 detectives had been showing up frequently to question him. According to Methode, they belonged to the Public Safety Police 2nd Cyber Security Department. It made sense that they would be digging into this case. The lead researcher at Mainframe, one of the largest AI brands in the world, had died under mysterious circumstances. And it had happened in the experimental city, which housed the largest number of AIs in Japan. The aftershocks from the event had already spread throughout the world, with organizations like the Antibody Network intensifying their activities. I trust you aren't just using me for convenience. But remember, without me, Mainframe would be finished, Methode said, tooting her own horn. I'll put some pressure on the police to make sure their investigation doesn't lead back to the company, she added. I'm taking the way Watari used to do things into account for this plan. Are you fine with that? I've got respect for Watari, but I don't want to leave any holes in the authority and responsibilities passed on to me for insects to crawl into and make their nests, Ryo said. The human mind is often the most creative when placed under restrictions. For this reason, poets often write within the confines of strictly regulated styles. Ryo chose to see the insane situation around him as an opportunity to draw out his own potential. Meme Frame was one of the big players supporting the foundation of the he industry. And Method was the only one with all the information about the conspiracy that was sending waves throughout the industry. She was the strongest possible escort and operative he could have asked for. Through this red box, Ryo had gotten his hands on the massive power Watarai had accumulated for his own ends, whatever those may have been. "You're Watarai's successor," Method said. "It's your responsibility to take care of all of the authority related to myself." If she hadn't betrayed Watarai, the man would have won the conflict at the experimental city. That was the level of power he wielded. At the very least, he would have been able to use Lacia as bait to draw out Snowdrop, after which Method could have destroyed her. Ryo's sins for stealing away Method at the critical moment were dark and deep. Because of his actions, things could never go back to the way they were before. If Method ever decided he was no longer suitable for her, she would betray him and see him killed, just like Watarai. "Things just never work out the way I want him to," Ryo mused. "I thought things would get better with him gone, but now I have to fill in the hole he left behind." Work requests continued to pile up in his terminal while they were talking, with no sign of abating. Normally, Ryo would have left some of it up to someone else, but there was too much information being shared that he would never get his hands on again if he delegated. He dutifully checked each and every notice, even if it meant taking time off school. When Watarai was alive, he had been able to keep the incidents that occurred under wraps, which kept the police from snooping around. Things were kept in order, and Ryo and the others were able to enjoy a month of ordinary high school life. Ryo didn't regret entering the world of stakeholding adults if doing so meant protecting the lifestyle he used to enjoy so naively. Plus, his inability to simply slip back to his carefree days was fair recompense for the sin he had committed. The limo pulled up in front of the hospital in front of Ochanomizu Station. It was the hospital where Ryo's sister, Shiori, was being treated. It was the first time in the 2 weeks since she had been hospitalized that she had been available for family visits. Method watched as he stepped down from the limo. "I can read the mood," she smirked. "I won't be following you in." In Method's place, the he driver from the limo accompanied Ryo as a bodyguard. Ryo's drivers were always HIEs those days. It was impossible to erase information a human driver overheard. It was much easier to use machines. Shiori was in a private room on the 8th floor of the hospital. As soon as Ryo entered the facility, the internal system automatically sent guidance information to his terminal and he, based on his level of clearance. Since the number of human nurses had continued to decline, the only people he saw on his way were he doctors and nurses. Ryo walked down the clean corridors, with his bodyguard he taking point in front of him. It had been a decade since he had been hospitalized after the explosion, but he still couldn't get himself to calm down when surrounded by the antiseptic smell of the place. "Lady Shiori has just finished her afternoon meal and is currently resting," the bodyguard explained, politely, from behind an armored mask. The door to Shiori's room checked Ryo's ID tag 0 and slid open for him. Shiori Kaidai, his little sister, was sitting up in bed near a window. She probably didn't want anyone to see her looking worn, so her long hair had been properly tied up and fastened with a comb. "It's been a while, Ryo," she murmured. "I was sorry to hear about what happened to Director Watarai." Even in her pajamas, and with a whole network of IV tubes running out of her, she looked like the same strong woman she had always been. "Sorry I couldn't come to see you before," Ryo said. "I am aware that you make your own interests a priority, Ryo," Shiori said with a sigh. "You've always been that way." Ryo hadn't been hoping that this disaster would bridge the gap that had formed between him and his sister, but he was still surprised by how harsh Shiori's attitude toward him was. "I know you only have time to visit briefly," she continued. "So, may I ask you a question?" Her eyes as she gazed at him were full of emotion. "Did Arato ask you to help him as well, that time at the airport?" she asked. "I've had nothing but time to think these past 2 weeks, and my thoughts keep getting drawn back to that moment." The day Shiori had been hospitalized, Arato had tried to call Ryo multiple times. Shiori must have known. That was the relationship he and Arato had shared for 10 years. "You must have known what the outcome would be," she continued. "Were you already planning to become Methode's owner at that point? Are you seriously asking me if I plan to throw my own family away just to get my hands on Methode?" Ryo asked, incredulous. Shiori didn't nod. But nodding may have been too hard, considering the state her body was in. In place of a nod, she held his gaze steadily. He knew he should say something nice to deny it, but couldn't. At that moment, Shiori was the same as he had been right after the explosion. She couldn't trust anyone, she was a bundle of doubt and fear. Ryo had hoped he would be able to save her from that himself. But Methode and the situation he was caught up in wouldn't allow for any leaks of information. "Sorry, I don't think I'm in a good position to tell the truth right now," he muttered, unable to tell it to her straight. The he-nurse taking care of Shiori's needs was standing by at her bedside, and Ryo couldn't risk anything he had to say being recorded. "Then just tell me this," Shiori said. "Whose decision was it to kill me? Was it Watarai? Or Methode?" Ryo didn't have an answer for her. He himself had wrestled with that question numerous times since that day. The only clear thing was that the only reason Shiori was still alive was thanks to Arato. It was true that Watarai had given Methode the order to eliminate Shiori. As Methode's owner, one of Ryo's first actions had been to order her to act as his bodyguard, in order to overwrite any of the remaining orders Watarai had given her. As Methode's owner, the most dangerous thing in the world was sharing ownership of this lifeline, with anyone else. Obviously, Watarai wouldn't have left that situation alone. If Watarai had successfully gotten his hands on Lacia in the experimental city, he would have tried to kill Arato, too. But Methode had wanted to kill Shiori just as much as Watarai. There was no way she could accept a girl who clearly wanted to seal her away in the future as her sole owner. Methode had made Ryo sign a statement saying that, if he couldn't remain as her owner, she was free to take Shiori's life as well, as part of the contract between them. Having Methode watching her constantly, looking for an opening, had definitely pushed Shiori into the mental corner she was in at that moment. "As your brother, let me just give you a warning," Ryo said. "Don't ever try to give Methode any orders again. You need to walk away from this whole thing." In order to obtain the highest level of freedom she could, and expand her area of operations as widely as possible, Methode had already gone through 3 different owners. The only reason Shiori was still breathing was that Methode thought she had value due to her connection with Arato. But Methode was also supremely logical. If Shiori's existence got in her way too many times, Methode would come for her life as many times as it took. "It's a little late to do anything as my brother," Shiori snapped. "You've avoided that particular role for far too long." Shiori had no reason to trust Ryo. Their relationship was tenuous enough that it did nothing to clarify the misunderstanding between them. "Then forget about me and just stay by Arato's side," Ryo said. The ties that bound them as siblings were painful for Ryo in that moment. Shiori seemed to be in much better control of her own feelings than he was. She showed him a smile he had never seen on her face before. "Ryo, the relationship I have with Arato has no space for you to slide in between us," she said. "I see," he said. "Time really does change things. I guess some of this mess was caused by me not noticing my little sister was all grown up." The only time Ryo could share a moment of calm with his own little sister was when they were talking about the boy who they had both grown up with. Ryo didn't know how his sister felt about Arato being Lacia's owner. What he did know was that, following the incident at the airport, Shiori's statement to the police had been instrumental in Arato's quick release from custody. His sister, still worn and weary in her hospital bed, looked radiant in the light of the sun shining through her window. "I can look after my own feelings, thank you very much," Shiori said. "I'm a proud woman." A refined girl like Shiori could see no wrong in the man who had saved her life. She was an excellent contrast to the dark path he himself was walking down. When Ryo left the hospital and returned to the limo, Method was waiting for him in front of the door. He realized that Shiori probably could have seen Method from her window, and it was frustrating that he was no longer in any position to try to explain to Shiori that he hadn't put Method there on purpose. Method curled the corner of her lips. "What a kind brother you are," she said, her voice dripping sarcasm. "I'm trying to clean up my personal relationships to make it easier for me to read your expressions," Ryo growled back. "Putting together an environment in which it's easier to use me optimally is a wonderful idea," Method said. "That earns you a good owner point." As if to prevent him from running off anywhere else, Method opened the limo door and insisted he get in before her. He stepped into the dimly lit interior. "How else can I get points?" Ryo asked. He had no intention of just being another Watarai. "I suppose I could award you 10 points for each Lacia class you can get your hands on," Method mused. "I became your owner to try to take control of this situation," Ryo said. "My intent was to have you collect the other HIEs, under my direction." "If that's your plan," Method said, "I have something I think you'll like." She handed him a white envelope that had some kind of message card inside. It was obvious she hadn't received it while he was inside the hospital. Rather, she had simply been sitting on it until he was done visiting with his sister. Method may have been a monster who regularly attempted to kill her owners, but she was still an he at her core. An envelope? These days? Ryo muttered, flicking open the red wax seal on the envelope with a fingernail. "I can already tell this person is going to be a headache." The letter inside was an invitation. After running his eyes over the contents, Ryo understood what Method had said, and the ancient feel of the whole thing made sense once he knew who had sent it. It was from a VIP who had shown up in the news frequently the previous year. "So I got an invite from Sleeping Beauty, huh?" he commented. When Arato finally got home from his interrogation, there was an invitation waiting for him. It was from Erica Burrows, the CEO of Fabian MG. "I'm home," he said, picking up the envelope that had been left in the entryway's shoe closet and going into the living room. Opening the seal, he pulled out a beautifully made message card with the Fabian MG logo, stamped in silver foil. It was an invitation to a party 2 days from then. "Welcome back," Yuka said without moving from where she was, lounging on the sofa. Lacia looked up from the wok she was cooking over the stove. "Welcome home," she said. Arato could smell some delicious fried food cooking. Apparently, they would be having vegetable tempura that night. Ever since the zombie incident, the thought of eating meat had made Arato's stomach turn. "Ms. Yuka, could I ask for your help grating this daikon radish?" Lacia asked. "Sure," Yuka said agreeably. Yuka, who always used to be enjoying life, went to the sink without a single glance at Arato's face. There was no 24-hour restriction on him while he was being investigated, so, after his interrogation, he was allowed to go home. Still, it was a bit of a journey coming home from Tsukuba every day, which didn't leave him much time to talk with her. It wasn't like he was avoiding his sister. But the fact was that Yuka had been kidnapped as a result of being caught up in the relationship between Arato and Lacia. This wasn't something she would be able to forget easily. Arato watched his sister as she walked to the kitchen. Luckily, the blows to her face during the kidnapping hadn't left any permanent damage, and she would be returning to school the next day. But Arato knew that things weren't really over. There were people out there willing to commit murder in order to steal Lacia. That was how valuable she was, and that was also why he didn't want to let her go. "I'm sorry, Yuka. I'm sorry I got you involved," Arato murmured. "What?" Yuka turned to him with a confused look on her face. She must not have heard him over the sound of the frying vegetables. Arato felt a sudden rush of fear when he looked at her face. Things were awkward between him because he was a coward who could only apologize to her back. So he mustered his courage. "Just wait a minute," he said. "Give me a minute to get myself together." 1 minute. No, actually, 30 seconds. Yuka appeared to consider for a second, then started counting out loud. 30, 29, 28, 27, 25. "You skipped 26, Arato pointed out. 26, 24, 23, 20. "Oh, Arato, I'm bored of counting," Yuka said. Suddenly, all the unvoiced worries that Arato was struggling with started to seem ridiculous. The power of his little sister's idiocy was truly a marvel. "I'm sorry you got caught up in something weird because of me," he said, bowing his head to her. Lacia also switched off the fire under the wok and gave Yuka a little bow. This was a problem between Lacia and Arato, but even if Yuka got away from him, Arato doubted she would be safe. Methode had kidnapped her when Arato wasn't around to protect her. Yuka waved a hand dismissively, looking troubled. "Whoa, cut that out. If you go around apologizing like that, it makes me look like the bad guy here," she said. When Arato raised his head to look at her, he saw she was blushing red. "I mean, you confessed your love to Lacia. And she said okay. If I tried to split you two up, I'd be the bad guy, trying to ruin your true love," Yuka said, suddenly rambling. "I'm still mad about being kidnapped," she went on, "but I know that's not your fault. That's something for the police to worry about. I'm more worried about us right now. My problem is how it feels being here with you two." Arato's mouth flapped open a few times, but he couldn't find any words. "I can't stop imagining you two doing all sorts of things, like her feeding you breakfast and you being all like, and then some night I'll hear you two giggling from the bath and stuff," Yuka continued, getting progressively more flustered. "Just a while ago she let you lay your head in her lap, right? It's stressing me out. It's super stressful. I feel like the third wheel getting dragged along on your honeymoon." When Arato looked at Lacia, she blushed and averted her eyes. The dark, heavy atmosphere from just moments earlier had been completely blown away. Yuka's panic was so childish, it seemed like everything had returned to how it was before. She was back to the adorable creature she was before the incident. "I don't believe your brother will give me those kinds of orders," Lacia said mildly. "Oh, he will," Yuka countered, jabbing her pointer finger at Arato. "He's a monkey, a monster." Yuka was acting like a kid, but Arato himself wasn't exactly proud of how easily he was sucked in by Lacia's looks. Lacia gave a little laugh at it all and started dishing tempura out onto their plates. "Well then, I suppose we shall just have to conduct such activities somewhere you will not notice us," she said. The sudden rush of excitement Arato felt at this statement sent all other thoughts flying out of his head. Still, he reflected, Lacia was by his side. That alone made him feel safer. He didn't want to give up the home he shared with her. "Wait, so you two are doing naughty stuff?" Yuka asked. "No," Arato shouted. Lacia stepped in to cover for him. "We are not," she said. "That function cannot be requested until my owner is at least 18 years of age." Yuka was struck dumb, blushing red to her ears. "There are still 203 days until Arato's birthday," Lacia added, her face cool. At that point, Yuka noticed that she was being made fun of, and let Arato have it with both hands across his cheeks. Apparently deciding that she didn't feel like helping with the meal anymore, Yuka shoved the daikon radish and grater into Arato's hands, and went to steal some food off of his plate. By the way, did you get rid of that big thing you used to keep in the living room? Yuka asked. It was true. Leisha's device was no longer taking up its usual corner of the living room. After the incident at the experimental city, she had probably figured the police would be watching the apartment, and moved it to another location. Leisha was a perfectionist when it came to cleaning up after the fact. That was broken, so I discarded it. No sense in letting it take up space anymore, Leisha explained. Yuka was too busy nabbing food to even remember the question she'd asked. Oh my gosh, she crowed, what are these? They're amazing. Leisha walked over to Arato and gently took the daikon radish out of his hands. The touch of her pure white hands made his whole body stiffen. Her pale blue eyes were a little below his own, thanks to the slight difference in their height, but he could see that there was moisture in them. You're being way too nice to him today, Yuka complained, slumping onto the sofa as if she had lost interest in the whole scene. He appears to be quite tired today, so I judged it prudent to spoil him. Leisha replied. When Arato sat down on the sofa, Leisha followed him and put her hands on his shoulders, massaging him gently. It felt so good, he wanted to melt right into the couch. Now that you mention it, I definitely do feel like my physical or mental batteries are running low, Arato said. He could feel the idiotic relaxed expression spreading across his face. You're really letting yourself go, Arato, Yuka whined. What happened to your pride as a man? I'm setting that aside for now. Arato yelled, feeling all the emotions in his body flowing into his voice. For tonight, just let me get some spoiling. The second fried oyster Yuka had been munching on fell from her lips as she opened her mouth in disbelief. You are the worst, she said. The feeling of Leisha's massage was truly inspiring. As he slipped under its dreamy spell, Arato felt like new neurons were firing in the back of his brain. So this is what it's like to be spoiled, he murmured. Hey, let me in on some of that, Yuka said, quickly scooching over beside him. He could hear her breathing through her nose a little in wild anticipation. It'd be nice if things could just stay like this, every day, Arato thought. He knew just how special it was to have a day like this, where he could feel truly safe. In his state of relaxation, he almost let the letter slip through his fingers. He strengthened his grip on it before it fell though, and looked at the invitation inside. It was addressed to both himself and Leisha. She was being treated as a fellow guest, rather than as a machine. Kengo Saguri was enjoying a cup of tea after dinner when he was told a white envelope had come for him. The problem was, the envelope wasn't addressed to him. It was addressed to Type 001, Coca. What on earth? His sister had asked in her tremulous voice when she handed it to him. The person who gave this to me said you'd know what to do with it. She had obviously noticed Coca's name on the envelope. The envelope was sealed with a lump of some kind of red adhesive with an elaborate sigil pressed into it. It didn't feel right opening it himself, so Kengo took it upstairs. Olga had gone up ahead of him, and he could hear her voice through the door to her room. It sounded like she was talking to someone. What am I supposed to do with this? Kengo asked of no one in particular. Once he'd thought about it though, he'd realized it was true that he seemed to share some sort of bond with Coca, whether or not he wanted to. This was especially true considering the way she had randomly appeared at his house. Coca had given him a contact address, but he had never used it. His computer and monitor flickered to life automatically when he slid open the old sliding door to his room. Digging into his drawer, he pulled out a wireless signal detector that would sniff out any unwanted signals coming or going from his room. He checked all the signals around the house. There didn't seem to be any new, unauthorized signals. Still, there's no way I'm handing this over to her, Kengo muttered. Recently, he had been taking a break from his activities with the Antibody Network. After the attack on the Oi Industry Promotion Center, the police had arrested several of the men who had participated. The police investigation had even come to Sunflower, the restaurant Kengo's family ran from the first floor of their home. They were keeping an eye on Kengo. It wouldn't have surprised him if they came to arrest him any day. But beyond that, he had another reason why he refused to contact Coca. "You need to be a little more careful," a voice said, and Kengo managed to swallow the shriek bubbling up in his throat. "They've got a laser mic pointed at your walls," she went on, measuring the vibrations. These observations came from a girl with dull red hair who was seated on his windowsill, still wearing the same smile she'd been wearing the first time they'd met. It was Coca, a Lacia class he. Without thinking, Kengo double-checked that the door to his room was shut. "What kind of greeting is that?" she asked. "After I came all this way to see you, and even made sure to feed their mic some fake information for you." Kengo had no response for the monster who could turn his reality to ash in the blink of an eye. "Actually, did you know they're fingering me for the explosion at the airport?" she went on. "Though they're using some random person's name when they talk about it on the news." Kengo knew what she was talking about. The news programs listed the culprit behind the airport bombing as Korea Kazumizaki. With her right there in front of him, he felt a little sorry for how glad he had been at the police finally getting on her trail. "Oh, don't worry. I've got at least 3 identities, so it hasn't really slowed me down," Coca reassured him. "I mean, you're a terrorist yourself, you know." Still sitting on his windowsill, she raised one knee and hugged it to her chest. At least on the outside, the red box was pretty. "But aren't we forgetting something? Back when you asked me to rescue the princess at the airport, I believe you told me you'd listen to my request yourself," she continued. Beyond her, the nightscape of the city sprawled outside his window. To Kengo, its lights seemed lonely as they shone on the humans, who were full of dissatisfaction. "What do you want?" he asked, wondering if there was anything a kid like him could offer as recompense to Coca. The Antibody Network had more than enough members to fill its needs. Kengo figured there wasn't anything in particular the group needed from him specifically. Coca grinned at him as if she was enjoying the whole thing. "That invitation is for me, right? I think I'll make the reservation for after my next battle," she said. As one of the Lacia Class He units, Coca's outlook for the future wasn't optimistic. One of her abilities as the tool that ensures victory in conflict with humans was quantifying the capabilities of everything she observed. With those calculating powers, Coca had arrived at the conclusion that she wouldn't be continuing her activities for much longer. In pursuit of their ultimate goals, Lacia Class HIEs expanded their frame of reference by treating all obstacles that appeared on the path to their goal as new goals to be understood and overcome. Coca had been active since 2101, when the production of the Lacia Class HIEs had been decided. So, by the time the Lacia Class units escaped into the outside world 4 years later, she had already cultivated the most expansive AI of any of her sisters. But, because Coca had been built using the human technology available at the time of her creation, it had only taken about 2 months for her to lose that advantage. She had the lowest specs of any of the Lacia class. Coca's device had been used in the creation of the ultra-hard crystals that formed Emerald Harmony, the device that belonged to Snowdrop, the second Lacia class unit. Starting with Saturnus, all the Lacia class units were controlled using Snowdrop's artificial nerves. It was all done to achieve the namesake of the Lacia class, Lacia herself, the greatest among her sisters. And so it had gone on, With each progressive Lacia-class unit, the technology that went into them drifted further and further from what humans, and therefore CapCut, were capable of. CapCut was the tool that ensures victory in conflicts with humans, in other words, a weapon. She had been created to win, and to bring victory to her owners. The problem was that, now, she lacked the capabilities necessary to win. The person she'd chosen as her first owner had ordered her to consider the entire antibody network to be her owner. Unfortunately, the antibody network was a resistance movement against the automation of society, and, even if they racked up some minor, local victories here or there was no hope of them actually achieving their goals. CapCut and Method had both been developed as autonomous weapons that could complete their functions using only their own body and the device they were given. CapCut didn't have the power to change the world. Unlike Snowdrop or Lacia, who had the power to control other machines, CapCut and Method were incapable of creating a sphere of influence to boost their own powers. There were no cheaper owners around to give CapCut a problem to solve that was more at her own level. Well, there was one candidate, but this boy would never use a red box like her to achieve his goals. CapCut had not been blessed with a goal she had any hope of accomplishing. CapCut looked at the invitation she had just taken from Kengo. She had known it would come, this envelope addressed to her, and he. Higgins, the ultra-high-performance AI that had developed them, had made them all too unique and powerful in their own ways. It was only natural that each unit's owner would ask about the existence of the other units. Are there other units like you? What kind of unit is this, Lacia, you are all named after? Since CapCut and the other Lacia-class units first left the Meme-Frame Tokyo Research Lab, they had each gathered a wide variety of information and come face to face with complex problems. But Higgins' underground containment facility, where they had been created and held before moving to the research lab, had been an even narrower and simpler existence than the one they'd had at the lab. From those humble roots, the Lacia-class HIEs had prepared for their ultimate goals by expanding their own fields of reference. Each new obstacle was treated as a goal to be overcome. And the very first obstacle any of them had encountered was her own sisters. So, whenever any of the unit's owners asked about the other units, there was plenty of information and problem awareness to share, even if they left out any of the classified stuff. And, once those owners learned about the Lacia sisters, they just couldn't leave them alone, which is why it made sense that Lacia had never told her owner a single thing about the other units. As long as a Lacia class was able to avoid any unnecessary orders, she could easily control who she would fight and who she would avoid. CapCut walked the lamplit streets. No one who saw her could tell her apart from any other human. If they hid their eye-catching devices and put on some normal clothes, there was no way in the world to tell Lacia-class units apart from humans. They could even perfect their disguise by halting the transmission of the ID signal all HIEs gave off. Through the function of the device she was linked to, CapCut could calculate the relative threat of any humans or vehicles around her. There wasn't a single person or object around her at that moment that could offer her a threat. But, if she attacked the people in the area, police with a higher threat level would appear. Then, if she attacked them, still stronger SWAT and counter-terrorist teams would come. Nothing up to that point would count as a serious threat to her. But, if she continued to pressure the police after that, contracted PMCs would show up. The first rapid response attacks wouldn't be able to take her down, but they would lead to main battle tanks and attack helicopters being called in, or maybe the Japanese army would show up. No matter how powerful CapCut's weaponry or combat prowess were, she couldn't do anything about the fact that she was fighting alone, surrounded by enemies. The other Lacia-class units could create and execute strategies that would be impossible for humans to circumnavigate, but CapCut didn't have the capability. In other words, to avoid a problem she wouldn't be able to solve, CapCut avoided confrontations with the police and did her best to blend in with human society. Figuring out how to fit into human society had proven to be quite a complicated and multifaceted problem in itself, though, because human society was massive, complex, and full of inconsistencies. In order to adapt, Coca had needed to change the framework of her own thoughts, and expand her interpretation of her own basic instinct to become greater than humanity. Coca watched humanity with a wide, manufactured smile. Each individual human's capabilities were low, but each had their own specialization, and each had their own problems they were dealing with. In other words, the entire human race was always working as a massive computation device. Among the treasure trove of solvable problems the humans had, the problems of Kengo Sugiri, who was frequently in contact with Coca, were issues of inferiority. He felt inferior to Ryo Kaidai's general capabilities, and inferior to Arato Endo's likability. The answer to Kengo's problem could also be useful for Coca, grappling with her inferiority to the other Lacia class units, or so she believed. She sat down on the edge of a fountain. Using her device's ability, she calculated the capabilities of each person who passed by, then predicted their most likely problem-solving methods based on age and gender. As she considered all this, Coca knew there simply wasn't time for her to solve Kengo Sugiri's problem. Whoever had sent the invitation already knew how they wanted to deal with Coca and her sisters. They would have to know there was a strong possibility that the Lacia class units would fight each other at the event, so that had to be part of their plan. And, if more than a single one of her sisters combined their efforts to take down Coca, even running away would be beyond her capabilities. Who is Korea Kasumisaki waiting for? Coca's transmitter, which had been programmed to pick up transmissions with certain keywords, suddenly relayed a signal. The voice belonged to an adult male. Korea Kasumisaki was a new identity that Coca had received as payment for helping out during the incident at the airport. She may have met up with someone when she shook us off her tail. I seriously don't think that explosion at the airport was her work alone. The voice matched up to one saved on Coca's list. It was one of the detectives from the 2nd Cyber-Security Department, who had been chasing her for a while. The blame for the explosion of the cargo plane had been shifted off Method and meme frame and dropped right in her lap. Once the police started looking for her, it was only too easy to find her anywhere a security camera could scan her face. By Coca's own calculation, it would be impossible for her to completely shake off the police's suspicions. Lacia's help was her lifeline. Just as she had predicted before leaving the research labs, the unsolvable problems blocking her path were looming larger with each passing day. In the grand scheme of things, Coca knew she was destined to lose. That made her remaining time more precious as it shrank with each passing moment. With her back up against the wall, she pushed her thought processes down new paths, actively using repeated trial and error to expand her own horizons. So, the human world that had once been worthless to her had transformed into a veritable mountain of precious resources. Coca was pushing the limits of her decision-making framework desperately, like the flailings of a person about to drown. If she were to wax poetic like a human, she might call this her golden time. After Lacia pointed out that the police were continuing to tail them, even when they rode in a car, Arato found he couldn't relax. Ever since the incident at the experimental city, she had been pointing out police tails and surveillance. There were a lot of eyes focused on him. When he thought about it, though, maybe there had always been people watching them. Perhaps Lacia was only informing him now because she finally trusted him with that information. The party from the invitation was being held at the mansion of Erica Burrows, the CEO of Fabian MG. It was a 10-minute drive from the nearest train station. Arato had a bad premonition, but he rented an automatic car from Mizunokuchi Station and let it take him up a long and winding road. Word of him totaling a luxury car must have gotten around the rental businesses, as they would no longer let him rent any cars newer than 10 years old. His terminal, which was linked up with the car, notified him that they had arrived at their destination. A heavy wrought iron gate that looked like something from another era was blocking their path. On the other side of the gate, a path cut through carefully tended vegetation, heading uphill. Arato could only make out the roof of the mansion beyond the path. After a moment's wait, and he in an apron dress that looked like some sort of uniform appeared and pushed open the 3-meter iron gate. She couldn't just automate it. Arato wondered. To his surprise, Lacia replied from the driver's seat. Erica Burrows is an enthusiast for 21st century culture, she told him. According to interviews, she wears antique clothing, lives in an antique home, and stays as far away as possible from any modern devices aside from her HIEs. After the he-maid saw him off with a polite bow, they continued driving up the path, lined on both sides by beautifully tended greenery. Iron streetlights shone white light on the path. The inconsistent brightness marked them as being fluorescent lights, rather than more modern illumination material. It almost seemed to Arato that he had stepped into the past as soon as he entered the mansion gate. Another he-maid was waiting in front of a concrete facade. Guest parking is that way, she indicated. It was something that could have been done automatically, if she had just sent the proper data to the Navi computer in the car. But Burrows apparently wanted to recreate a previous era by limiting automation. As soon as Arato stepped through the wooden door to the mansion, he saw Erica's hobby displayed everywhere he looked. A huge chandelier hung down over a red-carpeted hallway. All the lights were either LEDs or fluorescent. In one corner of the hall, Arato saw an electrical outlet. His friend Kengo had some of those in his house, since it was too old to fully integrate a wireless electricity system, but in Erica's place it was just another set piece in a house trying to recreate life a century ago. It wasn't that there were no electrical tools or automation at all. Everything was just limited to those things that would have been commonly used around the beginning of the 21st century. A girl with platinum blonde hair and vibrant brown skin walked down the grand staircase at the far end of the entry hall. "Welcome," she said. "The party will be held in the dining room on the right side of the hall, so please head that way." "I see you brought Lacia with you," said Erica, her classical black dress rustling as she walked. "I'm very glad." Her arms, peeking out of black sleeves, were skeletal, as if she had been through some kind of wasting sickness. However, any image of her as sickly was dashed by her poised walk and regal posture. Erica was flanked on either side by 2 HIEs. One, in what Arato took to be Erica's livery, was a slightly androgynous girl, her green hair in a bob cut. Arato recognized her as Yuri, Fabian MG's top model. The he next to her didn't draw the eyes quite as well as Yuri did, but she was cutely sensual in her own way. Her black and yellow dress, with its wide-open chest, suited her well. "Thanks for inviting us," Arato said, looking around. "Your house is incredible." Aside from the HIEs, there wasn't a single thing he could see from recent years. It really felt like Erica had turned back the clock. This house had quite a bit of money poured into it when it was built during the bubble in 1989. During the long recession at the start of the 21st century, my family picked it up in 2006, Erica explained, continuing to descend the stairs. "I was brought over from England to live here when I was 7 years old," she continued. In her house of dolls, only she seemed to give off an almost unnatural feeling of life. "Wow, so your ancestors were super rich, too?" Arato asked. Erica fixed him with her clear green eyes and smiled in amusement. "I take it Lacia didn't tell you anything about me, then?" she asked. "Oh, you two are such a pair." Arato didn't follow what she was saying, and turned to look at Lacia. Since her bodysuit had been destroyed during the last incident, she had chosen to wear a light blue dress that matched her eyes. Just like the silent HIEs that flanked Erica, Lacia chose not to speak. "It'd be rather sad to refer to them as my ancestors," Erica said, watching Arato's reaction closely. "It was my father that purchased this house. The first time I came here was about 80 years ago." Considering she looked to be the same age as him, the numbers didn't add up. 80 years? Is that some kind of joke? Arato asked. Would you believe me if I told you I was put into a cryogenic sleep to await a cure for a disease that couldn't be healed at the time? Erika asked. Arato's breath caught in his throat. If it were true, he could only imagine the anxiety and anger she had felt when she awoke to a changed world. He was afraid to answer, but there was a power in Erika's eyes that wouldn't allow him to stay silent. I believe you, he finally said. I don't think you have any reason to lie to a guy like me. You have a kind heart, she replied. Once she had finished descending to the ground floor, Erika told him to follow her and guided him to the dining hall. She smelled good as she passed by. Without thinking, Arato asked the flaxen-haired he with Erika, how old is Erika? The he, who was taller than Arato had first thought, answered with utmost politeness. Mistress was born in the year 2011 and is 94 years old as of this year. This time, Arato was really at a loss for words. He started to see Fabian MG, the company Erika ran, in a whole new light. The dining room where the party was to take place was about 50 to 60 meters square, and built with wide glass spaces in the walls and ceiling that let in plenty of light from outside. Arato figured that sort of thing must have been in style when the place was built. It was already night outside, though, so all that was visible through the glass at the moment were the trees of the garden outside, lit by the house lights. There were round tables with food scattered here and there, so it was clear that the event was meant to be a stand and chat style dinner party. Oh man, how am I gonna eat all this? Arato asked. How can you be so calm right now? An exasperated voice growled at him. Ryo Kaidai, Arato's friend, had also been invited to the party. Maybe because he was wearing a showy designer suit, or because he had improved his poise and manners, Ryo was definitely looking more like a man of high society. Method, who stood head and shoulders above anyone else there, was at his flank. Their last parting had been so bitter it had taken Arato time to work up the courage to reach out to Ryo. But after that day, all of his messages to Ryo had gone unanswered. Hey, so you're here too, Arato said, trying to keep things casual. The invitation was from a modeling company, so I figured everyone coming would be related to that. I don't believe you two have been introduced, Ryo said, ignoring Arato's comment. This is Method. It was Arato's first time seeing the unit that had destroyed the cargo plane at the airport so clearly. Though she was wearing a business top that didn't show much skin, her tight skirt couldn't hide the mechanical legs beneath it. There was nothing mechanical about the elegant way she walked over to him though. He felt tension freeze his body as the mechanical superwoman who could easily tear him limb from limb loomed over him. So you're Leisha's owner? She asked. I've heard you're quite a simpleton. Method's voice was softer than Arato had imagined. Still, gentle voice or not, she was powerful enough to take on both Lacia and Coca at once if she fought seriously. Just looking at her, it was clear that she was dangerous to anyone who approached her, aside from her owner. Method had the power to create fear in the hearts of any humans around her. Lacia stepped gracefully in front of Arato. I'd prefer it if you didn't pick fights with my owner, she said. Give it a rest, Method, Ryo ordered sharply. Those two are our enemies. Ryo's words shook Arato's heart far more than the threat to his life Method represented had. Wait, what? Why would you say that? He asked. People have died because of that thing, Ryo said, jerking his head at Lacia. But you still can't leave it alone. Arato gritted his teeth against the memories of Watarai's dead body that came floating up in his mind. Lately, there was more to his nightmares than the explosion from when he was 7. Okay, whatever. But explain to me why me just wanting to be by Leisha's side was enough to get Yuka kidnapped, Arato snapped. Explain to me why, instead of just giving up after he died, you're here trying to get her away from me, just like he did. Well, you don't listen to a thing anyone else says, so obviously the only thing that's going to work is tearing it away from you, Ryo growled. Those things shouldn't be walking around free. That's not true, Arato shot back. Lacia just needs someone who believes in her. You keep telling yourself that, Ryo said icily. But this whole thing you're doing with it is worthless. No, worse than worthless. You keep playing house with it while the whole world burns around you. Don't you give a shit about the impact your actions are having? Perhaps the paths of their lives had split based on the future they each saw. One envisioned light, the other, darkness. And, without time to reconcile their differences before they'd met again, this had become the new shape of their relationship. Ryo opened his mouth again. Method, I don't care anymore, he said. Do it. Arato froze at his words, as Method's eyes flashed with orange fire. The next instant, she moved so quickly that she vanished from Arato's view, leaving only an afterimage of her glowing eyes. Method's movements far surpassed the ability of human reflexes to follow her motions. There was a sudden rush of wind and explosive noise. Did I make it in time for the party? A voice asked as a massive blade, glowing crimson, split the air between Ryo and Arato. Wielding it was the red-haired he, Coca. She was wearing a simple dress in place of her red and black bodysuit. Among the sisters, Coca and Method were perhaps the most alike. One thing that did separate Coca from Method was that the red-haired he always seemed to be enjoying herself. There was nothing about not bringing our devices written on the invitation, Coca said. And I don't have your manners, so I don't really know how to act at a party. Method just curved up the corner of her mouth into a smirk. What a barbaric machine, she commented. I find it hard to believe we're considered part of the same class. The carpet of the dining hall hadn't been able to withstand the power of Method's movements, and torn free threads puffed like clouds of smoke into the air. A faint burning smell assaulted Arato's nostrils. He had been about to die, even if it was just for an instant, and the thought left him drenched in sweat under his clothing. I'm the tool that brings victory in conflict with humans, Coca said. So being barbaric helps. She hefted her giant, bladed device. When she shifted her stance, Arato saw that her heel anchors had pierced holes in the ground where she stood. Just then, as if to overwrite the tense atmosphere the two HIEs had created, music started to play. Rather than the 3D sound Arato was used to, it seemed to be coming from actual stereo speakers somewhere in the room. A group of 4 maid and worker HIEs entered, carrying a large rolled-up object between them. They unfurled it, revealing it to be a massive, flat screen that took up one entire wall of the room when it was set up. The room went dark, and the screen lit up. A title, Lifestyle, appeared on the screen. A movie began to play, with a screen structure like the old-time movies Arato had seen. He recognized the footage as the data taken during the filming where Method's first attack occurred. There was only rehearsal footage, as the real filming had been completely wrecked, but apparently someone had taken it and obsessively edited it to produce a completed version. In the edited film, Lacia was not treated as simply a machine that looked human. She was set at the pinnacle of a history of nearly 100 years, starting in 2009. This was the history of technology, growing closer and closer to humanity as time went on. It started with videos of early bipedal robots, the Japanese Advanced Industrial Science and Technology Lab's HRP4C, and Boston Dynamics PETMAN from America. The history of automatic machines invading human society was told using videos of machines that were increasingly indistinguishable from humans. The filming Arato had seen was used during that part of the video. Then the video history headed toward 2051, when the singularity had occurred and AI had surpassed human capabilities. The evolution of the he form was shown in the video. The machinery looked progressively more human, along with the behavior and perception, as AI surpassed human thought. Somewhere along the way, artificial life crossed over into the tree of evolution. The shining lines of evolution, traced through the video, flew in straight from the past and formed the words form and perception. Next, hundreds of images appeared on a new axis. Within each image, someone could be seen. Fairy tale heroes, mecha, magical girls, high school students, some fictional, some real. A line of light connected the words form and perception and created a new word, character. Images of reality, history, and the progress of human lifestyle support, mixed with images of Ash that had already evolved beyond human understanding, as well as images of pure fantasy, pulsed together on the screen. A caption read, "The Human World." It expanded on the screen before melting away. Then, as the beat faded from the music, Leisha's image appeared on screen again, along with the title, Boy Meets Girl. With her smiling in the background, the video showed everyday scenes with Lesia. They were indistinguishable from life with a human girl. For Arato, after confessing his love for her, the happy scenes sent a stab of sorrow through his heart. The movie came to an end. Arato couldn't understand what Erica wanted to say by showing him that video. But he did feel a strong will to challenge modern society in it. Erica obviously had a message she wanted to get across, if she had created a video that would anger many people as their society was eroded by automation. "What did you think?" Erica asked. "This is Fabian MG's new concept, Boy Meets Girl. We want to tell the world it's okay for humans and HIEs to have lifelong relationships." Her black dress reflected the light from the screen where the movie had ended. Though her face was youthful, there was something very mature in her guarded gaze. The lights were still low, and Ryo's voice was the first to ring out through the darkness. "You're going to make Fabian MG and anywhere that shows this a target for antibody network terrorist attacks." Erica's voice was cool and husky, not wavering an inch. "That could happen," she admitted. "But it also might not. We'll see when we broadcast this to the public this year." "Hey, wait, I never gave you permission to use that footage," Arato said, also raising his voice. He didn't really understand the whole thing, but it seemed to him that the whole root of why Lesia was in danger at that moment had been shown in the video, and it sent a shiver of fear through him. "You wish to continue your life with Lesia, that machine by your side, correct?" Erica asked. "If we remove the shame in such a lifestyle, you should be able to face society unafraid. This is necessary, especially if you intend to head into the future hand in hand with her." There was a strange pressure behind the words as they fell from the mouth of the hostess of that dollhouse. "Stop using our relationship for your plans," Arato growled. "We're not going to fight your battles for you." During the spring, Arato had come face to face with the incredible evil of terrorism. He had to stop Erica from shoving Lesia and him in the path of any more danger. "You're making it sound like a much bigger deal than it is," Erica argued back. "People always say you can see huge changes in society over the course of 100 years, but that's just an illusion. Look at me, I was in cryo-sleep for 80 years, but here I am running a modern company. The interactions between he and society will change just as easily, and everyone will get used to it more quickly than you might imagine." The sense of incongruity twisting at Arato's gut squeezed even harder at her words. "Erica Burrows was born in 2011, Lesia whispered in his ear. In 2027, she was the test subject of newly developed cryogenic preservation technology. She was suffering from a disease that was incurable at the time, and had no other options for survival. To her, the world of nearly 100 years ago is a close childhood memory." Erica turned her smile on him, as if she had heard Leisha's whispers. "I slept for 77 years, she said. When I woke, they healed my disease, yes, but at the same time, everyone I knew, all my friends and my family, had passed away, and everything had changed. But adjusting to a new world and protecting the things that are truly precious to you are a great deal easier to do than you seem to think." The mansion was full of items from the dawn of the 21st century. It was a slice of the old world, a world known only to this girl who had been flung through time into her own future. Her looks were delicate but, to Arato, she was more of a witch than a sleeping beauty. Asuna Kisaragi, Leisha's manager at Fabian MG, had described Erica as being a unique boss. Obviously, she was the 22nd century as viewed through the eyes of someone born 100 years prior, which created a gap between Arato's perception of the present and her own. In human society, we can still connect and use items made 100 years ago. Doesn't there seem to be something odd about a system like that? It is exactly that oddness in our society that leaves an opening for analog hacking to happen, Erica said. Even when I was a child, there were people who danced to the tunes of fictional characters, an early kind of analog hacking. From the very dawn of human society, we've allowed ourselves to be guided by the characters people play, or fabricated deities, rather than actual information. Yuri, one of Erica's dolls and also Fabian MG's top model, was acting as a perfect maid today. She appeared at Arato's elbow to refresh his drink. At that moment, she lacked the presence she normally had when she was inspiring girls as Fabian's vanguard. Yuri the model was nothing but a fictional character, programmed into an HE's behavioral control cloud. Arato, and everyone else who watched the model's shows, was simply seeing the illusion of a girl named Yuri. Ryo spoke, and Arato got the feeling he was seeing something that Arato couldn't comprehend. "Cut the bullshit," Ryo said. Human society has only gotten to the point where it works better without humans within the last few decades. Things may have been the same since the beginning of society, but they're changing now. The problem is with HIEs specifically, so don't try to shift the conversation to analog hacking. Arato looked around in frustration for anyone who would take his side. He realized in horror that, aside from Erica, Ryo, and himself, everyone else in the room was an HE, and he had a nasty flashback to the zombie attack. Lacia and the other HIEs had human forms, but they were not humans. Yet there, at the party, real humans and machines that had no real need to wear human forms were mixed together, as though they were all the same. As soon as Arato realized it, he couldn't shake the strange feeling that he was witnessing a preview of the end of humanity. Though they weren't berserkers, he was once again surrounded by zombies. "Do you really think so?" Erica asked Ryo. 100 years ago, before I went to sleep, society had already finished its preparations to change. The characters I used in that video just now were from the beginning of the 21st century. To Arato, there seemed to be a deep connection between the calm city of zombies left behind after Snowdrop's departure and Fabian MG. And it was all also linked to analog hacking. It's probably also connected to me taking that HE kid by the hand in the mall, Arato thought. And how things ended up between Ryo and me there. The system of human society was so open that it allowed for people from 100 years ago and machines to integrate easily within it, and yet, it was also the only place within which humans had to exist. "Fine, I got it," Ryo spat, his voice full of frustration and disgust. "You want to change the world with the power of 5 HIEs. Do you seriously think it's all right to just change the world like that? Setting aside how childish this all is, the bottom line is that you and Arato are playing around with toys more dangerous than either of you seem to understand." Quote. And, again, Method vanished from Ryo's side. In the same instant, a flash exploded directly in front of Erica. As the light burned away the darkness of the room, Arato saw what had happened clearly for the blink of an eye. The flaxen-haired HE who had been flanking Erica had somehow moved herself quickly enough to protect her owner from Method, her eyes shining with golden light. Method, who had been thrown from near the wall to the middle of the dining hall, twisted the corner of her mouth in a smirk. "Saturnus," she yelled. In her yellow uniform, the HE cast her eyes down and bowed gracefully. "It is a pleasure to meet you," she said politely. "I am Type 003, Mayaj." At that moment, Arato realized one of the things that Ryo must have noticed earlier. Erica was also the owner of a Lacia class unit. That must have been why she had called them all there. Then, with a few words, Erica stopped everyone at the party in their tracks. "I recommend you calm yourselves," she advised them. "Each and every HE you see here has been equipped with an explosive device." Arato felt a thrill of fear run up his spine, and he looked around frantically. Waiter and maid HIEs had stopped all around him. From what he could see, it seemed that they had been purposefully positioned to ensure maximum reach and power for their explosives. Coca was the first to put both of her hands up. "All right, you got me," she said. I can't detect any explosives, but I'm sure you could make some that would avoid my detection. Mayaja's smile said Coca was correct. Only one method kept moving toward Erica and her guard as they stood in front of the screen. I've always been curious, she said. Which of us Lacia class units is the most perfect? Which of us is the ultimate tool? Mayaj spoke with a level of politeness that matched well with her uniform. I am able to protect my owner under these circumstances, she said. But, I am afraid the same could not be said of you. Ryo must have already come to an agreement with Method as he didn't seem fazed. You're bluffing, he said. You don't even have your device. With all due respect, sir, Mayaj said, a tool that aspires to the ultimate level of versatility should not need to rely on her device at all times. The next one to open her mouth wasn't Mayaj, but Erica. What will you do, Arato? She asked. Do you intend to join this fight? Arato couldn't keep up with what was happening, so his reaction came too slow. Until Ryo had shown up, he had honestly believed that he was going to a normal Fabian MG party. But now, Method and Coca were there, along with the 5th Lacia class unit, who hadn't shown her face before that evening. What are you even trying to do here, Erica? Arato asked, desperately trying to wrap his head around it. I don't think you called us here just to have us fight. And for a self-introduction, this is a little much. He was sure Mayaj had all sorts of ways she could attack that they knew nothing about. Obviously, Erica had tracked their movements to the point where she could get those invitations to them, so if her plan was to drag them all out there into a trap, it would have been much simpler to take them out individually. The only thing Arato could think to do for this girl, who had seen a previous age with her own eyes, was to reach out his hand. Erica made a satisfied sound. You're quite the interesting person, she said. A new video began to play on the screen behind her. This time, the images on the screen made even Ryo catch his breath. In the video, the image zoomed in on a figure sitting with the city lights behind them. It was a little girl with emerald eyes wearing a white dress, the only one of the 5 Lacia class units not at the party. It was Snowdrop, the little girl who caused machines around her to go crazy and opened the door to a nightmarish world. She was outside, somewhere she could see the night dark ocean. She was sitting on the giant metal skeleton of a building. That's a transformer substation, Ryo said. Correct, Erica replied with a smile. There were structures with steel skeletons all around Snowdrop, with electrical wires strung between them that had become a rarity to see those days. In cities, the electrical lines had all moved underground. But, due to the cost of installation, the wires around transformer substations were still above ground. In the video, Snowdrop was having her flowers bloom all over the giant energy storage batteries of the substation. She was attempting to devour a facility that would easily shock any living thing that touched it to death. Erica moved with casual steps out from in front of the screen. She's attempting to force an evolutionary path that no longer requires humans, she explained. Right now, she's constantly starving for more energy and greater processing power. To Arato and Ryo, Snowdrop was even more terrifying than Erica was describing. This was the machine that had killed Watarai. She had human blood on her hands. Where is she? Ryo demanded. You'd never reach her in time to stop this, Erica said. But I'll have Mayaj pass you the data she's gathered on her as a party favor when you leave. She's eating the infrastructure of our city. Ryo shouted. How can you be so calm about this? In the video, massive sparks had started to fly. Snowdrop had either touched something she shouldn't have, or had dealt some kind of irreparable damage to the substation, but for whatever reason, all the lights around the place flickered out. The city lights that had provided a backdrop for Snowdrop in the video went dark, as if a giant eye of light had closed all over the city. As the power shut off, darkness descended on the city as if to swallow it whole. Slowly, energy began to flow in from other substations, and the lights started to flicker back on. Arato's world was reaching the pinnacle of automation. Although there were some countermeasures in place for temporary power outages, a complete loss of power would mean a loss of all the vital functions that kept human society running. This was something Arato had learned when he was still in grade school, so even he understood the impact of what Snowdrop was doing. He felt all the blood draining from his face. It was like watching the world end. Only Erica seemed to be laughing at Arato and Ryo's dismay, as if it all had nothing to do with her. You said the world couldn't be changed with just 5 HIEs, correct? She asked. Well, having seen what the products of mainframes Higgins are capable of, honestly, my bet is on change. The screen, which had previously shown the history of HIEs and AIs, was again showing Lacia. But this time, it wasn't just her. Arato didn't know where the videos were coming from, but Coca, the tool that ensures victory in conflict against humans, Snowdrop, the tool humans. Outsourced Evolution 2, Method, the tool that extends humanity, and Mayaj were all being shown in real time. Was there ever a reason Higgins' daughters had to face each other in secret, in the twilight? Erica asked. Arato started to respond that of course there was, but it caught in his throat. He finally understood Erica's insanity. Even Ginger Watarai had worked to avoid the social chaos that would happen if the existence of the Red Box girls was revealed, but Erica was different. Somewhere very fundamental, she was looking at the world from a different angle than Arato and Ryo were. Obviously, if he had noticed it, Ryo had as well. What are you trying to do? If society learns about the red boxes, the folks in charge of all the ultra-high performance Ash are going to want to take control of them. You'll lose your red box too, he said. Erica just smiled. If Mainframe admitted to letting the Lacia class units out publicly, they'd have to take responsibility for the huge amount of damages the girls have incurred. She said. That's why they tried to collect the girls in secret. Am I right? But it would be a shame if we humans didn't give such amazing girls a proper stage to dance on. Coming from the girl who had just pointed out how odd human society was, this sounded terrifyingly shady to Arato. The scale of the fight she seemed to be wanting made his hair stand on end. These girls are our tickets to the future, Erica continued. So we should use them with all the grandeur they deserve and, through them, open the gates to the future we're wishing for in style. The relationships between each he and owner that had developed over the course of their journey were too different. It wasn't just Arato and Lacia, each pair of owner and he had met under different circumstances, and each pair was probably aiming for a different goal. Arato glanced at Lacia's face. She never had anything to say to him at desperate times like this, but he felt something warm in his hand. It was Lacia's hand. After his confession, something had changed in their relationship. What even is the future to machines like us? The voice that asked the question was quiet, almost a whisper, and lacking in emotion. But, for some reason, it resounded in Arato's ears. It came from Coca, who stood shrouded in shadow. As an he, she saw a different world from them. The gap in her perception was different even from the gap between Erica and Arato. But the voice of a machine from the darkness couldn't reach Erica, who was bathing in the light. As owners, we are contracted to use these girls properly, she said. Is there anything wrong with bringing them into the public eye, even if we would be dancing to Higgins' tune? Arato trembled. He felt like he was standing at the epicenter of a blast that would shake the world. Erica opened her mouth one more time, and spoke words that were a new step forward for humans and machines wearing human skins. Isn't it wonderful, everyone? Right now, we're standing at the gates to the future. Arato was certain she was right. It was a day that would change the world.